Out wide, the shot's bringing in, sees two, lines up a Banjo, on the spray comes through against Wolfie. Benchmark set here against the Academy side. Thanks to Banjo, shots coming in, swing, finds his player, able to get another one. Do get flanked in by Jota's part, Jimpat forced to trade it, fine, transfer back and forth, not successful, Cyber keeps it an even man standing, but now Jimpat cleans up to get his kill, get tagged up, but still land the headshot on 6. Pressing forward, Server looks towards Cave, sees nothing. Did you see that shoulder? I can't quite tell. He's caught one. That's a second kill. They've got to get on the bomb though. MOUZ holds his own. 2, 3 to line up. MOUZ saves Fnatic. 2 on 2. Spokes clearing. Juicy with a frag back. It's Wolfie and his orb to step up big time. Land his flick and his double. And Fnatic Rising take us to overtime. Week full of action, and just yesterday's proceedings demonstrated only that of their own right as we move to our final day of the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. It's all to play for and everything to die for. I'm the Eternal Jay, joined by Dwayne as per usual. It's been an epic week of action, mate. Certainly a lot of surprises over the course of time. We've found some talents that we want to highlight as well, and of course we're down to our last 3 squads in our last couple of games.
Everyone would have thought, okay, we'll see Fnatic Rising and MOUZ NXT, maybe in an upper bracket final, maybe even a grand final. I don't think anyone could have seen it happening that they're going to face each other off in the Consolidation final.
Yes, this is how the bracket has played out over the course of the week. 8 teams entered, only 3 are remaining. Eternal Fire were eliminated at the hands of MOUZ NXT yesterday, with ENCE Academy taking the surprising upset over Fnatic Rising in the upper final, indeed leading to our dream grand final in the Consolidation match. And this one has already been played out once over the course of the bracket, which is why it has a lot of intrigue to me, because it's essentially a rematch, and a rematch that really went down to the wire for me.
It did. We saw map 1 being fairly convincing, map 2 being fairly convincing, but map 3 being the most competitive one in the action. We had a 16-14 down on Inferno, so I expect here for Fnatic Rising, now that we've got deeper into the event, now we've had more games under their belt, that we're going to have a cracking game.
Indeed, and it will be our opening matchup of the day. Of course, the winner will take on ENCE Academy in the grand finals later on this evening at 5 PM CET. But again, we'll just sort of zone in and start off talking about this particular matchup, because really it is the big one ultimately. This is the top 2 teams of the tournament we're looking at. We're idolizing these guys as being our dream grand final. It'll have to be the dream consolidation final, of course. But we've already seen this match play out once, and it was as close as we'd like it to be with the 3-map affair, with the strengths and weaknesses involved. And for Fnatic and MOUZ, I feel like coming into this one, there is no definitive favourite in this game.
No, there isn't. I think for both teams, we've seen some highs in the tournament. We've also seen some lows. And for MOUZ NXT, I think the lows are probably a little bit smaller. We've seen them 2-0 every squad outside of Fnatic Rising. So they've had a very comfortable time. They've been able to dispatch a lot of teams. It's just when they played Fnatic Rising, it wasn't the greatest of showings for them. It ended up being a loss. Whereas for Fnatic Rising, I still don't think we've seen them at 100% yet.
No, I think yesterday really sort of demonstrated that for Fnatic Rising. Obviously, they took this squad into the upper bracket finals. They played ENCE. We were saying there's no way that ENCE take this one, right? Fnatic are going to have this one under their control. They're one of the best academy teams. ENCE is still sort of middle of the board. They're still working themselves out. And then what happened? Fnatic, I think, ultimately pulled out the ultimate bottle jobs over the course of those maps. They had ridiculous leads at certain points against ENCE Academy. They let them bring it back. Sometimes they were able to take the maps overall in the 3-map affair. But towards Ancient, we saw the 13-5 leads get choked out. They brought it back on that Ancient, and then they ultimately were able to knock them into the lower bracket. Fnatic Rising, I would be lying to say that I wasn't completely concerned about this team.
It's a team that have still got a very good structure behind them. Banjo, MOUZ, and Volt have been around for quite a few months on this lineup. We know that there's a good foundation. I think Wolfie's been a little bit underwhelming with the AWP. He's currently one of the lowest rated players for this team in this event so far, so trying to get some more out of Wolfie. I mean, Adam S, the one highlight I can give for the stand-in player as of right now, of course, Fnatic Rising not using their full 5, he actually performed the best against MOUZ and NXT. So out of all games that we've seen in the competition, we actually saw the stand-in be able to step up when it matters most.
Well, something you were mentioning yesterday about the Fnatic Rising side is the fact that as a unit, they're suffering due to the stand-in situation, not because of Adam S's individual performance, but because of the formation of a team. Is that going to come into effect in this game?
It might, and it's not even just the full 5, it's the idea that they don't have a coach either. And I think a few of those maybe mental issues, a few of the closing errors that came down in that series yesterday, Fnatic Rising are going to have a fresh mindset. They're going to have to come through looking positive here today and just look at that last series and say, that wasn't us. That's not good enough. Let's turn up the performance, because we know that this is a team that has an incredibly high peak. They can play to a very high skill ceiling.
Of course, on the other side of the board, MOUZ NXT are waiting in the wings, and they've got their own standing situation, but Shield, I think, has been a lot more impressive to me over the course of the last few days. I mean, certainly I had my doubts about him and the context of what MOUZ NXT were going to bring to the table. I thought it would be similar situations with both those squads with their standing scenarios, but Shield was a great player over the course of yesterday.
Currently the 4th highest rated player in the event, 9 maps, positive 39 KD difference, and averaging a 1.20 rating. He's been Mr. Consistent on this team. This AWPing ability has been strong on the T side, strong on the CT bases. You've got some sound rafflers around them. I think a Gempat has been playing at a very good MVP level right now in the tournament. You've got Nexius chiming in with quite a few X Factor rounds, some big entries, a lot of manipulation of rotations on T side. So for MOUZ NXT, this is also a very deadly squad.
Yeah, for me, I'm taking a look at least 3 players and offering them up as the star roles at this particular stage, given Shield, Gempat, and Nexius. Gempat and Nexius especially have been stellar over the course of this one. But really, when it comes to taking a look at the star individuals and the stats in particular of one sort of isolated player, Gempat is the man we're always looking at here for the MOUZ NXT side.
We are, and there's a reason for that. He's the highest rated player in the event. He's one of those individuals that always stand up here for the MOUZ NXT side. He was from the previous iteration of the lineup, and I think we've seen over the last few months he's taken on a new challenge of working with a new squad, a new IGL, a new AWPA, players coming in, players coming out, and he's consistently delivered, which is a great sign for the young man.
Let's compare and contrast Gempat with the other side of the field here. He's going up against Volt over on the Fnatic Rising side, and you can just sort of see the difference in the rifle positions. Obviously, the ratings are much better. The KPR is much better for Gempat. He's got an extra few years on Volt as well. I think the key thing for Fnatic, though, is the fact that it could be anyone else in this particular position, right? We talked a little bit about how, as individual players, they're all very well rounded, and anyone can have an amazing star player game. So it's not just Volt on this side that you can put in this position.
No, it isn't. I think Volt is one of those individuals that's probably kept my eye closest in this event so far. I think he's been able to deliver even in some of the more uncomfortable games, even in the more uncomfortable maps, and try and pull that weight forward. You know that Volt is a very good player on the CT side, a lot of info plays, a lot of reaction that he can bring to the table. But if we are just comparing pound to pound any individuals on the Fnatic Rising side, it could be difficult to match the likes of Gempat in this sort of game. So it's more so bringing that team cohesion, bringing that team basis to try and win out against the side of MOUZ NXT.
We're going to win out against the MOUZ NXT side in the veto process as well for Fnatic Rising. Again, we saw this best of 3 in the upper semis. That was Inferno to go and Overpass being played out. It wouldn't shock me to see Overpass coming out again for the MOUZ NXT side in this context, considering how powerful they've been on it here. So walk me through this veto debate.
Dust2, no one likes to ban this at all. I think when it comes to the picks, Fnatic Rising love their Vertigo, they love their Inferno, so those are the 2 maps that could be brought in. Overpass is definitely going to be a map pick coming through from MOUZ NXT. Yeah. They've proved themselves to be incredibly solid on this map. Knowing towards the back end of the veto, Inferno is still a possibility to get played again if they want to go down the same route.
That was a 16-14 there for the Fnatic Rising side, so it really was a down-to-the-wire sort of position to hold in this one. It will get banned out alongside Nukes and Mirage with the map being played out. No maps on record between these 2 sides, so a slightly different variation in the way the veto has gone, but shared territory in that Vertigo and that Overpass. Obviously, I rate Overpass as being the most solid map in the pool. unbeatable for MOUZ at this particular stage. They've had a dominating affair against Fnatic over the course of the week, 16-5 on that particular map. Vertigo was a 16-11 victory for Fnatic Rising back during the upper semi-final. So I'm looking towards this one, and again, sort of having my doubts about where Fnatic stand at this current stage in the tournament. The idea that yesterday was a very difficult day for them, I'm not sure whether that carries forward into today's proceedings, especially knowing that some of these maps have been close with MOUZ.
Yeah, I think you have to look at this series and say there's not going to be a 2-0 potential for either team. It's just not going to happen. Not with Vertigo, not with Overpass. I do look at that decider of Mirage and say we actually haven't seen much Mirage from both of these teams in the event. We saw it from MOUZ NXT against Eternal Fire Academy yesterday. We saw it for Fnatic Rising versus ENCE Academy yesterday. So we saw a little bit of Mirage, but not a massive amount.
Yeah, I haven't seen one in terms of the head-to-heads, though, I think is the key thing, right? Again, it's going to be new territory explored if we go towards that third map, and certainly for MOUZ NXT, I understand why they would want to go towards a different map compared to the last one in the series. Again, it was a losing series for them, despite it being so damn close. I do wonder whether the safer option of going towards that Inferno would have been a better option for them, but that's a reality for a different day. For now, zoning in on Vertigo as the opening map of the series. You say you probably shouldn't be seeing Fnatic Rising take an upset. I know that MOUZ have had a couple of good games on this one, though.
Yeah, but again, this is the series where no matter what you throw at me, Jay, no matter what numbers, no matter what statistics, I just can't see a 2-0. I think both of these teams are incredibly solid on these map picks, and something has to go drastically wrong or drastically right if one of these teams want to try and upset on map picks.
I don't have any numbers or statistics, but I do have a match record. Yesterday, Fnatic's leads were not enough to get them past the finish line on ENCE Academy, so we'll see whether they can try and finish the job against MOUZ NXT today as we get started with the final day of action here in the Heroes of Tomorrow, our Consolidation final between MOUZ NXT and Fnatic Rising. Pistol round live with MOUZ on the CT forces, forcing very far forward here.
Now, Krisen trying to take some map control down towards the ladder portion, backstab in towards ramp. It's all a matter of timing and how they can slow it down towards A. You've got a molly out to the sandbags. This could actually work out very nicely for MOUZ NXT to crunch in from behind.
And no one's watching their backs here. Engagement from one. Jimpact comes up good to draw first blood against Wolfie. Double up against MOUZ, not quite as easy for them. The CTs rotate back into position. It's Nexus at the backside, finding MOUZ, but Banjo finds him responsive. Jimpact going to bait in Krisen, but get the kill on towards Adam. Banjo falls towards Shield. QQ is traded, but Volt is in a 1-on-2 situation. Bomb in the open. Jimpact's watching for him and will fall away from position.
A great backstab potential coming through. Even Shield's going to be able to wrap back in towards the backside of Volt, doing some damage and now giving the Brit the opportunity of isolating these individual jewels. He's going to go further over towards that bomb control. If you can try and get it tapped, try and get it planted, it could draw more attention out in the open.
He's got the info on both CTs at this stage. He's just trying to force out a decent fight, taking some directive force forwards, making a bit of noise. Jimpact has rotated out towards the mid control though, so Volt can grab this bomb and get it planted. He's been given enough breathing room here.
And for MOUZ NXT, just work off one another. Know that you've still got the smoke that could go down there towards a crane position, even the kit for Shield. And now it's all about manipulation of the time. Both players, both teams, trying to make info plays against one another.
Volt's on the mind games against him. He's wrapped all the way back around, wasting extra seconds. Leaning in against the CT side. Jimpact hunting him down though. He'll be able to get his kill in for the triple in the pistol, bringing the first on the board of MOUZ NXT.
And Jimpact was one of those guys who stepped up the most in that last series. I think back to the head-to-head that we had in the upper bracket semi-final. He put up 25 kills on map 1, 19 kills on map 2, 24 kills on map 3. He was towards the higher end of the board in every single map in that last head-to-head.
And the role of a star player to be in that position, and MOUZ NXT got their positions held in this one. Fnatic Rising pulling out the pistol basis. No bomb plant bonus, so no force invest. Mostly Glocks and P250s in for this one.
You're not going to rip in about that knife, Joe?
Which one?
The one that Shield got knifed by his teammate. Normally you're always like charging on that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a right click though. So.
Oh, okay. So as we get deeper into the tournament, it doesn't matter as much.
No. I think it's because it's an eco in this one for Fnatic Rising. Okay. If it was a gun round, that makes.
I feel like you're changing on me, Jay, because like normally you're attacking, mate. You're like a vicious bear when that happens.
It's not a terrible thing. Okay, like not in terms of like this particular one I said. If it's a left click, it's okay. If it's a right click, it causes issues for this eco. As well as that, it's early doors. MOUZ NXT is not going to change the game if they lose that kill as of yet.
Okay.
As of yet.
Okay. Well, for Fnatic Rising, just knowing that it is a hard Glock round, you're not expecting anything at all. And knowing that Vertigo went down 16-11 last time, we actually saw a solid first half coming through from MOUZ NXT, but a rollover in the second.
Rolling over in this round here, anti-eco dealing with the SMGs, M4s and FAMASs, 1 on 5 for Banjo. There you go, all 5 alive. So the knife didn't make a difference there, Mike. There you go, easy pickings. 2-0 to the start. MOUZ And quite a little bit of cash out of this round as well for QQ's SMG kills.
And try and see if we can farm up as much as possible, keep it as a heavy bonus, allow themselves to put some pressure onto the opening rifle round. I think back here for Fnatic Rising and their track record, 15 wins and 7 losses in the last 3 months of Vertigo, the highest played map in the pool for them.
Fnatic in their guns now, AKs across the board, bonus rifles for MOUZ. Smoke set from both sides here. Volt's going to get ahead of the CT smoke. One player resting far forward on the CT side, caught off early by Volt. Banjo finding QQ. Volt leading in for double and making it happen out towards the ramp control.
Yeah, Volt could be on for a little bit more, even up towards the top of the tubs. He's going to have Walker to back off him. Nicely done there from Fnatic Rising. Good intent around the smoke and towards the top of the ramp. And for MOUZ and NXT, no one's even there to get trade frags.
A very clean round from Fnatic. All 5 alive. Jimpat left alone. Not detected as of yet. Not like he needs to be, though. Fnatic have won this round already.
You wonder about exhaustion here from Fnatic Rising. They've been playing a lot of games in the last couple of days. This is obviously their 4th best of 3 in this event. They had a best of 1 this morning that they lost to Illumina. They played Forza on Wednesday. It just seems like they're grinding.
That Illumina game did have a stand-in, an extra stand-in here for Fnatic Rising. So, what was it, Sensi playing?
Yes, the guy that used to play on Sangle.
Yeah, was playing in place of Wolfie, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, AWP to AWP, so...
Had a lot of concerns about that game for Fnatic Rising. They did end up... It was a best of 1, of course. They didn't end up losing it. MOUZ NXT. Nothing causing them to lose any further rounds at this stage. Again, first rifle going their way. Jimpat's got a hold on this M4.
Fnatic Rising trying to see if they could put some slight more intent down, and even being seen, MistGames just diving into the way, and Jimpat's got no option but to lose that rifle. So a very good rifle round indeed. You had Banjo with the opening kill out there towards the B stairs. You had Volt finding a lot of success. Him and Wolfie just working off one another around that top ramp, around the tops, and that is a flawless round coming through from them.
War still against Masters and SMGs. MOUZ and NXT won't be able to have the funds to go in with a rebuy off the back of that bonus rifle, so upgrade pistols into the eco basis. See what damage they can do, but less likely to win the round here. Jimpat trying to take face in from middle. Careful in this one. Chris and Steagle hoping to hunt ahead of the smokes. He sees the one player. Dishes out some dag damage, but takes a lot more back in return.
Probably the worst case situation you could have on a bonus round is literally getting absolutely no bonus. No kill bonus in with those MP9s, no trades back, no saved in weapons, so being harshly reset going into the 4th.
Follow-up frags from part of the CT forces, at least the USP lines up a couple. Now there's an AK to save.
Is there? It's gonna get hunted, mate.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but there is a goal to work towards for QQ. Now, rather than just taking the suicide dive and just getting the round over and done with, there is something to fight for in this particular round. If you can get a 3rd kill in, that would make it even more valuable with what they were able to do in this eco basis. Unfortunately, he's leaning in towards mid and Wolfie's waiting for him to be a kill. Yeah, there you go, 2-2.
And the fact he's on 11 HP without armor, and they know he's a B. Just adding more things to why he's going to go down there.
As you can see there.
And not get a kill.
As you can see there, Fnatic Rising, they're focusing heavily on the A side.
Alright.
Here's the thing, if he extended towards T-spawn, I think he wouldn't have gotten hunted. I think if he picked a different angle, then he probably would have held on to that AK. So, it's down to his decision making, of course. It's a mistake that costs for the CT side. Not a terrible eco, but not a fantastic one either. And here come the guns back in for MOUZ NXT. AWP for shield and all.
Opportunity for him to get an opening crane pick, just put that emphasis down there towards the bottom of ramp. This time around for Fnatic Rising, there's actually less presence towards ramp and more players stacked up outside of B.
Volt's AK leaning forwards. Got CT side players backed up, engaging. What a crispy adjustment from him. 4 kills so far in this one. Turning in against the smoke. HG's put down against the CT players. Shield is going to get tagged up, but Jimpat is the man to go down on the B side. 5 on 3. Got to be safe for MOUZ.
Things are looking very clean here from Fnatic Rising on the rifle rounds, and one of the impressive elements that I'm looking at is just the calling style. Notice the way the first few rounds of the game, a lot of ramp attention, a lot of working around util. That time around, you've got the re-smoke down towards the bottom of the B stairs. They just kind of opt with it. They put a contact-heavy play in. Volt's able to adjust to the first individual towards the back there of that white position, and then just follow it up. You get another entry kill coming through from MistGames. Fnatic Rising showing us some clean Counter-Strike.
Now, Volt doing fantastic stuff for his own part here. really the elements that got them open into that bomb site. Looks so confident in doing so and everything here. Fnatic Rising could really use some confidence off the back of yesterday, and it's showing in troves here against MOUZ and XT. Lead now gained on the T side.
I don't know how much more confidence they'll need, because one thing that we did see from them in the game yesterday was constant good starts. Okay, you know, we can address the issues on closing and the issues on the second half, but when I look back to the series against MOUZ NXT last time, when I look at the series yesterday against ENCE Academy, we know that they're very good in the first 10, 15 rounds of the game. I look back at even Vertigo. They were up 10-4 and went up to 14-7 against the likes of ENCE Academy. So we definitely know that beginning of halves could be very important for them.
Pivotal to keeping that whole thing close in the match yesterday. Vertigo that we saw between these two sides in previous, however, had a very one-sided CT half from MOUZ and XT.
Because it was 9-6 at the turn, and then only 2 rounds were gained there for MOUZ and XT in the second.
That's
so
correct.
In this sort of position, you're probably looking to be around the same sort of marker. Get 9 rounds again. Push it further if you can, but at the same time, Fnatic Rising, they've got some dictation of pace. They're showing us the goods on T side.
Molotov sent in the taps of the AKs, trying to engage in some blind fire positions. They've got one player wrapping around towards the ramp entrance, and he's the only player on the A side defense. Meanwhile, 2 in from mid. AdamS going to catch off Jimpat, picking up the opener. Banjo ready for more aggression from MOUZ and XT, getting punished for pressing too far.
Just good patience coming through from Fnatic Rising, and it's almost like they had the intent that it was going to come to them. You could see the positions being held. AdamS passive towards the ladder room. You've got even Banjo passive towards the B stairs. They knew MOUZ and XT were going to continue to overfight, and they have dealt with this half by effectively.
2 left standing. MOUZ and XT picked apart. Fnatic Rising in control of this one. The M4 and the Deagle backing off towards the B site, knowing that A is under siege. Get that bomb down pretty effectively and quickly. Banjo, we're going to hunt for even more. Gets the kill onto QQ, leaving it all onto Nexius now. The 1-on-5 situation does at least get 1 pick back. But at this point, his aim is to try and save the M4. Will get hunted down by the T side, of course. They're inbound very quickly for it. AK swapped out too, but almost caught back. MOUZ capitalizing on the kill. MOUZ allowed to save nothing in these rounds.
And this is what I like the intent from Fnatic Rising, because you do get some teams that a lot of the time on T side, they'll give that respect for it and say, oh, you can hold on to the weapons. We're not going to hunt you down. But it's showing me that there's a characteristic here on the start of T side. We want to suffocate them. We don't want to give them anything. We don't want to give them respect. We don't want them to hold on to any rifles. We want to constantly hurt that economical game. And for MOUZ and XT, they're going to be able to get a buyback, but responding to this strong T-side influence is going to be very tough from them.
More pauses coming in for the Fnatic Rising. So I just saw MOUZ leaving his keyboard for a second. Had to answer the door to wake. Ever had that in the middle of a game? We just had the doorbell ring. It's like, guys, pause quick.
No.
My Domino's is here.
Yeah.
My pizza's arrived.
Just ordered it on map 1 in a best of 3 in a consolidation final, of course.
I've had that happen.
Yeah.
So a long day of work. Hey Jay, you want to play some 10 man? Yeah, I'll play some 10 man. Just let me order some food real quick.
That's a bit different to this context.
Yeah. Obviously, you know, I'm no pro player. But Fnatic. AK sent in. Banjo swing forward. Oh, wallbang headshot on QQ, reading him so well. Eventually finding the angle he required. Nexius trying to get some sort of trade back at the top. Does find a player for it, but return damage coming through from the T's keeps it at HP advantage in the 4-on-4.
And while that's happening, Fnatic Rising are now going to put a little bit more intent of taking mid control, trying to use more of their utility. Crizzen spamming up further. Wolfie taking some further damage towards bottom of ramp.
Down to 42. The HE follow-up giving him no better. Now less than 30 HP for that player. Shields Orp prodding forwards, won't catch anyone in at this mid position. AdamS is waiting for him though in that corner. Will the Orp check it? It will not. Kill found. Fnatic back in control.
AdamS is looking strong right now, and we look back at the Vertigo. He's actually the highest rated player on the team for Fnatic Rising in the 2 maps that he's played so far. Anytime Fnatic Rising have played Vertigo with AdamS, he's impressed us.
CT up here close to Jimpat. Unable to be just as impressive. AdamS, the second kill back to his name. Flash is going over for Banjo. Supportive elements will lose that one player with a bomb in his back, but Nexius caught in the back lines. Banjo will deal with the player on site, and Fnatic Rising looking cool, calm, and collected for this team side. Already up to 5. One more to go to match their same T-side base they had on MOUZ last time.
Now we've got the Battle of the Finns in this game, both Banjo and Jimpat.
We're going to be having that for the rest of the tournament, Blake.
Well, you say that. What about the battle between these two? Because while the numbers might be similar, I think Banjo's edged out massively. You think about the opening kills he's been getting out towards the B side. He's been opening up bomb sites. He's been giving round leverage. Where for Jimpat, we haven't seen much from him.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely leaning a bit more on consistency there for Banjo. Jimpat's not quite up to the task as of yet right now. We are seeing Nexius falling first and foremost into this ramp control tops position. Falling to the 4-on-4 USP back for Shield, however, seeing one player, knows that he's out there doing damage but running out of ammo. Smoke back in from the CT side will block off vision. MOUZ will come through to do more damage.
MOUZ trying to catch a timing, lovely shot coming down onto Crizzen, and now they could just continue the nades, allow themselves to find even more, QQ to drop. Shield's just hoping for some exit damage, nice shot with the dig.
One kill found. Advantage gained as Fnatic rising. Rotate their way back up on trying to commit in that one lurker. Coming into the back lines, Jimpat getting nothing for his trouble, 60 seconds remaining as well. They have plenty of time to get the bomb down. Shields. Back to Deagle with the back lines, spaced in by Banjo, who'll be able to get his double up. Fnatic rising, 6-2 on the board.
Oh, we've seen this scoreline before. MOUZ NXT got off to a slow start on Inferno, map number 3 versus Fnatic Rising in the upper bracket semi-final. They were down 2-6. Now, this is the exact same scoreline that we're looking at, and for Fnatic Rising, it's felt breezy. It hasn't felt like much of a challenge on this T side at all.
Slow to start does not mean slow to finish. MOUZ NXT, the scoreline is pretty dire at this stage. 6-2, 4 to the difference. They're having a lot of ecos over the course of this one, so gun rounds will be coming in now. Sitting on max loss bonus, but need to make a change, so they need to get some rounds on the board.
And what's not helping is that the eco rounds that they are having, they're not even saving rifles. So you don't even have the cheeky M4 here or there to back up the eco pistols. Instead, because so many of them are falling on the rifle rounds, nothing's being saved. And Fnatic Rising bringing a single lurk from Banjo back out towards the B stairs, offering up the ramp control again.
Flash forward, Nexius falling back, spray through, catching Bolt, kicking things off for MOUZ NXT this time.
Very quick there from the MOUZ NXT side to fight up towards the top of Crane, even Crizzen to peek on the contact, MOUZ to fall as well.
Wolfie's Orb, Adam and Banjo with the AKs, ducked away. It's QQ with a decent kill back to return to Banjo, so 4-on-3 scenario for MOUZ NXT. Fnatic Rising. Formed position. Forced to slow things down as they creep back up the ramp control.
And you could just see, as soon as Volt and the likes of MOUZ go down, Banjo tries to re-aggress, tries to make a counter-action out towards B, catch a player repositioning, catch a player off guard, open up that B site. Instead, he ends up falling, and for Wolfie and Adam S, they could put a smoke down, try and see if they can get the bomb plant in, fake out more duels, try and press the CTs out into the open.
Crizzen's been tagged to 18. HG is doing all right. Molotov should drive him back from position. Backup is there in the sniper's nest, though. Smoke's also down to the elevator engine. Smoke on to protect his position. Jimpat counter incendiaries and flashes. Now all 4 players have arrived to the site defensive, so Fnatic got to commit and got to make some magic happen to hold off on this post plant.
Get the extra cash injection. Wolfie with the NWP out towards the sandbags. It's all about the quick shooting for him.
Incendiaries will be a little bit late here. The HE on the bomb site should do some damage. 17 HP. Out in the open as well. Swung upon QQ. Gets his kill. Wolfie's Orb now. Faced in, QQ catches him off. Doubles up on his board. Triple overall in the round. Third to the board of MOUZ NXT.
And nicely done there from QQ. And you could just feel for MOUZ NXT, it's a slight more acceleration from the Fnatic Rising ramp default. You had Volt getting up towards the ramp sandbags very quickly. MOUZ looking for that trade and just being able to position themselves on a crossfire. The peek out from Crizzen towards the sandbags higher up on the ramp control. And QQ delivering in quite a big facet.
Well, Fnatic did take all 6 of those rounds pretty handily, so they have got a lot of money to buy back into the next one, so the troubles are not over for MOUZ NXT. They've got that first round out of many they need to truly break the backs of Fnatic Rising, so guns in. AKs were safe, though. A couple of players with them. Crizzen and QQ looking at extra firepower, and then apply that firepower to good effect. Banjo down.
2 rounds in a row now that Fnatic Rising have tried to brought some pace out in their default. Nexus has been spammed up towards 51, so they know that he's here, and actually doing some further spam damage down onto Wolfie, up to 25 now.
Advantage in the HP and the numbers game now for the MOUZ NXT side. trades are found by Adam and Volt, though. 4 on 3, making it 2. And just like that, they flip the switch back to their favor. A site's open. There's a backstab inbound from stairs, but it'll be far too late to cut off this bomb carrier here.
Now, one of the best maps in the entire pool for Volt is Vertigo on this Fnatic Rising team, and we could just see the prowess that he brings towards the top of the ramp. So much impact. Even Jimpat's been seen to swing out into the open to drop the AWP from Wolfie.
QQ is leaning forward, jump face, engagement found to drop the bomb, and Jimpat finds Volt, and just like that, MOUZ have flipped the switch right back. It's all on Adames now to clutch it. 10 kills so far for him in this game. He's top fragger for the T side, but can he make the clutch happen?
This is an excellent return from MOUZ NXT. QQ coming through from the back. Jimpat allowing himself to do a lot of damage, a lot of offensive being pushed up towards that top of the bomb site. And now they're going to regroup together, play off one another. There shouldn't be much of a chance here from Adames to win the clutch.
Making his way in pretty silently. I think he's making footsteps now. Yeah, they've heard it. Smokes back to the cross. Face wrap over from the wide angle. Bomb plant will be stuck. No time for the fake. QQ storm the bomb site, get the kill in. Waste no time dealing with the last man. The AWP also getting saved here for Jimpat. Decent damage done by Fnatic. And that, I think, is going to be vitally important to them here. MOUZ might get to 4, but Fnatic's still on the verge of resetting them.
And I think for the bomb plant bonus, again, it's not going to be a huge issue. It's what happens in these next few rounds of how many players drop, how tight they can keep the economy. And for Volt, he'll be a little bit disappointed here. That was a great double entry for them. I think they find up towards the A site. They maybe give too much respect forward from the likes of Jimpat. It allows QQ to reposition back in towards that lower spot under there from ramp, and the clutch not quite coming through. MOUZ NXT making a couple.
Those bomb plants are helping out Fnatic Rising. They've still got a very strong economy thanks to the extra $1,600 they've made each, thanks to the bomb plant bonus.
1,600?
2 rounds in a row.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, hang on a sec. What do you know that I don't?
That's what I'm talking about, right? Next round, they get the bomb plant, $2,400 total loss bomb plant bonus.
It's one way of looking at it. I wouldn't put it that way, but I guess you could.
Do love the look on your face when every minute debate. That was quite funny.
Do you reckon Jimpat was a little bit surprised there?
Yeah, he was. Banjo catching off the frag, opening things up, effective for Fnatic Rising. And some of these entries have been pretty stellar so far. The fact that they've got the damage on against the MOUZ NXT board, the fact they continue buying as well, that means that kill is a very bad sign for the MOUZ NXT lot. They need to get a trade.
Even Krisen's going to reposition him back over towards mid. Now, you can see the setup is actually more B-centric right now. Wolfie's just spamming through the smoke. You've got Volt trying to lean up aggressively once again towards the top of the ramp state. Flash over high, Nexius down, and, well, we should pretty much call it here.
Likely. Very likely this round goes the way of Fnatic Rising. Krisen's going to try and get the unlikely result right here. He's the only player holding the A site, though, and rotations can get cut off in mid. The AWP's creeping around. Watching the backside, watching into the elevator position. Krisen, that smoke on to the alley position. The HG sent up as well, sprays up. Did not quite catch the vision on Wolfie, so they'll back away. They don't think it's the A player, and they'll be right to the soup side.
Even Adames going to see if he can lurk in through mid. Rotates are pretty quick out towards this B site. They don't know about QQ at quad.
Oh, and Shield's got an AWP pick. The unlikelihood may become the reality. 6 seconds, Fnatic Rising. Law falling apart. The bomb can't go down here. MOUZ NXT, they've stolen the round back.
Lovely sequence coming through from MOUZ NXT. They cut that player off towards the mid starts. And this is 2 rounds that we've seen now from Fnatic Rising with man advantages, mass man advantages at that. A 4v2 and a 5v3, not quite closing it down. And maybe there is some of the issues that we're speaking about of what we saw against ENCE Academy yesterday, not closing the entire maps down, not getting that best of 3 series over the line, the difficulty of working with a stand-in, because those are the sort of rounds that we don't expect Fnatic Rising not to close.
It's all in the team cohesion above the individual performance. That's what we're looking at most when it comes to Fnatic Rising's weaknesses at the moment. That round right there may have been a sign of such. MOUZ NXT getting 3 in a row. Also negating a lot of the economy build that Fnatic Rising were continuing to hold win these particular rounds. Of course, no bomb plant bonus right there, but also time ticked away means a lot of money gets negated from the players that stayed alive. Wolfie down to $50. Now he's down to 2 grand, Adam down to 1 grand. Still got the high rolls in Bolt and Banjo. The money line looks a lot weaker now than it did a round ago.
A full gamble stack in that last round too from MOUZ NXT. Volt aggressively up towards the tops. Catch off Nexius again.
continue the aggression as well. This guy doing work for the moment.
I think we're noticing that out towards ramp and the B side, there's a lot of success within the first 20-25 seconds of the round, constantly getting these entries.
Shield, however, looking to get the responsives, finding MOUZ back in mid and creeping away towards a hiding spot, eventually going back towards CT spawn as Volt continues fighting in at tops.
Even Krizen's starting to slow walk aggressively up here on an off angle towards the top of the railing and catch off Volt. This is just MOUZ NXT proving that they can be very solid, bringing back man disadvantages.
Fnatic giving away just enough info for MOUZ to adjust against it. Krizen, of course, mentioned the point there, swinging out, as he knew exactly where the player was. HG gave up the ghost, and now he's repositioned again to get aggressive. Wolfie prodding forward, thinking he's safe, and he's not. 4-on-2, MOUZ NXT doing well to deal with Fnatic and their starts here.
And just knowing that for Banjo and Adam S, all of that advantage that was gained early on by the early entry from Volt's been negated. You can work yourself towards that ramp contact. At least Adam S has been able to press himself up towards a crane, so you know that the CTs aren't consistently allowing the issue to be aggressive. They're actually falling back to the bomb side directly.
Smokes and sent. Shields Orp with the incendiary thrown over, taps of the M4. Incendiaries, Molotovs back and forth, sprays through, blind 15 seconds. Fnatic need to prioritize the bomb plant.
Try and get it down, hope it doesn't get spammed. He's going to reposition it.
Going for a bit of a safer position. Don't know exactly where it is though. Counteraction flashes evaded by Jim Pat. Engages the man on top of the boxes, and Adam is left alone. AK out towards round, very difficult post plant to hold. Needs to isolate each individual fight. Indeed he does, but losing a lot of HP against Krizen. Flashes forward, Shield providing extra support for his teammates to wrap the corner, get on the defuse, hold down the full 5 seconds. Adam can't make his way to the bomb site. Chase down ramp with MOUZ, we get to 6.
And MOUZ NXT putting up a decent fight in these last couple of rounds, and I think they've started to realize what they need to do, and I think it's adapting, taking map control in the mid round. You got Shield aggressively out towards mid. I don't think anything's wrong with that peek. You have a flash over the top, he's completely blinded. He still finds that connection, but I like this positioning there from Krizen. Up on an off angle towards the top of the railings, gets himself over towards that crane angle, and it just puts a lot of pressure down to the ramp players.
MOUZ equalises against Fnatic at last. 6-2 start, brought back 4 in a row, and now looking for their 5th if possible. HE's down range, damage will be done to Volt in minimal amounts, similar story to Shield over on the CT basis, and Volt is still hunting for these opening picks. This smoke trying to assist him, and does find Nexius through the tops.
And Nexius just can't do anything against Volt in the first early stage of the round. A little bit quicker this time around for MOUZ.
Leading up to the bomb site here. Jim Pat on the back of the site, engaging in from Elevator, getting a kill. Wolfie did find Krizen on the trade, however. Adams on site will get the bomb down easy. 4-on-3 for Fnatic.
And knowing that they've got a backstab out towards the bottom of ramp, they're actually going to be able to relay this information over that they can only come from elevators or that sniper's nest.
Oh, Wolfie catches a player. Shield to drop up top of sniper's nest. Jim Pat going to go back to try and grab that AWP, save it into the next round for MOUZ NXT, because Fnatic have defended the lead.
And allow themselves to start building once again. MOUZ NXT. That was actually them being caught off guard ever so slightly. Obviously not from the Nexius point of view. Banjo even thinking about a lurk out towards B, keep this round a little bit more expensive. One more player here, that AWP probably going to drop. Players all around. Gempat's going to be able to try and do as much as possible, but not to be. And I think what we just saw there from Fnatic Rising was constantly getting entries, but struggling against the overpeak. So they say, okay, we've got this first kill, let's work with it. Let's start putting pressure on, let's start getting aggressive. And Wolfie provides 2 very important ult shots too.
Advantage for Fnatic Rising again. MOUZ NXT building up a little bit in their savings, so they can force the rebuy. It's going to be a weakened one though. SMGs around the M4s are standard. Rifles, of course, set in for Fnatic as you would expect here. The AKs, the AWPs. Krizen trying to engage with an MP9 up close.
MOUZ trying to flash his teammate in there from Volt. Player close towards the top should get swung on. It's all a matter of timing and distraction.
Molotov's up. Engagement close range for Volt. Again, Nexius can't win that fight. Shut down effective by this position here in the ramp position. Wolfie's Orb looking for his own piece to the pie, but Krizen playing inside of the smoke, catching an angle against Volt. Gets the trade back 4-on-4 situation. The T's try and push forward.
Now, while that's happening, Banjo's actually taken some map control out to B, and MOUZ has dealt with the entry again. Still, so much time left on the clock.
Might not matter what B control they've got, so long as they defend the A site, it's fine. Shield do a good job of that. Wolfie caught now. All three players are backed up here. Smoke's on to suppress. Could be rotation here from Fnatic Rising. They're flashing their way on though, and the AWP and the M4 still get their picks in. QQ will land the last. That is a lockout there for MOUZ and XT.
And I think we've started to notice on this City side just how strong MOUZ and XT can be with the stack-heavy plays. We lose that first pick in there. Krisen's able to get one, but it's still a man advantage for Fnatic Rising. And we've seen a few of these rounds where rather than splitting maybe like a 2-1 and holding a single player out to an opposite bomb site, they just end up gambling and stacking together, and they're calling a very good game. They're reading the game well.
7-all. MOUZ again trying to contest going into the last round of the half. Calls are up against the 4x for Fnatic Rising. The economy was too well defined. Wolfie's AWP will find the opening kill this time, and Nexius is charging down Tubbs to catch off Volt. So finally he gets his revenge. Brings up a 4 versus 4.
It's what he could do after that matter, though. Even the HE placement comes in close. Nexius is going to try and retreat out of there. Needs to get some help from Shield.
That's what he'll get. Flashes in, reflash back as well. AWP trying to face them, counteracted by Wolfie's AWP. Smoke starts to clear, and he sees him. Connects it. Advantage Fnatic again.
And Wolfie's looking on point so far today, which is a great sign for Fnatic Rising. A lot of consistency down there towards a ramp control. Now, MSGames is hoping for a slight overswing, a slight info play to come out towards mid. While that's happening, they're going to boost up to looking to B.
See nothing on that site, though. The mid control walkers are really the most bolster they have the B site at. Jimpat, shoulder, spotted, sprays through, catching MSGames. And now they'll look to try and hit that B play. Player already on the bomb site. Rotation to be cut off. QQ in the back of AC, though. Gets his kill win on Banjo. So advantage again tips the way of MOUZ and XT. Back and forth we've gone with these trades. The bomb should get planted here.
It's going to be difficult because there's still another HE that could come through from Nexus. It's all about how he comes through in the back lines and on that rotation.
QQ meanwhile ahead of the smoke. Sees them both. Gets MOUZ. Wolfie's low and dead to Jimpat's hands. So it will be an 8-7 half for MOUZ NXT's favour. One better for Fnatic Rising compared to last time. And knowing again that MOUZ only got 2 T-side rounds, I reckon here that Fnatic, according to history, have done enough.
I think so as well. This is par for the course. It was a decent first half from both of these teams, but we know this is where Fnatic Rising can put the hurt down. Once they get into that comfortable side, for MOUZ NXT, we haven't seen enough from them on T side of Vertigo, not only in the head-to-head against the likes of Fnatic Rising, but in a lot of their officials. So it's going to be tough here for MOUZ NXT to be successful in the second half.
One round to make a difference here. Slight advantage for MOUZ NXT, but only slight.
It's a decent comeback. I mean, they were down by quite a large number. I think it was, what, 6-1 at a certain point there. So from Fnatic Rising's point of view, just to know that they had such an early lead, MOUZ NXT can be happy that they've come back and made it competitive towards the turn of the half.
Once again, we're looking at the issues of Fnatic Rising closing in these matches. Certainly struggled to close in that half there. And open it up with a pistol win right here on the T side. Will set themselves up wonderfully. They're charging straight in to the bomb site on the MOUZ side, though. Being under contention and not even challenged that much by the CTs of Fnatic. But will be secured.
A little bit of team damage coming through to the action. Krisen's going to be able to play as much anti-flash as possible. MOUZ is setting up the God Flash that lands just in front of the generators.
Setting up his teammates, and always got a second flash passed off by Wolfie there. Chance to do some serious damage to the MOUZ NXT side, at least when it comes to vision blocking. Wolfie swinging in, trying to look to the default position. He sees the head of one man, but can't see the line up the headshot. He's going to wait to take an engagement, lose out some damage, but get the kill in alongside Wolfie and Volt. The double up to come through. Volt makes it a triple on those Julies. Jimpat trying to hold down the backline, only gets one pick for it. Has he stalled for enough time? I don't think he has. There will be a pistol win for Fnatic Rising.
Very nice retake indeed, and I like the patience there from Wolfie. He realises, I'm just going to wait it down. I haven't quite got the angle to be able to deal with this individual. And anytime you've got those flashes that pop through, you can see on the kill feed how blind some of those T-side players are. Jimpat's the last one left, just to try and see if he can come through with a clutch situation. Not to be. They did get a few kills. They did get a bomb plant, so they're going to force the issue.
Guns will return, but no AKs in for MOUZ NXT. Just the Galils across the border. Mac 10 still for Krisen, so a little bit money farm attempt against the CT side. It's not going to be very impactful, though. Fnatic have got helmets across all 5 players.
And I wonder if this is a concern, Jay. Coming into today, QQ is the lowest rated player on MOUZ NXT, but yet he seems to be the one finding the majority of the impact frags. He seems to be the one putting up the majority of the heavy lifting. We haven't normally spoken about QQ in that matter.
We'll have to speak about him here. He's the first man down in this particular round, followed up by Shield there by Adam. Bad nade from Wolfie, but don't think that matters too much here. The little Gym Pack needs to win out 2 fights. He'll get the 1 and not the 2nd. The trades are good again from Fnatic. Nexius will engage back, try and return some favors to the CT side, but ultimately he falls in kind, and it's all left to Prison in a 1-on-3.
And I think it just shows there how deadly Fnatic Rising are with trading frags. The way that they play off one another, they do a lot of damage. Anytime MOUZ and NXT get a pick within the next 2 or 3 seconds, they're gone. Not even a chance for them to continue fighting in the round. Prison is catching a good timing, hearing the relocation away from MOUZ, so he's heard the footsteps. He can think about getting a bomb plant, and if he gets that down, there could be a chance of force buying next round. It's still going to be a difficult clutch, though, in the 1v3.
Forcing out 1 fight, at least gets him the breathing room to get the bomb plant overall. It's 1 out of 3. Banjo will come easy. Wolfie will be a bit more difficult, though.
Only 2 clutches in the event so far for Prison. Could this be number 3? Both players coming up to ramp together.
Backs turned. Mac 10, M4 leaning. Prisons backed up. Waiting in, and the oranges, the CTs will press the issue, check back sight. Eyes turned away. Prison will hear the smoke coming down. Engagement finds the double. Not quite the triple though. Wolfie's been tagged. Now he's on the defuse. Tapping it once. Prison's not going to face. He sees the shadow, sees the man, and wins the clutch. Steals 1 back from MOUZ.
And that's got to be deja vu from Fnatic Rising from that game yesterday. They lost so many clutches to that team of ENCE Academy. And in a round like that, it seems like everything's been done. You trade off each other really nicely. You've got yourself a 3v1 advantage, but things just get out of order. You've even got MOUZ not overswinging, but just trying to spot for some information out there towards the sniper's nest. And Prison, the IGL there for MOUZ NXT, comes up with a massive clutch.
9-8. MOUZ in the lead. Fnatic Rising. Scouts, pistols, and SMG set for Adam S. Wolfie facing in to catch the T-side off guard, but won't be able to catch them at the moment. The players are not going to face them in this position. MOUZ don't have any long-range battles with any snipers there.
MOUZ NXT need to come through with this round. And this could actually be shaping up for a map 1 still, just knowing the way that the momentum's going to be moving, the way of resetting the economy, putting a lot of damage down when it comes to the lead too. So this is a pivotal round to come through with.
Also considering Fnatic's issues with closing map-ups here. I know it's very early doors in this half, but something to think about in the back of your mind as this one plays out. Because you are right, momentum shift is definitely with MOUZ if they can take this 18th round.
Now, we always call it a steal for a reason. And Banjo, remember back to Mirage that we saw yesterday, Jay? I remember some pretty good D grounds from him. Out towards default, out to the B side. Let's see if he can do it again.
Backed up with Maze's Deagle, the steals the Fnatic have found against ENCE Academy were certainly something of lesser caliber than the buy that they've got right here, so there's no reason why they can't take it here and now, but MOUZ are charging in. 3 players to receive them. Mac 10 up close. Adam trades it back. Responses from Gym Pack will come forward. 4-on-3. They're on the bomb site. The bomb will go down.
Prison going to be able to get the bomb plant through. Needs to get some distraction from the rest of his teammates. And for Fnatic Rising, it seems like they're not keen on this at all. Yeah. They're going to back off and save.
Hold the Kevlar, hold the upgrades, go into the eco with a little bit of a bonus. MOUZ losing only an SMG. Won't be too fussed with Nexius' death. They'll be very happy with the 10th that they're about to gain on the T side, extending their lead against Fnatic Rising.
And we're just saying for MOUZ NXT, get yourself to 10, look for 11, look to try and make it a little bit more. For Fnatic Rising, at least there's some upgrades to go into the next round. Yes, it will be a full eco for the other two, but you've got armor, you've got a scout, you've got a dig, you've got a 5-7. If you stack up a bomb side, if you get an opening kill, it could still be a deadly round. We're not calling it still potential, but it could rock the economy.
See what they can do, but in terms of the scoreline, it will start to grow on the lead for MOUZ NXT. No economy for Fnatic to play with, so it's just these upgrade pistols staying in. PT50 passed off to Adam there. Little extra something to bolster him up. Another Mac 10 for Nexius. Right call to make again. No helmets and 2 players lacking the Kevlar itself.
Could be pacey out towards a B site here for MOUZ NXT. Bring more acceleration, try and rip away that gamble stack. Even getting legged up early from the scout.
Not bad for QQ. Nexius dinked down through the wall bang. Alright. 2 players tagged. MOUZ, Fnatic Rising, 3-man boost coming in. Over the look over the tops, 5-7 in against them, and actually Nexius gets caught. That's the start.
And now it's a full gamble stack out towards the A site. Even that first individual that got the leg over there from Wolfie has left B. And what that's actually meant is that MOUZ NXT can take an entire open B site because of it.
Fnatic Rising will grab only the Mac 10 as well, so not even a massive amount of damage that can be output towards the MOUZ NXT side. Plant to be secured. Jimpat watching with the M4. HE also pulled out alongside a Molotov combination, driving them away from Scaff. Flashes to support and suppress here when they get to C side.
QQ gonna get another one of those smokes down. It's just about time stalling here. Fnatic Rising, they're gonna throw themselves at it.
QQ's ready to stop them. A flashbang back forward. The scout boosted, took a shot, didn't connect anything. Flying past the smoke, rescope as it starts to fade. Lean in with the rest of the CT force and check the outside. That's a good flick from Volt, but Prison and Jimpat have it marked. Banjo trades to a 3-on-2. 2-on-2 as Jimpat holds his own. Now the AK lining him up, knocking him down HP, and a kill found on one player. Wolfie on 1 point of HP himself. Sent tumbling down for Shield's part of things.
You see him on the camera?
I did, yeah. He's not a fan of heights, clearly.
Yeah. We get some good reactions over the course of this event. Nothing beats the Marek's one. Well, kind of every other team that didn't go 5th and 6th.
I like that. That's a good one. I appreciate that. 11-8. Fnatic Rising, you mentioned economical damage there in that previous round, and for the investment that they had, that's pretty decent. 3 players of casualties. Buyback from MOUZ will leave the savings looking a bit weak, very lopsided. Now they have their gun buy, including the scout of Wolfie still.
And this is where you've got to look at someone like Volt to say, right, give us some impact. Get over towards that ramp control, fight out towards the bottom, get over towards top, the sandbags, crane, wherever it may be. We're looking for him because he was the danger man. We saw Banjo out towards the B side and T side and Volt towards ramp. Those 2 individuals brought a lot of early success in the first half.
CT players holding their nerve. MOUZ NXT holding their default. Already down on the HP numbers, and they're going to try and figure out how they fight themselves back away from this disadvantage. One player working forward into the target's position. Adam S is going to try to challenge him. They'll win that fight with his back turn. Next CS down.
Huge stack over towards A, but now there's a little bit more mid-pressure being shown from MOUZ NXT, so they're going to break the setup. They're probably only going to leave 1 or 2 individuals towards A. Krisen's very close to Guardian.
Not being checked either. This backside B player kill found on Banjo. Molotov should get sent into the CT entrance. Player out, headshot gain. Krisen's opened the B site entirely. Volt's going to cut the second man rotation, but Krisen's watching for him. Smoke back, he'll lean forward and he'll land the headshot. That's a triple.
What a masterclass coming through there from Krisen. So much impact. Wolfie's looking in for a quick trade, but I think this is going to have to be another save from Fnatic Rising.
I think so too. I think they're thinking the same thing and all. One player backing up to A. One man leaning in at CT spawn, but seeing nothing past these smokes to the T side line. MOUZ NXT already showing a much better T side from the last best of 3 against Fnatic Rising on Vertigo. And now I start to entertain that idea more, that idea of the map steal from MOUZ NXT on Fnatic's own pick. Because remember, second map, we have Fnatic having no chance there.
Oh, I'm sold already. I think this is over.
Think so?
Yeah.
Wow.
I really do. I think for MOUZ NXT, they've actually shown me a lot of impressive signs on T side. And even in that round, look at the patience that Krisen's able to find. You lose the first pick up towards ramp, you start moving offensive over towards that B side, and it's just a lot of slow passiveness around that Guardian position to get 3 kills, to manipulate the rotates, to make it hard on the economy. And for MOUZ NXT, you're 4 rounds away, you're very close to stealing map number 1, and I just don't think we've seen from Fnatic Rising 6-1 much control in the mid and late game here.
The issues on closing. Fnatic
Not
Rising
even
aren't
closing
even
though,
closing.
is it?
That's the
Yeah.
thing, right? As I was saying, it's issues on closing, late game problems, and they aren't even at the closing positions. MOUZ NXT are right now in closing positions. Fnatic's own map pick not getting going on the second half.
It shows a very different outcome to what we saw in the ENCE Academy game, and this just shows that for MOUZ NXT, success is flourishing here for their T side. They're working an incredibly strong default, one of the aspects of their game plan that we've given them a lot of respect for over the course of this event. Maybe not so much on Vertigo against Fnatic Rising, but they're showing it here.
Jimpat sees 2, gets 1. Trade back from his teammate about to be attempted here. Adam S holds his nerve, making footstep noises to try to bait him a little bit deeper. But focus on that B defensive. Flashes in against the T side line. Rotations will be called in by Fnatic as Volt responsible towards the mid control. Gets Krisen to drop. 4-on-2 for Fnatic.
Shield and QQ don't have that mid lurk now, so getting into B is going to be so much more difficult. Banjo's playing around the utility. QQ's expecting a backstab. There's a couple of individuals low, but even cracking open B might not be an option.
Wolfie and Volt are low. Wolfie is back towards the A site, though. Actually, if they rotate towards A, they get that kill. They get the bomb plant almost for free. Molotov's blocked off by the smokes, and the adjustment against Adam S is right there for Shield. 20 seconds, though. MOUZ, they're going to move. They're going to have to move now. And they opt to go for the save instead.
It just felt as if there from Fnatic Rising, a lot of intent down in the mid control, the crossfire being left. Jimpat is only able to get a single kill, not able to multi-frag at all. And Fnatic Rising, well, they in the street. They put things getting closer towards a no of double digits.
Counter-terrorists win.
12-9. 3 rounds to the good still for MOUZ NXT, but Fnatic trying a momentum break here. Can they follow it suit into a decent streak of their own now to bring back the lead against the MOUZ side? Open AK guaranteed to the next one around the rest of the buy that will come through for MOUZ NXT. Still, the economy line's okay for them. Of course, the bomb plant definitely aid them in this context. Fnatic Rising still on the verge of taking a massive loss and a reset here against the T-side forces. They've got lost balance to play with, but Crizin has an amount of advantage to work from.
And now just start retreating straight away. Work with the opening man advantage, slow the round down, try and force Fnatic Rising to make some info plays. We know that they don't have a huge amount of utility. You've got Wolfie on a rotate to help Volt up there towards the sandbags over towards A. For MOUZ NXT, you've got a mid lurk coming through. You've got a lot of emphasis out towards the B stairs. It could just be an A fake.
Adam S responds towards Jimpat, 4-on-4 situation. M4 swing for Wolfie, watching ahead of those smokes. QQ trying to prod and getting Banjo the drop. Advantage sits with the T side. The flash is over with Shields Molly. Sends up and over. The bomb should get planted. Crizin set up for the retake and Fnatic Rising, assuming they even want to go for it. They're so far away from the bomb site, they might just go for a save.
Well, they have to. You're down by a player. You don't have the util, and Adam S is low HP. So it's a decision here, which is a calculated call to end up going for the save. And you can't really blame Banjo too much out there towards default. You're just getting railed. That was a beautiful entry to come through from Crizin. And what's impressing me the most on Vertigo for MOUZ NXT is the idea that we're not even having a pop-off game from Nexius or Shield, and yet the other riflers are still carrying their weight. We don't often speak about QQ and Crizin in terms of high-impact players, opening up rounds, closing them down, but I think we're starting to get more of the goods of the supportive players to have a overall team cohesion and a very good display of talent.
It's the 13th for MOUZ. 3 rounds to the win. Fnatic Rising. It might have been a calculated decision, but it does leave an opportunity for MOUZ to walk straight through into the win from here on, losing no further rounds. Fnatic Rising will have a buyback, of course, around these for several guns, so they will resist it. But surely, if they lose this round, it will be done.
It depends on a lot of factors, how many players are staying alive, whether they can buy next round. But you are in that margin where success needs to come quickly. Fnatic Rising can't afford to continuously saving because, like you mentioned, you look at the scoreline, there's only a few more rounds to play.
M4's flash forward for Volt, trying to get the opening kill at Tarps. He does land on Nexius, but Shield, quick responsive, regaining his position, getting the wall bang, turning a 4-on-4.
I think we're seeing a lot of shutdowns towards Volt, getting one kill and then just getting traded instantly. MOUZ could play out here towards the sandbags. You've got a teammate up on the contact that could put a little bit more emphasis down there from the bottom of ramp control. But for MOUZ NXT, they're quite happy to show early presence, maybe try and take a fight or two, and then just give rap and say, you guys can take it.
Takes some ramp control for Wolfie now. Walking down it. Facing nothing. Getting the info at least here for the CT forces. So wraparounds start to come through here. Tap first in from Crizin as his teammates set up the execution.
Oh, backstab being watched. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill. Double peek comes back in. And Wolfie's going to drop. Just when Wolfie thinks like he's making the right play. Just when he thinks like he's making the right info. The backstab to come through. It's being watched.
Teammates the counter rotate back in from mid. Won't get cut off either by the MOUZ NXT camp. Themselves are also considering that wraparound towards the A play, which is the right call to make. Again, there's 2 players on this B side, 1 man defending A. They get that pick, they get the plant down, and I don't even think Fnatic will go for the retake, even though they have to get rounds on the board.
And MOUZ has got an aggressive approach towards Ali. He's going to have to start swinging out in the open. He's going to have to start making a play.
Sat back, 15 seconds, engaging one. That's one to drop, 3-on-3 situation. Need to get that trade soon for the T-side line. QQ comes in with a flank down, out towards Ali. He holds, but MSGames has caught Shield. Bombs on the site, needs to get planted, but then no one's there to grab it. And Fnatic Rising, through the timer alone, will hold their nerve. MOUZ overcomplicating things, letting that timer run too low. Fnatic stay in the game.
It's just very good positioning coming through from MOUZ. Notice the way that he's not over-peaking. He's not also in a position where he can get forced back by util, and he just wastes a lot of time. He draws QQ's attention back out there towards that alley angle. It allows rotations from Fnatic Rising to get set up towards the sniper's nest, out towards elevators, and MOUZ sets himself up beautifully to allow attempt to be found.
Pause now taken as a result of it. Fnatic, of course, will be up against the guns, but they found the lifeline here in this game. Tactical pause is being called in. Both teams in a massive counterplay. For Fnatic especially, not just to get the counterplay, but to follow it up from there. They need to make up 3 rounds. MOUZ. No, they're up against very little loss bonus on the CT side, so they could cripple the economy once again with a good round.
Yeah, it's going to be a swing round for both teams, isn't it? Knowing that it's 1900 for both, you've got both teams without much in the reserve. Whoever's going to win this is probably going to be able to take the next as well. So for Fnatic Rising's point of view, take this round, come closer to a tied-up scoreline. For MOUZ NXT, win this round and say hello to Matt Point.
Play it carefully as a result, not nearly as carefully as Fnatic Rising. Look at the aggression coming in for the CT forces. AWP of Shield leaning up, seeing the shoulder. Catching Volt, that's a star. One CT in the smoke though, they have no idea. It's about to fade and Crizin gets the double up. A's open, plant down. Fnatic Rising don't even want to go for the rotate here.
It probably makes a lot of sense. You've already lost so much towards A. You're waiting to see if there's a mid lurk. You could start putting yourself out to B, but I think you need to look for exit frags. If a kill presents itself, if maybe a player swings out in the open, you can go for this. Otherwise, the safe call's got to be here.
Further molly sent. Banjo tries to fight though. The CTs are now here. Eventually going for the commitment as MOUZ NXT were too slow to go for the bomb plant. They will have it on the site now. QQ down at default, plants it. Fnatic Rising gonna try and go for the retake. With that one pick back, they found a little bit more confidence, a breath of life. Following soon as Nexius next, QQ will also drop. Damaged under shield, and now Jimpat in at alley. 20 to his name. Going in for the 3k, perhaps no, just gets the one frag back. Shields AK involved, tapping through, spray back, needs to get towards the diffuser, but doesn't land it. And Fnatic Rising steer from underneath MOUZ NXT. That's an important round to find.
It's an excellent steal. There wasn't much going for them at all. And I think they find themselves in a position where, because they end up getting this wallbang kill, because Banjo catches off Crizin, that's enough to look at the round and say, yeah, we're going for it. We've actually given ourselves a chance now. And I think they work in the chaos very nicely. They get a player onto the bomb. There's distraction being pulled. For MOUZ NXT, they will feel as if that round was theirs and got stolen away from them.
Fnatic did concede a bomb plant though, so the rebuy will be on. Not quite as harsh a swing as the CTs wanted it to be. MOUZ could still bounce back. There was still damage done to the CT lineup. We've seen Famas is out for them. Galil's in for the T side though. Very similar stances from both sides.
And that bomb plant's helped them out massively. More nades going out towards the back of wide, trying to do some more. Even QQ's going to wait around for a little while longer. Wolfie's positioned the AWP out in mid, waiting for a walkout.
You might just get it as well. M4 in from Maze, taking damage ahead of the smokes up towards the crane. Crizin swinging in, trying to bait this AWP apart. And just goes for the directive kill, forcing him a fangle. The Molotov will keep him there. Smokes and flashes to return. MOUZ fight for mid control.
And now Jimpat can just put a little bit more down towards his scaff position. Split into B could be quite quick.
Banjo looking down. T-side player didn't see him. QQ tunnel visioned on the wallbang. Advantage now for Fnatic Rising. AWP in of Wolfie. Fought back by Jimpat. 4 on 4.
Now they could slow it down, try and get in towards elevators. MOUZ is waiting for them to walk through.
Smoke's about to clear. He sees one just ahead of it. Kill found. Unawares of the second T-side player though. Volt in from the sandbags, getting Nexius. Now they need this flank to come to fruition. They need to hold it off because the bomb's isolated here at ramp.
Crizin and Shield just to work off one another. Does have a backstab, but he's got to get 2 here.
Slow walk in. Finding the first. Banjo with his counter backstab though. That's round done. Crizzen can fight all he wants. He'll get 2 picks back, but 10 seconds. Adames needs to stay away from the fight here, and that'll be enough.
Fnatic Rising now making a couple in a row, and it just shows you can't count them out, Jay. Going for that retake in a 3v5. Look at what it set themselves up with. 2 rounds in a row. The buy situation is not here on the table for MOUZ NXT. This should be a tied-up scoreline.
Fnatic Rising, recognizing the importance of this map up here in this series. Their own pick of Vertigo. And MOUZ comes so close, so many times so far to bringing this one home. They've been unable to complete it though. Fnatic Rising on the verge of equalizing. MOUZ NXT will lose that first in the anti-eco.
They've got both Volt and MaZe trying to peer that crossfire down there towards the bottom of the ramp control. Don't want to give too much respect forward to that M4, who's already down to 51.
2 kills in from the ramp position in the end. Crizzen will come back with one of that M4 saved. Wrapping up very quickly to engage another, win that fight. 3 on 3 versus 2. No, Adam's going to take it back, but QQ keeps it expensive and gets a bomb plant.
And this is looking very promising, knowing that Jimpat's going to be able to pick up that M4. Now it's about how much more this Deagle can strike with.
QQ's going to hold on to the pistol, not go back for the M4 that his teammate of Crizzen had dropped. Shots ringing out from Wolfie. MOUZ NXT are on for this. This would be a steal. One that was fended off massively. The Orb of Wolfie striking on, desperate to connect his shots. That's 3 of them ringing out. He's known back here to the sniper's death entrance, but QQ's Deagle is going to get overwhelmed. Jimpat now alone with the M4. Couldn't hold the clutch last time. Will try to do so this time. Another smoke back down. Another ninja attempt here. Got to spray through, do some damage, but Wolfie has him covered. And Fnatic Rising will equalize.
And this is exactly how it should be, Jay. Consolidation final, first game of it. And MOUZ NXT and Fnatic Rising are just going blow for blow. Competitive rounds, expensive rounds for both of these teams. And for MOUZ, they didn't have much to work with. You had a couple of upgraded digs. You had that M4 that was saved in from the last round. They get a bomb plant. They end up with 3 casualties. Not quite the steal. Fnatic Rising with the retake to 13 all.
But again, MOUZ are doing damage. Fnatic Rising. Double op setup being brought back here. Money's in a state. MOUZ NXT with that bomb plant bonus can reinvest the standard. The concern will be the follow-up rounds, as Wolfie will follow suit with the opening frag of this one.
And this is definitely something new, something unorthodox. We don't see many double ops out of Fnatic Rising at all, and it's already struck for that first one. MOUZ NXT trying to see if they can work off of the basis of this ramp control. Nexus gets HDs again, though.
They're doing as much damage as possible here. Incendiary's on as well. Nexius still leans up, still catches that kill, turning away towards 51, but doesn't quite catch Volt. Fortunately, Jimpat gets Adames in mid, 3 on 3.
Now, Adames sees that position in a 4v3 and thinks about putting intent down, thinks about aggressing, going off of his line towards mid to make it more compounding, and he actually loses the fight because of it. Now a regroup's leaning over towards that B site. It's going to be down to Banjo by himself with a smoke.
Lean up, burst through Banjo. Forced back by aim punch. Somehow the headshot against the lack of Kevlar. Not quite finding the frag against him. Jimpat out of cut rotation. Swing forward. Volt goes down. Dealing with this one more player. Would be enough. Molotovs in from the T side though. Going to suppress him for providing support. Doesn't matter though. QQ's on site. Banjo's going down. Bomb plant secured. MaZe with the backstab coming in far too late. And MOUZ will hold the lead again.
Oh, what a wonderful mid-round call that is for MOUZ NXT to start regrouping up towards B. Jimpat puts himself in an excellent position, starts walking forward, catches that timing, cuts off the mid-rotation. And for Banjo, he's left alone. He's by himself. He's trying to fight out towards the B site. You've got to fight up towards Guardian, out to the top of the B stairs, and you're just getting crunched down. MOUZ NXT back onto the lead. 14 rounds gained by them.
Advantage T side, and again the money for Fnatic will take a significant hit. So many players buying down so heavy. They've got that AWP in play for MaZe, which might provide more options. Wolfie can buy, MaZe can drop a little bit, Banjo can drop a little bit. They're talking about the scraps here at the bottom of the barrel though.
And they have to buy it. You've got 2 players double eco status. You have to look at that with an AWP being saved in, and there can't be an option for a harsh save. You have to buy it here.
Famas is coming in. pistols outside of that. The M4 for Banjo able to get scraped together. Wolfie, AWP in his hand, and Fnatic Rising need a steal. They need to make this work, else MOUZ will be going to map point and probably map win with what Fnatic's money line will look like after the fact.
More intent out to this B side. Knowing the Banjo's here, that's one of the M4s.
Some of the nades being put up to the T side line. Damage done to Nexius and QQ. It's a decent start. Executions return with 2 HGs. They don't do nearly as much damage. Swing forward. Nexius gets the kill. Looks up towards Scaff, forcing that player back. Bomb will go down.
And this should be an instant save. Look at the CTs towards A. They had more of a gamble in this round, Jay. You wanted to leave Banjo by himself. You wanted to leave that M4 all alone. Hope that he can get one. Hope that he can try and stall for time. Cancel the B site hit, and instead he gets rolled over. That's a great pop of execution and allow the pace to draw through up in the B tank.
He started so well with the HE placement, but you're right. As the moment the contact came in, MOUZ NXT took control. 15 to 13. No T-side problems for MOUZ on this day, Dweg. Fnatic Rising about to lose their own map pick. Map point for MOUZ. They better hope that they can find a resurgence to overtime like they did yesterday on Ancient. Right now they need it.
Close the shop, mate. It's time to go home. This is perfect opportunity for MOUZ NXT. Knowing the buy they're up against, knowing that they've got 2 chances to do it, knowing that they've been in a position before with almost coming through. With being so down to the wire in previous maps against Fnatic Rising, this would be the one extra, the one on top, the cherry to make this entire best of 3 as tasty as it comes. One more to get a steal in the first map of the series.
Force in, Famas is out. Flashbangs forward, QQ looking to engage. Got Famas also leaning in towards the ramp control. Nade set. HG's back and forth from both sides. Jimpat walking in from mid.
And just putting that HE down, hoping that anyone's going to be aggressive, can even put that molly forward back just to get an idea and start working with the sound cues that no one's going to be up there. Now towards the top of ramp, you've got both Volt and Banjo to try and see if they can work off one another. Wolfie's going to be playing out to the B site this time.
Flashes in contention. Maze is Famas is trying to watch down. He's got his crosshair set on a T-side player. Forced back though. Does he get the kill?
Even Adam S is waiting for a very direct contact. You can see that he's on the back foot, out here towards the mid control. Shield has got that AWP looking up towards Ali. No overswings just yet from Fnatic Rising.
Molotov set in. Nexius engages one. That's a kill found. Taps towards the backside, watching out the sandbags. Advantage for MOUZ here. The AWP is still watching for a trade.
And that aggressive approach up towards Crane, and Wolfie comes through with one.
It's a big follow suit as well, but QQ finding Volt. Adam S up close to the SMG. Swings, so much to find. Drops that bomb, looks back in towards Ali, and falls back to the site.
And now the rotates are here. AWP for Wolfie again, strikes onto Jimpat.
Important casualties. Fnatic Rising, fighting with whatever they can get. SMGs and the all that remain though. And the T's trying to get their own AWP set in, looking towards the boost, seeing nothing. 20 seconds, they have to make a move.
Get that smoke down, try and get that flash forward out from Ali. They need another entry.
AK back in the hands, there's QQ on towards Adam S. 10 seconds, he's caught the headshot on Wolfie as well. Incendiary back, bomb will just about be secured. Both players are low, the SMG's in for Banjo. Gets that one pick, flashbang back forward, and the last man's out in the open. He holds it together. MOUZ had their fingertips on the victory, but Fnatic take us to 30 rounds.
Banjo, the best clutcher that we've got in this team for Fnatic Rising, steps up to the plate when it matters most. Great intent there, down with the utility. You can see the way for MOUZ NXT that even with that bomb going down, they are going to lose so much HP. Wolfie sets that round up with the impact that he finds from the AWP. QQ gets a double entry out from Ali, but it's just not enough. Banjo coming through with a 1v2.
Beauty of a sequence. The incendiary damage did everything to set up that SMG for the kills, and Fnatic Rising are not dead yet. Pushing this one all the way. MOUZ NXT up against the full buy with a buy of their own.
And there's an aggressive start out here towards the B stairs from Fnatic Rising, trying to get a crossfire off one another. First, the incendiary goes down. Volt's going to find the opener towards Ram.
It's an important start, but Adam's going to burn on the other side. 4-on-4 gain for it. T's walk their way around to the default.
Haven't seen many players playing out towards the top of the ramp sandbags. This could be some nice distraction and a one-off from MOUZ. Aggressive play towards the top of Banger.
Oh, QQ catches Banjo. Jimpat was setting up utility, but QQ's found the entries. He's even looking for a 3K. He might just get it in. Smokes up, Jimpat. Supporting his teammates, swinging, spraying, and taking down the last, or almost the last here. MOUZ is the last man. 1-on-4 situation. And MOUZ look like they've done it at last for the 16-14 to steal Fnatic's map pick in this series.
And what a statement this is here for MOUZ NXT. They went down 16-14 on Inferno last time. Map 3 in the best of 3 from that upper bracket semi-final. And now they're looking to try and shape themselves up, looking to go into their map pick with such a positive note. MOUZ is going to try his absolute best at getting this clutch together. No one over-peaking. Player out towards white. It's just a distraction. QQ shuts it down with 25 kills. And MOUZ NXT have done everything that they needed here on Vertigo.
We always talk about Jimpat and Nexius being the dynamic duo of this MOUZ NXT, and that map it was Jimpat and QQ, both players, same numbers, same impact, and it's impact not only in this map, but in this series. It's Fnatic's pick. Overpass is up next to it, and remember, MOUZ are unbeaten on it.
Yeah, and it's what I said at the beginning of the day. There should not be a way that either team steals a map. So because of that, you have to entertain the 2-0. You have to come through with the mindset that there shouldn't be much of an opportunity that Fnatic Rising lose this. So because of that, this now shapes up confidence, it shapes up success, and it shapes up for MOUZ NXT to return the fire and this time beat the likes of Fnatic Rising.
Well, considering last time this was the most one-sided map in the last best of 3 in the upper semi, 16-5 results from MOUZ NXT and many more dominations against other squads in the Tier 2 CS scene, you can imagine this one might end up being just as one-sided and end for Fnatic Rising in the Heroes of Tomorrow. We're going to go to a break and come back with Overpass, so do not go anywhere. MOUZ could be on the verge of victory after this. impressive MOUZ would look to take this in 2-0 fashion. They're on to do so by taking Fnatic's own map pick of Vertigo, leaning towards Overpass, which we all know is MOUZ's sort of best map in the pool, where you didn't give a chance of Fnatic Rising to have this opposing map pick. So I want to dive into Vertigo a little bit more, because like the thing about it is that, again, they had a pretty poor T side over in the semi-finals in the upper bracket. This time around, not the same deal. What changed, and what was the big difference maker for MOUZ?
I don't think there was a massive difference in the first half. Again, it was fairly similar like it was last time. I think for MOUZ and NXT, they, again, only managed 2 T rounds in that last affair. They were struggling to get entries. I felt as if they were getting caught off guard by a lot of info plays. This time around, I thought that they manipulated ramp a lot more. We saw them even be more fakey at times. We saw them adapting quite a bit in the mid-round. And my goodness, did they target that B side? We saw Banjo having a tough time on that CT side, holding B by himself. And I think they started to get that realization that Banjo was a weakness, so bang, let's go and hit him. We saw a lot of quick B pops, we saw a lot of quick entries out to that B side, and that was the punishment that gave them a lot of leverage.
And Banjo did well individually, if I'm talking about second top of the board for his team in that matchup, but you are right about his position as he held, right? The fact of the matter is that the formation around that defensive was not good enough on his own individual part, even though he was a pretty stellar player of his own right. Meanwhile, on MOUZ and NXT, you mentioned QQ being one of the lowest rated players for this side. He was at the top end of the board, just about beating Jim Pat on rating, even on the frag count. So the fact you've still got the consistency from Jim Pat, but now another backup player to add to the tally of individuals that are having great tournaments here, Dwight.
Yeah, just quickly, just tell me what his rating was in map number 1.
1.34 for QQ.
Okay, so QQ's average in this event going up to today was 1.00. So take that contrast, right? The idea that you've got a little bit more of a supportive piece, one of the players that we don't normally look at, like if we're looking about X Factor star players, we've got Jim Pat at number 1, probably got Nexius at number 2, and then Shield at number 3. QQ doesn't normally get in that conversation. So to see him stepping up into such an important game in a lower bracket against a team that beat you last time, that's got to give so much confidence for the team.
It must be such a surprise for Fnatic as well, knowing that you're looking to try and shut down Jim Pat and shut down Nexius. You did all right shutting down Nexius to their credit, but then you've got, like, it's like the Hydra's head. You cut off one half, two more come back out. You know, like it's such a difficult affair now for Fnatic Rising, knowing, again, we're in Overpass. MOUZ and NXT have yet to concede this map since its team's formation, and this one of those results on this map up was up against the Fnatic Rising side. So for me, I'm looking at this one thinking there's no chance. There is no shot that Fnatic have at taking this to a third map.
And we've seen Overpass picked in 3 out of 4 best of 3s in this event so far. 16-12 against Flames, 16-5 against Fnatic, and a 16-8 against OG Academy. It's been class, it's been successful, and it's here for the win streak to only continue.
MOUZ and NXT are on the T side. If Fnatic want to hope in hell, they need a monstrous CT side to try bring it back, to try and do something in the context of this map up. And there's the opening for MOUZ, finding Shield. Chris able to respond. Fnatic at least doing a decent job here in the pistol round, but Nexius has other plans. Only going so far with them though. 3-on-2, QQ with the flank out. Squeaky Door is close, he's got to make that noise, but he does get the pick in the end.
And now it's still misdirection. They don't have a crazy amount of information on where Jim Pat is over to. You've got Banjo trying to search back in towards Shortwater. Now, AdamS might hear some of these footsteps towards Long, so Banjo should be rotating back up towards the A site fairly quickly.
He's on his way in there now. Long control players giving away a little bit too much for the MOUZ and NXT side. Fnatic Rising are posted and ready to cut them down. USP engagement for Banjo. QQ's going to drop, swing back for the second. Jim Pat is there for the trade, but AdamS back in mid, unaccounted for by MOUZ. Fnatic will gain the pistol start.
Yeah, we haven't seen many Overpass officials with AdamS in the team. Only 2 for the Fnatic Rising side, so it shows that it's a map that hasn't played all that often when we look at this event, when we think back to even the previous ones. A beautiful start, and I think it shows how much distraction, how much overfacing there was down there towards that connector position. There were just players flying in there for picks.
Worked out better for the favour of Fnatic Rising. The trade game was capitalised upon, and eventually they turned it towards their favour. MOUZ now. Their guns out in the pistol basis. Eco around for them. Fnatic Rising should be able to take the 2-0 start in this one. No major force investment. Bomb clock only to assist it, so Volt and Wolfie there with the kills. MOUZ gets one of his own. Volt with the 3k, of course, starting the map up on a pretty high note for his own part there. In the last map, we did see him be the top fragger of Fnatic Rising. You mentioned him as being a guy to stand out, watch out for over the course of this series, and so far he's been just that. Now the guns will return, see whether he can manage up with that for Master in his hands.
I do want to actually look at Wolfie, though, in this sort of game, because he is the most experienced player in this event, I would say. He's played 610 maps on HLTV, 71 of them here with the Fnatic Rising side. Okay, we can be a little bit critical about his AWPing over the course of this event, but look at the position that Fnatic Rising find themselves in. They're down a map in this series, they've got to respond. This is where you look at your veteran. This is where you look at your most experienced player and say, right, get us out of trouble.
Shields tagged to 47 already. MOUZ and XT off on the wrong foot here in this map up and in this follow-up round. The AK in QQ. Banjo is going to get caught. That's the frag to start for MOUZ and XT. Spread out still on their default basis. The bomb you have to commit here.
You could just see there for Fnatic Rising, knowing that the buy they had, they wanted to be on the front foot. Search for some information. Wolfie down towards tree, gets away with a fight. There's not even pressure for a trade there at all.
Nexius might wait back into the bathrooms, though, hoping that he's escaped up there. He does fall back in from the long entrance in the end, so no real opportunities there for MOUZ and XT. They're playing the long game in this one. A 4-on-4 leaves a HP advantage for Fnatic. Volts, top of Dice, getting Nexius to fall back in mid. Players a little bit further back at Divider. The Jim Pat tries to swing back, get into the long control.
And notice the setup. They've got Adam S pressed aggressively in towards short water. This allows you to play 3 on B. You can have the crossfire being set between Volt, Wolfie, and MOUZ. MOUZ and XT are running into a stack.
Still that long control being led up by Jim Pat. Called off by Wolfie next. 4-on-2 situation. Fnatic Rising. Start looks to be solid from them. Definitely a turnaround from what we saw against MOUZ in the last map up. So this should be 3-0 for them for now.
One thing that we have to address again is early starts coming through from Fnatic Rising. We saw it in the series against ENCE Academy. We saw it at 6-1 on the early position of Vertigo in just map number 1. So we know that these guys are very consistent from pistol rounds, from opening rifles. So there's no surprises that they can get off here to a 3-0 and a 4-0.
Certainly positive start for them. What we want to see here on this CT side. And I think it has to be all in the CT side for Fnatic Rising. MOUZ, their main strength on overpass has been the defensive halves, where they've sometimes looked so flawless. In fact, the last time around, they had nothing lost on their CT half against Fnatic Rising. They've tightened up, certainly, in this early game, so to follow suit with a 4-0. Positive entities for the Fnatic side.
Well, it is definitely very different from last time around. MOUZ and XT were up 8-1, lost 4 rounds in a row, and then responded with 8 in a row. Like you said, not conceding anything in that second half. So 8-1 scoreline last time around. Looks to be a 4-0 ceiling here for Fnatic Rising on the reverse.
Jim Pat. Deagle set into the monster control with the rest of his teammates. Again, mostly pistols outside of these 2 AKs. Saved engagement against one of them for Nexius, falling back to Adam S. Sprays through against Jim Pat, tagged up. Banjo trying to lean in. Not catching anything though.
Just consistently spamming. Even QQ does get an entry, look to double up, but actually gets caught into the crossfire from Banjo.
Monster Walk comes through from the other AK as the initial AK gets picked up by Jim Pat, applying it to 2, getting a 3-on-2 now for MOUZ and XT. Incendiary's down on the bomb site, just stalled that bomb plant. Engagement from Wolfie, gets that killing against Prison. Re-smokes back on, the bomb yet to get planted though, it will come down now.
And they would have heard that drop down, trying to deny the bomb.
Look back towards Monster instead, now Jim Pat's alone. 2K to his name, needs the quadra in the clutch. Won't walk further than Volt's angle, so 4-0. But no investment for Fnatic, for MOUZ I should say, and still doing damage to 3 players and a bomb plant bonus.
And they'll be happy about that. For Fnatic Rising's point of view, it's about keeping as many of those AKs alive as possible, keeping this round streak tight, and just adding more leverage to this early start, being able to put a slight awkward state for MOUZ and XT if they're not able to respond, if they can't answer back and hurt the economy.
It's 1 bonus AK for this round for Fnatic Rising, of course extending upon the one that they already had. 2 of them in play in total with the M4s and the AWPs out for the CT side. The MOUZ and XT with their full gun buy. AKs across 4 and the AWP in for shield now.
MOUZ and XT being able to bring quite a bit of leverage with that aggressive duel from shield towards Tikon, out towards a short pipe as well. It's going to get retaken from Fnatic Rising though.
Smokes and flashes sent. AKs lean in. MOUZ catch that first. QQ can't quite get 2 though. Adam S maintains the 4-on-3 for Fnatic Rising here.
And this has been an impact zone from Fnatic Rising. Out there towards a short sandbags, over towards a short pipe. They've been winning out quite a few trades. Now there is a walk forward of information. There's Nexius out there from Divider, just hoping to catch a timing.
will be catching Nexius. Indeed, the timing is good to look back into the bathrooms. Fnatic are striking back with a vengeance here in Overpass. Shield and Jimpat. Hard towards that mid and bathrooms angle. See a jump face in from Volt. Watching. Waiting. As soon as he sees contact, he dives away, looks for the engagement. Calls in the info, and Jimpat on top against him. Can't quite find the contact.
The Shield's hoping for a jump face, just something to come through from DICE. 40 seconds left on the clock. They might just have to act towards a contact rather than using util.
That contact will come in the form of the truck player. Orphan Shield still watching. AK tap in. Engagement found by Volt. Wolfie leans up, lands his headshot. Looking pretty clean in that defensive. 5-0 start for Fnatic Rising. MOUZ and XT getting pushed in at the start of the map up here.
And when I actually look back at what happened last time around, we saw Fnatic Rising starting on that city side. They got 5 rounds and that was it. So knowing that they've already gained 5, we are going to expect a much better performance. And even for Fnatic Rising's map pool, Overpass is an okay map. Yes, it's not a map that gets picked by them in best of 3s, but it's still got a decent win rate. 6 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months.
Showing a little bit more sort of the win side of things over this one. MOUZ and XT. Engagement found from Volt, of course, will pick up the first of Nexius Shield. Volt back in with a triple. One trade again found by MOUZ. You can find this one as well.
Volt just needs to get as much support in with this crossfire as possible. The last thing he wants to do is give over another AK to QQ, and then you've got Jimpat and the likes of QQ that can start responding. Volt, what do you reckon? You get the ace here on 2 HP?
If he gets the headshot against Jimpat, sure.
It's like saying if he gets the kill, he gets the ace.
Yeah. If he gets the kill, he gets the ace.
I just wanted a yes or no, to be honest.
If he gets the 5 kills, he'll get the ace to ace. So if Jimpat can't get the kill, then surely Volt will get the ace. If he can't get the kill against somebody else, then it won't be the ace, though. He does engage against Volt. We get the pick back, and it's actually Adam S. So no ace for Volt in this one. But 6-0 for Fnatic. Now, at what point do we look at this scoreline, the streak that Fnatic have gained, and start being worried for MOUZ's position on this map?
Maybe a couple more if they don't respond. 2 more rifle rounds I'll give them if they're not able to respond.
That could potentially be looking at 9-0.
Around that sort of scoreline.
Assuming no bomb plants from MOUZ, of course. No early force backs in with the guns being found. Fnatic Rising. And the fact that you're saying 9-0 indicates that they need a monstrous seeking side, and that certainly would be one. The Shield has found his opening. Wolfie, first man down.
And that's got to be a good feeling there from Shield. He's been working that T-Con area, hasn't been able to find a lot of picks, but MOUZ instantly in that response. Now he is sandwiched. He's going to have to fight from top con and the bottom down.
Prison Court. Even standing at the 4-on-4 scenario. Jimpat. AK leaning forward. Oh, blind spray still gets MOUZ though. Advantage tips back to MOUZ.
And that is a shame because everything is set up there for MOUZ and he knows he has to keep fighting. Now you've got Volt getting slightly aggressive towards that long contact. Adam S can start making an info play towards short pipe because Fnatic Rising have got 2 over towards B and QQ's waiting for some re-aggression.
Sprays up against them. The TD side forced away. Volt adjusting towards Jimpat. 3-on-3 being found as the T's continue walking out towards Monster. Smoke's about to fade here, and Fnatic will look for the challenge.
Banjo's just playing the off angle out here towards the Monster Wall. This is a good situation to be in. Even HE could try and stall for some time.
No damage being done. The Orp leans forward as Adam gets QQ. Second player unknown to the Orpa, sees the swing back, will reface it, try catch him, lean up, incendiaries forward, and Shield's going to continue facing, get that casualty. Bison breathing room for Nexius now. 1-on-2 for Volt here to try and get the post plant.
HE could actually get it down onto Shield.
Goes for the engagement, transfer back, blind spraying, 10 seconds, Orb engagement, and that HE lands it in everything. MOUZ got too hungry, did not prioritize the plant, and ultimately concedes 7-0 to Fnatic Rising.
And out of anyone on this Fnatic Rising team in this event, Volt has won the least amount of clutches. And he's the one that comes through in an important round to keep the streak alive, to keep that pressure on. 1v2. I like what Banjo does here. Put that incendiary down, do a lot of damage. Volt swings out in the open. Nexius almost gives him that fight towards the pit angle, and then HG gets lobbed in through the smoke. Fnatic Rising keeping this relentless streak alive.
And now the tactical comes in for MOUZ and XT. Right time to call one because they have been pummeled in this opening. And yeah, we talked about strong starts for Fnatic versus the late finishes and the awkward finishes for them. This is a case where this is a bit too far gone on the starts, right? The starts have been good for Fnatic. They haven't been this kind of good. And MOUZ recognizing that they're doing something wrong to enable this CT half to come through. We're looking down 8-0, half advantage for Fnatic with a half invest now for MOUZ.
Well, if you watched the game yesterday between Fnatic Rising and ENCE Academy, can you be surprised? We have 3 maps that are all 7-1.
That's also true.
Like, it may not have been like that on the start of Vertigo, but we did see it in the best of 3 yesterday.
That's also true, but I do have to pose to you, were there any maps that we rate as highly for ENCE Academy as what we rate Overpass for MOUZ and XT?
No, not that much, but we do rate the starts.
Still jarring to see them down at this kind of margin on the MOUZ side, considering how good this map has been for them so far. Nexius already taken out of the fold. Tech9s of QQ trying to strike back, get anything here in the mid-pit stance. Bathrooms is where he holds from. Sphinx, swing for the face, do damage, but Volt is still alive.
Now, we know that MOUZ and XT have a round win percentage of 46.7 on the T side the last 3 months, so on average, at least 7 rounds.
Fnatic will hunt for 8 though. Flashes in. T-side teammates leaning, Banjo engaging. There's Jimpat to fall. Bomb in the open, 5-on-3. Continuous facing, no utility support. QQ caught off by Wolfie. No casualties for MOUZ, no bomb plants for MOUZ. They've gained 1 so far in this 8-round streak. At least they have their guns to return. The Fnatic have won the half with 0 resistance at all.
Now, here's something that might be able to give a little bit of an answer. This new iteration of MOUZ and XT have not had a deep run in any event like they have here. We can look back at the Academy League, say they've just made the playoffs. That's only top 4. They actually haven't even played a game yet. So I wonder if pressure is getting to this team because they haven't been into this position before. This is a new look roster that's only overhauled a couple of months ago, and you're fighting for top 3 to get yourself into a position of the grand finals.
Complacency was one concern I had. The only thing that will give Fnatic the opportunity to get back into this game is if MOUZ got too complacent. I feel like that's not necessarily a thing right now, but you can look at the performance and just sort of wonder, is that a possible factor here?
I would like to disregard that. I don't think you can be complacent in a consolidation final. I think that you could just be cracking under the nerves, and I think for Fnatic Rising, they've been incredibly positive. There's been more info plays. AdamS has aggressed out towards Monster. He's continuing to fight out towards Shortwater. Look at what even Banjo's doing. The further he aggresses, the closer he gets to the bomb control.
Not even on the backs of MOUZ here. They've got to go back to fight the man. Fnatic Rising. Falling away from position, rotating back. Teams will at least have that one individual going back towards T-Con to try to grab that bomb, but running straight full forward, making a ton of noise, needs to win this fight. Check position, backs are turned. I think he'll win that fight here at least. I think his back's turned. Or not, actually, Banjo's back behind the fence. This actually could be a bit more of an awkward angle. MOUZ probably lose on the back of this kill. Shadow seen, there it is.
And MOUZ and XT just can't respond at all. That's an excellent angle for Banjo to find himself in. And for Jimpat, he's just trying to see if he can open up some space towards A, start bringing that bomb over, but instead, you find you're the last player left. Wolfie connects with the AWP. Another round to get added here for Fnatic Rising, 9-0.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. MOUZ, what has happened here? Complete contrast to what we saw in the lost upper semis and across, I think, most of the maps we've seen from MOUZ, right?
I haven't seen a one-sided loss from them on any map in the last few months as hard as this sort of lead is. So I think it shows that it's not only out on Overpass, but just in any map of the pool. This is not a scoreline that we see very often from them.
Oh, connecting for Wolfie, Jimpat to fall. Going back in the hands of Shield to try and pull some sort of basis, some sort of position to work from, but just nothing is coming his way. MOUZ at least try their hands in the mid control, but down by 1 man, very little resistance. Volt is at least dinked, but still half HP in.
And Crizzen just trying to see if he can put that pressure on, get an entry up towards A. That's a decent shot onto Wolfie to start it off.
Volt's responding though, doubling up. Finally caught back by the AK. The Deagle facing, gets another headshot. MOUZ in the 2-on-2, but backstabs inbound from mid. They plant down default. It would be enough to try and shut down the round itself. They go for back of dice instead.
HE placement comes in closer, and this is where for MOUZ and NXT, got to be proactive, got to look for fights here, be on the front foot.
Shields without Kevlar, aim punch might hurt him. Crizzen waiting for the CT individual, swing back, kill found for Banjo, shield, 30 HP, try to deal with the clutch, finds the first. Switching on towards the weapons, getting more utility out. Smoke on the dice position, Adam. Try to call him off, tap it once. The reposition towards Dumpster, now being received. Shield giving away his position, making noise. Sprays through from Adam, trying to catch that player. Tapping the bomb again. And Shield just trying to stall for as much time as possible. Making noise, Adam swings, gets his kills. Has he got time for this? I think he has. This will be a 10th round for Fnatic Rising in a row.
Adam S just not cracking at all there. You can see the patience, tap that bomb a few times, try and draw that fight out in the open. That was probably the most competitive round that we've seen yet. They've been unlucky with some of the clutches. I mean, I think back to that 1v2 coming through from Volt. I think about that round against Adam S. And I think that that's actually been a pivotal factor, not only between these two teams, but over the course of this event, is coming through with clutches. If you let clutches go the other way, you could just get bombarded on maps and you can lose all the confidence, all the advantages in the world.
No advantages going the way of MOUZ right now. 10-0. Still yet to see a start from MOUZ on their map pick.
Now, Volt is just doing so much damage out here towards the bathrooms, and he is the highest rated player on Overpass for this team, 1.25 rating in the last 3 months on 9 maps played. We often look at MAZE too as being a pivotal entity, and I think between the two of them, MAZE has been setting Volt up for quite a few of these rounds.
Boost up to run boost in for the AWP. Pick up the short positions here for the T side, trying to prod in towards that A play. The AWP so desperate to get a kill, finds one of the bathrooms. There you go, MOUZ, a start at last.
A dry peek coming through from Shield, and now that AWP's waiting for a little bit more, hoping for an overface to come through from Volt, but instead he's quite passive. He's actually out towards the long cubby quarter on that close left-hand side, but look at the over-rotation. They're going to leave Banjo alone out to the toxic barrels. Everybody else is going to fight up on A.
Does that bomb commit to the A side? It looks like it does do. Got Crizzen rotating back into connector just in case. Jimpat walking in against the T-side line, flash forward, evades the quick swing.
Now, Volt stuck out in the open though, has to try and keep fighting, get a 1-for-1.
So they'll find, doubling up almost found there, but he runs out of ammo. And the Molotov set in for Nexius. Flashes also go over to them. Inbound, MAZE behind the truck, 2 to find in mid, gets the first, focus on long, triple found. Shut down against MOUZ. Shields AK, swings back for the clutch, gets it to a one-on-one here, but 8 seconds, he's going for the AWP, he's planted down default, and Banjo's flanked in mid. One decision to make the difference as Fnatic get to 11.
And they know that Banjo's the B-side player, but they just think, okay, he's going to rotate up towards Bank, rotate quickly towards Dumpster, I'll plant it open for that connector starts, and unfortunately that's where Banjo comes through. What a hold out from MAZE. And I think for Fnatic Rising, we've just seen a little extra X factor in this first half from them. Players stepping up in clutch situations, players finding ridiculous multi-frags, because in that round, I thought the XE had done enough. You get some good entries, you've got some good utility usage, but it was the lack of tradability towards MAZE at truck that made that round winnable for Fnatic Rising.
This team, when they're high pressured, they somehow find a way. MOUZ down 11-0 on Overpass. Like, I can understand if it was maybe Fnatic's pick or some sort of map they're not very fantastic at. This is a map that they have been yet to be beaten on. And right now it looks like this will be their first loss taken. Because what have they got right so far? Nothing's worked.
I disagree to that. You've lost 3 clutches. You've had 3 rounds that have come incredibly close. I think for their sake, they've just struggled in the late round to be able to get it over the line. They haven't been able to get opening picks. That's also been a struggle. Shield from T-Con, even Jimhat that's trying to work out towards bathrooms and long. The opening man advantages aren't quite flowing like they normally do.
Rotations up, Volt. Putting out towards that long control. Its connector stances short and middle from MOUZ. Damage done to Jimpat already. And a face in from Crizzen. There's the start.
There's information being spotted out. Mass players out there towards outside of connector in that short pipe area. Resmoke can come down to AdamS. And for Fnatic Rising, think about the reads too. How many rounds have we seen them stacking up bomb sites and just being baited through? Even Banjo watching out that boost position onto QQ.
Red Lacquer book. Fnatic just know. Now Nexius finding Wolfie next. Advantage sits with MOUZ here. AdamS. Up out towards that short presence. The tease looking to fall away as Jimpat leans in, looking onto that long control player at signpost to try and hunt for, but Volt's going to sit pretty and wait.
It's all about multi-frag, all about the trigger discipline. Gets cleared the first time, now Volt can find one and smoke down.
3 on 3, Crizzen, next player up, spotting him, crossing back, doing a little bit of damage, trying to flank up close and personal, but they're right in the middle of the smoke together. There's a kill found by the M4, but Shield Zorb turns it back. 2 on 2, 16 seconds remaining. The M4 swing on the Orpus Shield misses, and he gets taken down. Nexius with it all to do. 3 kills so far in this map, and we'll get no more. 12-0. Fnatic Rising not letting anything go.
And I think it even shows in that round for Volt. He's by himself. He's out towards signpost. He deals with that first fight, smokes down, works around the util, drives so much wasteful time, allows the B players to get into a good rotating stance. MOUZ NXT had the opening fight. You have the B stack coming through from Fnatic Rising, and it's another X Factor. It's another huge round coming there from Volt, just stepping up to the plate, defending down that A side, wrap around out from AdamS. Nexius can't reposition. 12 on the board now for Fnatic Rising.
MOUZ cannot catch a break. Fnatic Rising will continue to push them in. Long plant bonus enables the AK buyback. But what do they do to turn this situation around, Blake?
They've got to be able to cancel these info plays. You got Wolfie out towards long. Look at what the CTs are doing to Monster. They're aggressing.
One player's going to try face him, but 2 to line up. 1 kill to gain for Banjo, nothing for MOUZ.
And it's just everything. It's that information out towards a B site. It's the opening man advantage. It's going to filter more of an offensive back towards A. And look at the counter rotation. Fnatic Rising are going to keep 3 towards A.
AdamS smoke back, Volt watching into that mid control.
Even this bomb might get trapped. Look at the way that Banjo is still holding aggressively at Monster.
Wouldn't be the first time they push Monster as well to grab the bomb position. He's ready for it. There he goes. Shield down. Nexius and Jimpat. 2 versus 5 to try and make happen on this clutch. And like all the other ones for MOUZ and NXT, I don't think it goes their way.
So much aggression, so much counter, backstabbing, flanking, info plays across so many different sections of the map here from Fnatic Rising. Nexius can try and work around this smoke. He's got a couple of CTs to fight. AdamS has even caught off the lurk of Jimhat out there towards that connector stance. Nexius, the last one left, getting spammed up even lower now.
Bomb in the open. There's the kill. Unlucky 13 for Fnatic. Unlucky for MOUZ in this case. The Rising side have put in the work today, bringing home an unlikely map-up, it seems, at this stage. I mean, we have seen ridiculous scorelines from them turned around by their opposition in the last couple of days. Nothing quite like this, though.
No, not at all. And this has been an outclassing performance coming through from Fnatic Rising. I think it's very tough to even be critical of them in 1 or 2 rounds. They've given us an overarching, beautiful performance, and even the anti-rush nades to stop the B-pop.
Line them up and knock him down. Banjo plays a tune of death and destruction, and MOUZ NXT are the victims of it. 14-0. 1 more round of the half, and MOUZ get nothing. Absolutely nothing there.
And I think it shows again, the anti-rush nades. You had the deep smoke, the early molly, the flash behind them, and the readability. Banjo is in a position where he's not fighting from the barrels. He's not fighting from the pillar. He's not fighting deep in the bomb site. No, he's up close and personal. Fnatic Rising have called an incredible game here in the first half, where they're just reading so much of the T side default. That B-pop was read immediately.
MOUZ have found absolutely nothing here. Fnatic. Yet to miss a beat. MOUZ into the defaults, desperate to find something, anything in this T half.
You got a slight amount of distraction coming through from Crizzen, the only player out towards our A side, just trying to show some presence. It's going to be what looks to be another B pop, a little bit later into the round in comparison to the last.
Nexius, Mac 10 in, trying to look for the player at Toxic, and he gets the kill. AdamS with a responsive, double up as well. Jimpat gets a kill in, MOUZ responds, 3-on-2 situation, Fnatic rising, holding all the control, holding all the cards still.
Just knowing that that bomb's got to get regained out in the open. Shield gets aggressed in from MOUZ. Crizzen back with a trade, but no more than that. 15-0, the first 15-round half that we have seen in this entire competition. And Fnatic Rising have stepped up to the plate when we need to see them the most. We know that they're the most experienced team here. We know that they're the favorite team in the event. They lose their first map and respond in such a strong way here on Overpass.
Hell of a bounce back. And MOUZ, a hell of a task. The CT side is great for them. It's one of the best CT sides in terms of the maps we have from the team in this tournament. But this seems like a bridge too far. Fnatic Rising, map point on MOUZ's map pick. Not even looking like MOUZ's map pick right now. USP is brought in. Kevlar, pistols, seem like a B rush here.
It's actually read fairly well here for MOUZ NXT. Look at the way that they've got a single spot set up from Crizzen out there towards Party. Everybody else is stacked up on B.
Jimpat. Part of the AP defensive. AdamS gets his kill over. Doubling up from Volt's part. Jimpat and QQ come up decent enough, but they are overwhelmed. All left to Crizzen. Backstab in from Shaw. May have been heard. Volt's going to get out of the way. Plant a little bit safer for the man. The USP needs to hold the clutch of clutches. Faces in and gets nothing. And nothing is gained for MOUZ NXT either. 16-0. We're off to Mirage.
What a perfect scoreline coming through there from Fnatic Rising. The first 16-0 of the event, the first 16-0 in quite some time. Fnatic Rising send us to a third map, and they couldn't be any more confident after that affair.
And the first loss for MOUZ NXT on their map pick, on their best map in the pool of Overpass. What a loss to take, Dwayne. Just forgetting about the grand scale of the series, think about what this map means to MOUZ NXT and what success they found on it. To lose in that kind of fashion, what does that say?
I think it says that they weren't able to adapt to the playstyle. I think one thing that we've seen when MOUZ NXT have played Overpass is a lot of teams give them respect. A lot of teams give them freedom to start taking map control. Short water, connector, bathrooms, long. I felt as if there from Fnatic Rising, they were being disrespectful. They were aggressing Monster. They were taking map control. They were making aggressive lurks. And it meant that MOUZ NXT never got comfortable in their default. They weren't winning out opening advantages. There were a few close rounds here or there in clutch situations. They weren't quite trading as well as we've seen previously, and for Fnatic Rising, they just punished in so many of those rounds.
And punishments that kept them in with a flawless map scoreline, 16-0 and Overpass. They take us to a map 3 that we did not think would be coming. It will be Mirage to decide who goes to the grand finals after this break. Don't go anywhere as we'll return. Not the result anyone could have expected on Overpass. Fnatic rising to the occasion, turning into Fnatic gods as they 16-0'd MOUZ on Overpass, giving MOUZ their first Overpass loss. What a loss it will be to take at this stage, Dwayne.
And I think it shows the pressure of coming here into a lower bracket in the Consolidation final. The first time we've seen the new look MOUZ NXT roster go deep in event. The first time that we've seen them come close towards a grand final position. And for the young team, cracking under the pressure on their map pick, they've got to try and come through on Mirage now.
Yeah, that youth factor is something to consider when it comes to experience levels, but also a mental game as well, Dwayne. And losing out a map like that, you've got to think about the tilt factor to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Is that going to impact MOUZ going into Mirage now?
It could do. It very much could do. I think this is where Tobiz has got to come into the lads and say, right, we need to settle down. We need to mentally reset. This is a coach that we're talking about that has had playing experience and playing at a decent tier 2 level. So he's probably going to know what it's like in your day to get absolutely battered from time to time. So just being able to look at that and say, right, let's push it aside. We had a great win streak on Overpass. It's over. It doesn't matter. What matters is coming through when it matters most on this last map of the pool.
I'm trying to figure out those strength points over on the Fnatic Rising side. Volt has been stellar over the course of this series in general. We highlighted him at the turn of Vertigo. We said he's been great overall for the Fnatic Rising side. Wasn't enough to get that map on the board. And it carried forward on towards Overpass as well. He's currently, 49 kills so far in this series. Like, he's doing a great job so far.
So what do you reckon? 240 volts? What are we looking at today? He's got, he's doing well. He's doing very well. And I think it just shows that we highlighted him for good reason. Coming into today, I think he is one of those players that brings a lot of consistent form. He's one of those individuals that can turn series around. And look at the way that he was doing very well on the T side of Vertigo. He was getting those entries up there at top of the ramp. They go into their CT side. They just narrowly take it. They go into Overpass, and he's just the king out there towards the bathrooms, the divider, the A site side post. He was just a monster.
Yeah, I don't know how you deal with that if you're MOUZ NXT. The idea that they've had that like bit major thorn on their side over the course of this one. He was incredible over on Overpass as well, and just the fact that he carried that confidence forward, you could just see it in his gameplay style, the way that he was moving around the map, the way he was placing his crosshair. It all just felt like that of a star player in the making there on the Fnatic Rising side, and it was a map, of course, that there'll be one to remember. But now we have to move on from the past and into the future. Mirage is what we're playing up at this particular stage. Dwayne, what can we expect now that we've seen what we've seen?
Well, we've seen a little bit of Mirage for both of these teams in this event, actually in the last game that they played. So for MOUZ NXT, we saw them take on Eternal Fire Academy in that lower bracket final. It was the map pick for the Turkish team. And we saw a 16-12 result, fairly even when it comes to their T side and their city side bases. As for the likes of Fnatic Rising, we saw it in map number 1, the Finns map pick against ENCE Academy in the upper bracket final. We saw an incredibly solid CT start. They were up 11-4 at the turn of the half, struggled on their T side, ended up losing the game. So just trying to see if they can fix some of those T-side issues that they had previously.
And yeah, my big concern for Fnatic Rising certainly has got to be about what happened against ENCE Academy yesterday, right? That was such a dominating start, as you mentioned before. Then they only got a few rounds. They didn't even get to map point there on that map up. And my big concern is that we might see something similar when it comes to the T-side switch over. Fnatic Rising will be on the CT side start of things. So for MOUZ NXT, it's a great opportunity just to let them sort of have their day and then clap back in the second half from there on out, because we've already seen how in this series, in the last series at times, we have had very weak late games for Fnatic Rising.
We have, but I don't think it's been as far. Like, obviously we can look for parallels and we can look at previous series, but I posed this to you, Jay. Did we say that in the Void series? No. Did we see that in the MOUZ NXT series the time before? No. Yes, we saw it against ENCE Academy, but even how much did we see of it in Vertigo? Like, we could sit here and say, well, they didn't win their map pick, but they also weren't in a position where they had a massive lead, that they could have closed it down. So because of that, I don't know how much we can draw on that. Maybe once we get into the second half, if we look at a drastically one-sided scoreline, we can entertain it, but it's not something that's cropped up in every map, in every series in this event so far.
Well, it certainly has been a recent development. I'll give you that in that sort of sense. But it's something to consider. Again, keep it in the back of your minds as you watch this matchup now against MOUZ NXT. The fact of the matter is that there's still a chance that they can still repeat itself over the course of this best of 3, right? Like, I've been very concerned with Fnatic Rising holding some sort of like basic devastation. Even then, towards the 10-0, 11-0 over on that last map, I was saying, oh, well, you know, we have seen them fail the late games here for Fnatic Rising. That's how much of a worry I have about Fnatic Rising, given what we're about to see here in Mirage.
Well, if we want to lean on to any more parallels, think about this. Every series outside of the last one against Fnatic Rising has been a 2-0. So now that we're going to a third map, surely that's the exact same indication of what happened last time.
It is. You're right about that. I can't remember if it was Fnatic or MOUZ that won the first map in the semi-finals.
Well, they didn't. It was MOUZ winning the map, but they didn't win each other's map picks like they did this time.
Right. Okay. So that just throws another wild factor into the equation. But you're right about the 3-map affair, right? Yeah. You're right about MOUZ and XT. They have not been tested outside of Fnatic Rising over the course of this tournament. And when it's been those 3-map affairs against the Fnatic side, it's always been victories for Fnatic thus far. The question is, will it be that this time?
Well, one thing that we can allude to is a slow start on that third map that we saw on Ancient last time around, or Inferno, I should say, last time around. MOUZ and XT were down 2-6. They ended the half 8-7, and then they were down 11-15 and couldn't push it to OT. So one thing that we did see last time for MOUZ and XT is that they were on the back foot for the majority of map number 3. So I do wonder if that's going to be something that we look at again here today, is that MOUZ and XT always trying to like tie up the scoreline and come closer to it and come closer as this entire map rolls on.
ENCE Academy were also on the back foot for the majority of their series yesterday, and again, that's something I'm being concerned about overall. Can MOUZ learn a thing or two from what ENCE did in yesterday's proceedings? Dweg, what do you think the key win conditions for both sides are?
I think for Fnatic Rising, Volt is going to be a very key piece. I think he's proved himself to be the piece for success in this best of 3, so another good performance coming through from Volt. I think for Fnatic Rising, just being able to get some good reads forward. I mean, look at that on Overpass. Even if we dive into that map a little bit more, they were stacking so many bomb sites. We saw so many rounds where they had 4 on B, 3 on A, and it was constantly being hit. So I think for MOUZ, getting a good understanding, a good fundamental basis on how they want to adapt themselves and strengthening the T side. That's going to have to be the win condition for Fnatic Rising. I think for MOUZ and NXT, we need to see a little bit more X Factor. I think for Jimhat, we need to see more from him. I think he's had an average series. He's had an okay series. He hasn't had that explosion that we've seen in previous best of 3s. That's where I want to see him.
Yeah, I do feel like right now we need to see a bit more of that star performance from MOUZ and XT. Like, I think the one thing to take away from the last map is that I don't think they were playing terribly despite the 16-0. I think they were just getting up against a team that were playing like gods, and they play like a standard style of game there for MOUZ and XT. So we're having that in mind. I feel like to play the non-standard game, to be able to find that star power and to be able to bring that to the fold across the entire board might be the key winning factor for that MOUZ and XT side. But a lot of stuff is up in the air, Dwayne. So thoughts and predictions about how Mirage is going to go down here?
I think Fnatic Rising should still be able to take it against. They're the team that have got more experience. You have a look at a side like MOUZ and XT. They've only been together for a couple of months with this new iteration of the lineup. They're coming into their 33rd map played under the full organization, whereas for Fnatic Rising, this core's surpassed 110 maps already. So we're looking at 3 times roughly more amount of maps, more amount of events being played. So for that reason alone, with the experience factor, with the pressure here in a consolidation final, with the idea that Fnatic Rising are the only team out of these 2 that have actually played in a grand final with their lineup of this iteration, it tells you that they've got what it takes to get there again.
Yeah, I was of a similar sort of feeling to that last little notion there. The fact that MOUZ are so inexperienced, the fact that they've got the pressure against them, the fact they've cracked under that pressure already in this best of 3. To me, I do feel like that's the biggest sort of takeaway point there for the MOUZ side. Is Tilt going to affect them? Are they going to be in a dire spot here in this map up? That's the question we have to ask ourselves and answer as we get into the final map of our Consolidation final. MOUZ and XT versus Fnatic Rising. MOUZ are on the T-side start. We've got smokes and flashes in from Wolfie, Molotov for Banjo, smoke in for MOUZ. Fuse kit on Crizzen as they play towards the B side.
B-pop coming through. Jimhat out here towards the balcony position. Is he going to get checked?
Holds the corner, just lands on Volt with the first contact. Face double up for the man. Adam also comes up good against Jimpat's hold position. Wolfie backed up to a 3-on-2 now for MOUZ and XT. Crizzen watching and waiting, looking for the taps forward, spotting one T-Sun individual. Nexius holds his nerve out towards short, but can't get the kill shots required. MOUZ will go down. Wolfie, 1-on-3, gets that first, wraps the corner on towards short. Adjustments are there, but they aren't on point. Shield puts down the 2K, and MOUZ get the start.
And you could just see there from MOUZ and XT, a lot of firepower coming through from Jimhat out there towards that balcony position, getting 2 on the contact, rotates coming in immediately. No bomb plant there from Fnatic Rising, so no opportunity for them to force the issue, for them to get down onto a buy come the second round. MOUZ and XT starting with the pistol, starting with the 2-0 beginning.
Yeah, basic eco inbound for Fnatic Rising. The Eagles blocks, 1 upgrade for Wolfie being about it. Hold their positions for the time being on the Fnatic side.
For MOUZ and XT, they do lose that first player. The M4 in there from Jimhat, allowing himself quite a bit of success. give himself some confidence, go and give the Finn as much empowerment here on Mirage. Again, averages a 1.28 rating in the last 3 months on this map, the highest rated player for the team in pretty much every map in the pool. We want to see him though. We want to see Big Jimmy.
Yeah, he was top of the board for MOUZ in the last map. That's not saying much though. He's at least kept that placement relatively consistently, but only 10 kills found in that one. We need to see a little bit more out of him. In general, across the MOUZ and XT side, again, just need to deliver that X Factor and expansion play. So far, so good for the CT basis. Fnatic rising in with their AKs. Engagements found initially to do some damage. Incendiary's out towards that mid control. H to follow suit. AdamS not dead yet.
And now for MOUZ and XT, they can't just keep brute forcing these duels. Wolfie trying to see if he can get an extension out towards short, and Nexus is going to fall.
Fnatic rising in with the start. Damage has been done quite significantly, but the 5-on-4 is in effect. Rolling up to the connected control. Smokes are down. Vault falling away and trying to get up into the palace entrance.
It's all about being able to mask as much of this information out to Connector as possible. Peek around the corner. Krisen's going to be able to strike first, but an instant trade there coming through from Banjo. And now with 2 picks being presented and that bomb coming back towards A, this is going to be a split A where the first round's going to get 1. Another sick kill from Banjo.
Oh, Fnatic are feeling it. Can already tell this looks just as good as it did in the last map up. MOUZ and XT found the start of the pistol and the follow-up, but the rifle round goes pretty cleanly to the favour of Fnatic. Yes, damage done. Yes, 1 casualty taken. Other than those 2 detriments, it looks fantastic right now for Fnatic.
And Jimpat is currently the highest rated player in the event. 9 maps, positive 71 KD difference at a 1.34 rating. No one even comes close to him. The nearest player was probably Wicadia just before he went out of the event. So no one's come close into sort of that level of impact. And Jimpat is going to have to put on a very good showing moving forward here into the last map of the series. I like that from Banjo, though. Good manipulation towards Connector, towards that short control. A lot of kills being found from him.
A small tech pause before we go any further. Players crashed on the MOUZ and XT side. Now's the right time to call it in. Moments respite, of course. Fnatic rising. Should be up against a pretty broken buyback here. You can see how the Deagle's sitting for next year still, so... the best weapons in for the CT forces here.
And just knowing that for MOUZ and XT, that all of their games have been very comfortable. Been a lot of 2-0s in this event for them. And they went into that lower bracket fairly early on. Try and give themselves more leverage moving into a rematch against the Fnatic Rising side. And this, of course, isn't only the one head-to-head that we have on record. Had a couple back in the best of ones, a 16-5 going the way of Fnatic Rising on Vertigo and a 16-13 on Overpass going the way of MOUZ and XT. So we've had 2 best of 3s and a best of 1. So we've had a little bit.
A bit of back and forth in this best of 3 in general. Again, both sides taking their opposing map picks. Leading us to this Mirage, and the pressure certainly should be mounting for MOUZ here. Krisen's back in server here, so we shouldn't be too much longer for this one. Need a quick match medic, he's on 200 bucks, and of course doesn't have any of his previous weaponry, so quickly reset back and come back into the game.
Do you know what I did wonder though? Why is it called Match Medic?
I guess because...
like, why does the medic come into it? Do you know, I've never thought about it until just now.
I guess match mechanic would have been a bit more better, because you're fixing the game, like you're fixing the problem.
Maybe like round restart?
Well, they call it that as well.
Yeah.
Round reset.
Oh yeah, just RR. Yeah, that's true actually.
So,
Match Medic.
I guess it depends really on...
maybe us, MistGames GG, let us know. Do you have a different name for it? Do you like that name?
the reset button.
The one we always have to press it when the game starts.
Yeah.
The caster button.
Cast to start game. As always.
We just like to tempt you.
Yeah. Well, we'll reward you on this day. And at this particular moment when MOUZ are back in with their 3 guns, the 3 M4s. Again, buys limited here, Dwayne.
AdamS going to get the smoke up towards the top of Connector. Now, there is a huge shift out towards this A side. And already for Fnatic Rising, you've got some B map control out there towards the apartments. You've got short being taken. You get yourself into ladder and start working the window area. It's actually shaping up for a B split.
Jump face in the M4 Jimpat catches AdamS. Good start on the CT side as the T's continue walking their way forward into the control onto the A play. Krisen is watching, smoke set, burst spray through, resmokes back on and try and suppress him. Tease. They're walking their way into the stack here. There's 4 players up to receive them. Engagement's found, but there's Prison up and take a booth, but just into the second man, gets that kill in the end. Jimpat also in mid, getting Volt back in connector. It's 1v5 for Banjo now.
Lovely gamble stack out there towards the A site. You can see the way that Jimpat is able to find that first kill out towards ladder, start forcing that offensive into the stack. You've got Crizzen making quite a lot of a proactive movement. He gets on top of CT Ticket, looks out towards connector, looks to try and find as much impact as possible. Banjo's going to try his best at the 1v5. The best that he could do is just some damage.
So at least the start. Crizzen. Gonna face next as Banjo. Smokes out, finds the quick spray transfer, but not quite the triple kill that he needs to hold contention in the round itself. 2 alive for MOUZ, 3 on them.
Just about grinding up this CT side. Now we know for MOUZ and Mirage, 3 wins and 2 losses in the last 3 months. They have a round win percentage of 52.4 up on that CT side. So trying to give themselves a slight lead, a slight advantage moving into the turn of the half. Up at 3-1, they've put Fnatic Rising on the back foot. Another buyback is going to be coming through. There are some limitations. You don't have the ideal utility basis, and even a couple of players down onto Glills.
Yeah, Molly's in, HG's down, standard default utility basis here for MOUZ. Of course, Fnatic have money in the bank, so they can buy it back with their Galils. Play a very spread apart default. We've seen some very slow T sides here on Mirage in the last week, so not surprising to see Fnatic slow things down.
Now you've got the underpass Pete that can come through towards the bottom of connector. Oh, lovely shot coming through from MaZe. There's another person in there though.
It's Lexius caught. T-side swing from Volt following suit to the 5-on-3. Smokes down towards 1 CT as AdamS leans in towards that mid control with his teammates, vacating the sniper's nest, spraying blinded up, trying to continue on with the aggression in against the MOUZ NXT side. Well, spread thin on the defensive. 1 player is close over at jungle behind those smokes. They'll start to clear. He could line up 2, only gets 1. Didn't quite register where AdamS was. The advantage sits with the T still.
Just good entries coming through from Fnatic Rising. Start splitting their way up towards top of connector. You've already got MOUZ NXT saving to go out towards a B site. And I always like watching Volt on Mirage, and the reason for that is all his previous teams used to hate the map. They never used to play it. So we almost never saw Volt on Mirage, and when we did, they normally got battered. So yeah, never a map that he played very much before moving over to Fnatic Rising.
I'm getting started on the map right here and now. Very early doors still for him to get the MVP level performances he's had so far in the series.
It is calling for him right now.
Yes, it is. Again, such a impactful man over the course of today. Fnatic Rising, benefiting from his efforts, now benefiting from the second round on their board at MOUZ NXT. Money is in the toilet, no loss bonus remaining for them.
And just knowing that Volt is currently the 12th highest rated player in the event coming into this best of 3 today, you've got the likes of Jimpat higher, Shield higher, Nexius higher, and Banjo higher. So all of those 4 players statistically have done better than Volt moving into this best of 3. But Volt overcomes all of them when it actually comes to the matchup that we've got in front of us.
Very important match again. They're saving off elimination here for Fnatic Rising. MOUZ NXT. Guns up. AK's leaning forward. Banjo flash forward. Spray through. Gets the kill alongside Volt's trade. AdamS holds his nerve against the pistol. The suicide dive in towards Ramp, getting nothing for their trouble. And now left to the 2 rifles. Stacking up B to save on B.
That's a slight shame because I can almost guarantee that bomb's not going to head over towards B, knowing that you've already found as many deaths as you have towards A. They're going to start working that default. They might be able to spot, try and get an idea of information, because if you can get the bomb down towards A but still hunt these rifles, that takes a little bit more of a knock of how much is being brought into the next round.
Limit the economy state as much as possible. Move all elements as you can, if you can, of course. Should get that bomb down as the main priority though for Fnatic Rising. Let's see exactly where they will swing to for this hunt.
Now, out of all the Academy squads, Jay, what do you like the best out of the second word in the name? We've got Ascent, we've got NXT, we've got the likes of Rising. Is there one that
I just
intrigues
prefer
you?
the basic Academy.
Do you?
Because it makes it easy.
You like vanilla ice cream, don't you?
Yeah. No. Vanilla ice cream is not boring. Vanilla is a flavor and it's tasty. Don't give me that, you know.
Yeah.
It's the thing. It's like because it's really easy just to say, look, Fnatic Academy, because the academy team of the Fnatic organization.
Well, they had
Now's
that
the
before. Now
Yeah.
it's a rebrand. It's something new.
Oh, enjoy your rebrand, but I prefer Fnatic Academy.
Dear.
Yeah. I also prefer MOUZ Academy, and it would make it easier because when we say the battle of the academy sides, we can just call them Fnatic and MOUZ. Rather than have to mess around with NXTs and Risings and Ascents.
Maybe. Oh, there's actually his hunt coming down.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, they got both the kills and all. Oh dear.
They'll still buy back next round, but it's a little bit more that gets taken out of the fold.
Names are irrelevant when the economy is in ruin. And I mean, actually, I don't know. Do they force buy here? Do they buy up?
They actually might. I personally would. I mean, you've got to put pressure on. You've given a lot of leverage back, and I think it shows how much intent really came off of the basis of trying to save those two M4s, allow those rifles to come back in. MOUZ NXT had some upgrades around it. They don't save into anything, so stack up towards a short control.
I think they're lacking in a couple of players indicated more so of a pistol, like, you know, upgrade pistol eco. Got charge forward into mid to try catch players off. 4-1 AK dropping into Jimpat's hands. His Deagle's going to drop in for the double up, so advantage now for the CT forces of MOUZ here. Volt does catch off Prison, however. Wolfie will get Jimpat back in the mid control, so back to the favourite Fnatic we go.
Even Shield shouldn't overpeat this. Hold on to that AK, bring it into the next round. There's even a backstab coming through from Wolfie, so QQ might be able to get another weapon.
Wolfie's leaning forward. A little bit awkward there. QQ caught hesitating, but no rifle gained by him. Shields AK will hold on into the next round. Fnatic Rising make their way up.
I don't think we got to see much of Wolfie out on that last map. Again, he was AWPing, and I thought he was actually fairly consistent towards the back of the dice and over towards the A site, but it's more so because Volt was just aggressing towards bathrooms. You had AdamS and Banjo aggressing towards B, and pretty much all the rivals were giving all the advantages into the round. All you needed was the AWP to play the numbers game and to play deep and passive. Fnatic Rising getting a lead back and being able to press a little bit more up onto the rifle round. We will see that AWP from Shield. Now, we've only seen Shield play Mirage once, and that was the game against Eternal Fire Academy. Before that, he's only played Mirage with Nexus. Hasn't played it, or with Wolfsong, I should say, rather than with MOUZ NXT.
Oh, Volt charging forward immediately here for the Fnatic side. Quick in, Jimpat going to call in information for his teammate. Try to deal with them on the bomb side because they're already there. Wolfie responds, Volt gets Chrism back. 4 versus 3 already for Fnatic Rising. At least that AWP pick does come through, so they set up potential for the retake.
Oh, Wolfie's aggressive. Should be able to cut off this kill. Nicely done onto Shield, and it's just showing how much aggression the T's want to take on map control.
No respect given to MOUZ NXT. Fnatic Rising ripping them apart. QQ caught next to the jump face. AdamS. Latest casualty to his name. Nexius in a 1-on-3. Caught back by AdamS once again, making it look pretty easy for Fnatic here.
We just saw Fnatic Rising coming out of A very quickly, allowing some acceleration forward. Volt tries to extend down towards CT spawn, and then Wolfie gets on the other side of that jungle smoke, gets himself in towards a murder hole. Great little tap there and burst up for AdamS. And another convincing round from Fnatic Rising. They're really targeting the economy. MOUZ NXT, while they might have had an early start, this is actually being pulled away from them fairly quickly.
Pistol set in for MOUZ, Fnatic. Definitely delivering on the T side thus far, but Shield and Chrism have other ideas. 2 kills found as Wolfie and Adam will go down, 5-on-3. Now for MOUZ NXT.
It just shows a little bit more of an aggressive approach, looking for early fights down there towards the bottom of that ramp control. Fnatic Rising getting a jump spot from the likes of QQ against them out to the apartments. This is still a very difficult round to recover. MaZe might be able to catch off one. I'm surprised how far QQ aggressed there.
Overly aggressive as MaZe catches him immediately with the kill. Molotov sent back towards Dark. The CT that's out there should get overwhelmed. Backup is on the way. Back in towards mid though. 2 are going to fight up against MaZe, and MaZe will lose his life. The AWP still set. Flash is being evaded by him. The shot connects down to Volt. Not quite for the kill, but 1 HP remaining for him.
Badger's trying to walk out A main. Now he has to pretty much deal with both of them. That volley should spread.
But it won't find anyone at default. The player standing in the dark now. 2 CTs leaning out wide here. Still watching the Palace entrance. Banjo's caught. Volt dead to right. And that is a steal round there for MOUZ.
We do love a bit of a steal in this tournament. It has presented many over the course of the entire week. What a shot coming through from Crizzen. QQ did extend a little bit too far. MaZe needed more in this mid control, and even Shield with that AWP, he finds a way with 2 AWP picks, and they're all important to get a 4th round.
Now MOUZ building back into this CT side. Fnatic rising. Doing work thus far, of course, have their weapon rebike and try and extend this lead. Defend it against MOUZ, trying to equalize here, and now 2 AKs were saved from the CT side. Warps in, M4 standing by. Shield with the AWP second towards the mid, and the sniper desk control. Put it back in towards Palace, watching in from jungle. Fnatic not facing either of those positions just yet.
And Nexus is going to get a pop flash in towards the top of Connector now. He allows himself just a spot, try and relocate in for an early duel. While this is happening, you've got an underpass lurk from Fnatic rising, all of the mid control being established, and a lurk out Palace, so indicating another A split.
Smokes on, Banjo towards the connector control. MaZe's HE. Counteracted by the CT side. Of course, damage will be done more so to Jimpat above all else. AK Banjo trying to receive that short presence, catching off Nexus instead. Tagged up, spray through, jump face will get that kill at the end. Jimpat can't let the player out towards the ladder room though. So 4 on 4, and Crizzen's waiting to punish the next man.
It's all about the positioning down here towards the bench control. Swing out wide. Banjo finds nothing at all. Crizzen needs to get a little bit more assistance from a crossfire, though.
Wolfie's leaning in to connect his fire back to a 3-on-3. Shot on, looking back on short as well. Volt trying to prod out towards the A site. Molotov's in the dark. Reveal his position with the flash support of all. The one player at CT. Now assisted by the backstabbing from QQ. Be a bit late here. Can still set the retake.
Now, Shield's got to be careful about overextending, because if he peeks too far and loses his life, that could be the round over.
Flashbangs for now. Wolfie, meanwhile, in from Connector, getting Jimpat. Now they've got to wait for QQ and his backstab to complete.
Volt, all about the timing. QQ strikes up. They still don't know about Volt up in Palace.
Yeah, check him though. Oh, they do know now. Tag up, thinks down, 29 HP. Flashes in. HE's barely evaded by Volt here. Backup of Wolfie is just watching that bomb plant position. 2-on-2. He catches QQ. Now Shield also caught with the flick. Wolfie with a quadra and a styly one of that. Fnatic rising back in at 6.
Mate, that is an absolute ripper coming through from the likes of Wolfie. And I think we saw something like that to close out in the series against ENCE Academy to get it into OT, that 1v2 clutch that he had on Ancient with the big green. Funny enough, actually, Ancient's one of his worst maps in the pool. Out of all the maps that they play, he's the lowest rated on Mirage, and he's performing well with the AWP, up to 13 picks going into round 11.
Barely gave Shield a look in there and all. The rebuy will come in from him and his teammates. M4's SMG in for Nexius. Fnatic rising. Mid control established. Adam S swings for the spray and the kill found a start.
Now, Crizzen just no support there at all. Doesn't have a teammate that could peek on the contact. Even Volt is trying to toy with a bait, allow the CTs to get aggressive towards that connector starts. HE placement. Adam S doing even more damage now. This time around, it's on to Jimpat.
Continuing taking damage on that short control. Volt surprise through Shield. Caught to 4 HP. Jimpat bearing down upon the sniper's nest. Trying to get some sort of trade back, but he backs away as the smoke starts to fade, and Shield is going to get caught dead to rights for it. Nexius has one player with his back turn. That's MaZe to fall back in trade. But still an advantage for Fnatic rising, 4-on-3.
And they want to slow it down. They want to try and get that player out towards T-spawn. And this is where Fnatic rising can just manipulate so much into the round. They can have a regroup over to the B apartments. You've got a single player here from QQ. And look at Volt. He's going to cut the first player off a market.
Ready to strike, and that's exactly what he'll do. QQ down, Jimpat and Nexius. Now smoked up the position. Both players in from mid, and the ladder room position. The short control is where they can attack from, but Volt swings in to catch Nexius on the retreat. No saves from MOUZ and XT, at least not for one. Jimpat will try hold on to his contention, but with the money that they've got here, they might go hunting on the T side.
You'd imagine so. Jimpat's just desperate to hold on to this M4. And it does feel like it's the kind of map where he's performing at a decent level, but he's just not getting that assistance, is he? He's not getting that help. Shield has not been able to bring much with the AWP. Nexius, one of the guys that we gave so much praise forward in that series against OG Academy, in that series against Eternal Fire Academy, about being that second man, that guy that can help out Jimpat. We're not seeing him at all.
Or pin. Driving the player back, leg shot, Jimpat. Dead man. Banjo closing it down, Fnatic rising. We had concerns about their T-side basis in this map, considering how badly it looked against ENCE Academy, but here there are no concerns for Fnatic at the moment.
They just look like the better team by quite a distance here. I mean, this was a 3-1 scoreline for MOUZ NXT. They won the pistol, they had the anti-eco, they lost the first rifle round and responded instantly. So we've actually seen that they had a decent start. They even won a single one of those steel rounds. Other than that, though, rifle v rifle rounds has been tough. This has been Fnatic rising, dictating quite a lot of the mid control. I think Wolfie's been involved with a lot of impact with that AWP, Banjo with some of those entries, and MOUZ NXT are just struggling to respond.
Seven to 4, Fnatic. Lead by 3.
And this is where the distance can just start escaping, start really moving up. Aggressive stance coming through from the pistols out to Palace.
Nexius does find Volt here, falling back, not grabbing the rifle. AdamS's rifle will lean forward to the first contact kill. I get this shut out towards the stairs angle, but MOUZ just take the damage for it. No casualties taken.
And we've seen a lot of teams over the course of the last week struggle with these anti-ecos, lose a lot of casualties to some of these lower buys. And right now for MOUZ NXT, they're thinking about getting aggressive. MOUZ is out here towards chair.
CT players walking up, Deagles check in, MOUZ will get the kill back. At least Nexius is able to respond. 4 on 3, still for MOUZ NXT, an advantage sits in for them. Jimpat domes in, Banjo clotheslines him out. 4 on 2 now. The CTs have their markers, but Wolfie has gained one to return.
It's all about using that util now, start driving the CTs further back. They've got to give some control, some leverage to work with of getting this bomb plant in.
Bit of breathing room now for the T-side. AKs on both players. The AWP from Wolfie was considered the bomb tap once, as Jimpat will lean in. Counteraction smoke blocks off the gap that he could have abused. Meanwhile, Wolfie's AK gets shield to a 2-on-2 post plant. Leaning in for more though. QQ's caught with the deagle in hand. Jimpat with that AK is leaning closer. Meanwhile, out towards connected control, but QQ dropping means it's only him now to clutch it. Running into the hands of AdamS. Good effort from MOUZ, but not to be.
And while it may have looked awkward in certain points, while it was expensive, it's not a steal. It's not a round that starts losing out massively there from Fnatic rising. Nexius with that dig, trying to come away with as much as possible. From MOUZ NXT's point of view, though, I think they'll be disappointed. Knowing that you were 1-3, knowing that you struggled with the rifle rounds, you had a very good chance of a steal there. You had a 4v2, you had rifles picked up. Yes, we can't always guarantee that those rounds are going to be successful, but I think when you get yourself into that position, you almost feel like you should be rewarded.
Good shot for Wolfie. There's the connecting opening blow. Shield does clap back, though. MOUZ picked up on a 4-on-4. One will get recovered. Adam try to form up towards the apartments here.
QQ with the deep HE comes in closer, so that's at least some leverage to work with, but Fnatic rising could still be the contact. They've got to try and spot this first player jump spotting out at Van.
Advantage still sits with the CTs on the HP bars, though. Flash is inbound. Second player in from short, just going to get here. Nexius, MOUZ down 1. Sees the second and the third. Combines with QQ to lock the crossfire. Wolfie 1-on-4. Won't last long. It's 5 to the board of MOUZ.
What a shutout round coming in, and I think it just shows the impactful nature that AWP from Shield has. He aggresses down from window, gets out towards connector, is completely blinded, but still finds that pickup towards top mid, and then the crossfire towards the back of the side, out there in the arches towards B. MOUZ NXT gain 5.
Fnatic rising. Can return, of course, with the buyback as you would expect for round 14. Not for round 15, though, so MOUZ could still make it 7. Close out their CT basis. Fnatic would love a 10-5 on the contrary.
Nexius is starting to show that there's more underpass control. He might get aggressive again.
AK up, spray through. Nexius is caught, tagged, and taken down. Damage done towards Shield. Next up in connector. Smoke back for him. He's got to fall away.
It can't just be me. But surely doesn't it feel like every time the CTs get aggressive towards top mid, AdamS just picks them off?
Yeah, pretty much. Looks like it right there in that round, at least. Shield got the pick back to return on the site. In from Palace, where that player fell. Prison now potentially has an AK to play with, but Fnatic are leaning in towards the B play. Again, the crossfires are out, as they suspect that's going to be the case here for MOUZ.
And this is a very good read, though, from MOUZ NXT. You've got Prison aggressing in towards Palace. They've got a gamble stack out towards B. For Fnatic Rising, if they do commit towards this B hit, it's about recognizing the setup and crossfiring effectively.
Looking mid, though. One player up top. Now going to set the underpass rotation to come through. Bomb's got to follow suit soon. Molotov sent in by Adam to draw their attention away, but that backstab also closes in for MOUZ NXT. 2 backstabs from 2 different positions. I think Krisen's found the right position, though. This will be the pivotal kill that will turn the whole round in the favour of MOUZ.
It's going to be that B split, and Shield is actually expecting a peek to come through from Market.
Inbound, Krisen's walked right past one, sees the individual, the footstep, finds Banjo, and now calls it into his teammate. 16 seconds, Adam S gonna fly out of a corner, gets his triple inbound, 2-on-2, needs his backup to come in from short, but QQ cuts him out of the fold and doubles up to hold together MOUZ NXT for their 6th.
Great info play out there towards T-Spawn, and for MOUZ NXT, they don't buckle there at all. They've got that backstab, it's a slight unawkward timing. They get themselves into a position where they don't over-rotate, they keep QQ there. You have that AWP placement of Shield doing as much work as possible out there towards Market, reading that wraparound play, and then QQ in towards Get Right, holds himself a tight angle, re-peeks back up towards the apartments, and finishes it off with 2.
Last round of the half, and the force up will come through from the Fnatic side. MOUZ have the money to play with guns. AWP, AKs, M4 set. HG's put down a fast play up. Big old May stack on Krisin, and they will catch off the opener. Trades from Nexius, traded back by Wolfie's responsive. Bomb needs to go down relatively soon because Jimpat has caught it to a 3-on-3. They extend that towards jungle though.
You can see the way that the T's just want to try and get as much map coverage as possible, allow themselves to get some picks. They are stuck though. They need to fight towards Connector if they want to think about getting the bomb down.
There's a player looking from that connected position as well. M4 in the hands of Wolfie. Gets away from position. Shield AWP leans up at Ticket. Sees one player at Sandwich, takes that quick shot back, hoping it extends out the close range positions. The AK also set to the backside, and Jibhat now inserted into Connector, into Adam's angle. 5 players left. Now to 4 as Maze trades to a 2-on-2, but Wolfie gets the pick on. Now all on Shield to clutch it for MOUZ here.
Good read. They know that he's out there towards City Spawn, just then siving that bomb in towards the B side. Wolfie's going to go down towards Underpass and over to B. It's going to be the 1v1, and Shield is already starting to rotate.
Good call for Wolfie, but as you mentioned, Shield's got his angle coming up real quick towards that mid position in the sniper's nest that's watching out the murder hole. We'll hear that bomb plant though, knows it must be the B hit. Wolfie with the M4, Shield with the AK, leaning forward closer to the market window, evading Wolfie's eye for now, but not forever. It's a 9-6 half for Fnatic to close out the T side. We think about how dire their T sides were yesterday. That's a massive victory for Fnatic.
Well, let's just keep this in mind. Map number 1 went down the absolute distance. We had a 16-14. We then had a 16-0. Wolfie has had 28 picks in map 1 and map 2. He's now had 20 in the first half of map number 3. We've seen the importance. We've seen the leverage. We've seen the impact so much more in this final map on Mirage. And that's what you want to see out of the veteran. This is a guy that's got so much experience.
Been big stuff. Posting up himself as a rock. Fnatic Rising. Gonna build their house upon that. With 3 rounds in the lead going into the CT side. MOUZ NXT might need a pistol win to make this happen. Fnatic, they know what they stand to gain here. MOUZ, we're going to go quick in towards the B apartments here. Straight rush tactic for the pistol round. Nexius, first man out of the window, but Volt and Wolfie get those 2 picks in. Jimpat holds his nerve, but Volt gets his next 2 kills, and that's a triple found. On for the quadra, perhaps. Cruising in a 1-on-3 himself, fighting out from both sides. Has grabbed that bomb. Can rotate here.
Even rotating, what's that going to offer? Because the longer it takes of no time, no information, they're going to start moving players away. They can catch that information if he goes back down towards Underpass and over towards A.
One man's already back in towards that short presence. And they are starting to rotate, but finally they've seen him. And there it is for MOUZ. 10 to the border, Fnatic, locking out the pistol. Now 6 more to go to the win.
Do you know what is wild, though? Is that before that pistol round even came, the first thing that came to my mind is this going to be a B-pop. Before they'd even bought utility, because we've seen MOUZ and XT do it so often on that T side of going for those B-pops in these pistol rounds. And I think for Fnatic Rising, they've done their homework right there. They stack up towards the B side. They put themselves in very strong, advantageous crossfires. And for MOUZ and XT, you've got nothing to work with in the next rounds.
Harsh eco in for the Palace dive here. Very quick once again. SMG could farm so much for AdamS. 1 kill found, 2 kills, 3 kills. $1,800 going into the kill bonus, and now all left on QQs. Grab that SMG to try to put some more hurt back on the board of the CT side, but does not go past MOUZ. Guns in for MOUZ. Fnatic on the verge of victory.
And they're coming very close. And MOUZ NXT, at least map 3 was more competitive last time around on Inferno. They ended the half at 8-7. They were down 11-15 and couldn't push it to overtime. You're now down 6-11. You're back in towards a rifle round. And for Fnatic Rising's point of view, yes, this is a bonus, but win this round and you probably won the game.
Utility set. Smokes in ahead of the incendiaries thrown up. CT's blocking off the common intros for MOUZ. No rushes this time.
Wolfie keeping eyes down towards the mid control. HE placement up to top mid.
Okay, damage done. Nothing major. Tensions here for Fnatic Rising, trying to prod out towards the ramp in particular.
And just knowing that you've got that aggressive stance in towards ramp, it gives Wolfie more of an idea that he can focus his attention out to connector. Might have to check Palace every once in a while, but keep that central focus down there towards the connector stance. You've got Crizzen waiting for some short aggression to come.
Wolfie's AWP. Still posted and waiting. Rotations from Shield will try to come forward into the apartments, try and push that bomb in for the execution basis. 45 seconds for MOUZ to make it happen.
They don't have a massive amount of flashes to get themselves down out towards B. Wolfie's been able to catch some info in the mid control. It's going to be the 2 players close towards the apartments to crossfire.
35 seconds on the clock, and he'll dive himself out of the way. Repositioned as AdamS. Out towards the ramp control, the T side still focused heavily on that B commit, but they're running out of time to make it happen here. 20 seconds, Molly's are sent, engagements are found. Volt will go down, but MOUZ protects his teammate over towards the balcony, who will strike Wolfie. Scout headshot, 3 on 2. Bandit SMG takes it down to 1. Crizzen's got no time, no clutch, and certainly he should have no round against Fnatic Rising, looking for their 12th on the board. This is looking stellar.
And I think that round shows there for MOUZ NXT, they're not baiting enough distraction. There's weaknesses there in that offensive because you've got that aggressive stance coming through towards A main, and because of that, it allows 3 on B. You've got a crossfire being set between 2. Wolfie's able to get a pick with that scout, and then notice the way that because they're playing 3 on B, they can just bait the player in the apartments. They don't even make Banjo commit with that first fight. Let them run out. Make that MP9 secure the round towards the tail end.
The Eagle set, Nexius trying to pick something up here, but just will not find it. Molotov sent, and Nexius will drop. Advantage now for Fnatic Rising. Jimpat will return onto Wolfie. Volt with a responsive. Advantage for Fnatic still.
Crizzen trying to just get as much out of this Glock as possible. The more casualties that they can find in this round, the better chance they have of dropping more of the AKs.
MOUZ is leaning. Incendiary Stone. Minute and 10. They'll continue prodding forward. Flashes also go over. Suppression is in, and there's not really any real breathing room right now for MOUZ.
MOUZ just keeping his attention up there towards Palace. Volt's going to be able to strike with a couple, even down towards Underpass. MOUZ is going to be able to peek on the contact. 13-6 now. MOUZ NXT fighting from such a huge deficit.
They've yet to gain anything so far in this half. Four rounds in a row for Fnatic in this half so far. MOUZ have everything that they need to make up. AKs are set, the AWP on shields. Wolfie, similar story with the M4s and the AKs on 2 other players respectively. Fnatic Rising. Happy to play slow against MOUZ.
So you got AdamS just as a little bit more of a distracting turret out there, just close towards our underbat position, over towards default. You've got Nexus trying to work that connector control. Not many info players coming through from Fnatic Rising on this round. They are going to keep 3 towards A, and a deep player there of MOUZ in window.
AK facing, there's the spray in from MOUZ. Crizzen is caught dead. Banjo now with his smokes up, suppression into the apartments. Wolfie's AWP ready to receive the T side, but MOUZ are only just making their way in with a flank instead for Nexius. Kill found. 2 more players at ramp, though. They might not be expecting this.
And knowing that AdamS is up here and towards a corner, Jimpat's going to have to get the first.
There's Wolfie with a pick on towards Nexius, and now the AWP pressured and surrounded. 3 on 3, needs that backup to get here pretty soon because they're engaging, and Jimpat has caught the kill. Wolfie down.
It's still a waste of time, and knowing that QQ can try and see if he can draw some of those rotations out towards a murder hole. The car plant open for Connector right now.
Smoke's in the way, Molotov sent. MOUZ looking back towards the Wolves, playing anti-flash if possible. Swing up, engagement for Banjo, drops that bomb carrier, 17 seconds. They know exactly where the last player is as MOUZ swings into shield, he gets his kill. And MOUZ finally break the streak, get their first in the half.
And MOUZ started everything off onto the right foot, got that first kill in towards mid. I like this from Nexius though, a lot of distraction, so much pull that comes out of there from Connector, and then of course just the trading game. You could see the way that Jimpat is able to get the first kill onto AdamS, keep that pressure down onto the AWP, and Wolfie just had to keep fighting. Knowing that Nexius was up there in top of con, he had no other option. He just had to keep going for more fights and more duels towards A main.
Fnatic. Still not at the disadvantage yet, but MOUZ found the window opportunity to start bringing this back. Of course, they've got a lot more to do than just win that one round. Ball out towards shore. Incendiary sent as well, but suppression is all they're going to find.
Smoke off top of Connector here from Crizzen. Seems like it's actually going to be quite quick out of the Palace and ramp control.
There's QQ falling, Jimpat trailing back, 4 on 4. Going to lean in for a bit more as well. The CT side having 1 player in dark. Second man also rotating in from jungle. Spotted and sprayed down. Jimpat has caught the advantage. Crizzen is going to deal with the last player on the bomb site here. The bomb should go down. Fnatic Rising. No retake up for them here.
Very good trades there from MOUZ NXT. So you could see that AdamS was quite aggressive towards ramp. He finds that first pick. Wolfie with that AWP is looking down a deep sight line in Palace. He just gets swung upon. And once they know that AdamS is there in underback, you put the molly down, you try and force him out in the open. And what Jimpat actually does there is he just keeps his attention towards the top of stairs, towards the top of jungle when that connector starts, because he knows someone's going to peek out in the open. Try and get a smoke down for AdamS, try and get him out of trouble. And that's where MOUZ NXT are able to crunch down on the A side.
Well, they found their start, they found their follow-up. MOUZ have walked into the T half here. An opportunity to start bringing things back against Fnatic Rising. And again, Dweg, 13-6. Talking about the issues of Fnatic closing, the late game problems that they've had, of course, the last couple of days. Should we be worried here?
I don't think so, but you are right. It is something we have to consider. Map 3 of Ancient, Fnatic Rising with 10-3 up, even 13-6, like you're mentioning just there, on their T-side half. They ended up losing 9 rounds in a row to a 13-15 deficit, pushed it to overtime, but wasn't able to come through successfully. Ended up losing that map 18-22. But I think my vision on what happened in that ENCE Academy game is not shaping up as often, as frequently here when it comes to the Consolidation final.
I could agree with you on that front. The history between these two teams has certainly seen a bit more confident. MOUZ NXT and Fnatic Rising both going blow for blow in their respective map-ups. But if they're able to resurge on MOUZ, it wouldn't shock me given what we saw yesterday.
And for MOUZ NXT, that's going to have to be something in the back of their mind, because they would have looked at the game yesterday, they would have looked at the result and thought, geez, they had struggled closing. All 3 maps in that one was not an easy affair, so give ourselves some confidence. Let's try and dig deep here. We know that our T side of Mirage has had some difficulty affairs. I look back at some of the previous matchups. It's not the highest in the pool. I think a little bit stronger against Eternal Fire Academy down in that lower bracket final that we had from them yesterday. We saw 9 rounds on the T side, so trying to come in close towards that sort of marker, try and minimize the scoreline, and start targeting the economy, because this is one of these swing rounds. Both teams don't have a crazy amount of loss bonus. Both teams don't have a massive amount of money in the bank. So for Fnatic Rising, they lose round 22. They're not going to have enough money for a buy in the next. So MOUZ NXT can get themselves to double digits.
Scouts in for Wolfie. Limiting factor in the buyback for Fnatic Rising. MOUZ, of course, have their AWPs and AKs, as we expect. HG sent up towards middle, doing minimal damage towards prison. It's underpass control. It's a big focus of Fnatic Rising. I think being detected by the T-side player. QQ will get that one frag in. Engage the second man and get him as well. Make it a triple, in fact, as Fnatic capitulate in apps.
And Fnatic Rising look at that situation and say, right, we don't have the best buy here. Let's go for something aggressive. Let's try and peek out towards underpass. We can even have a third player to peek with us on the contact towards the apartment. And QQ just annihilates them. That's a beautiful sequence from him.
A massive one to take any potential away from Fnatic Rising. All 4 of the M4s dropped. And now the scout is left thinking, what can I do in this situation? The answer for Wolfie is not a lot.
Try and hold on to it. There is a backstab coming through from Nexius towards CT Spawn. You've got Krisen out towards mid. Wolfie might be able to catch him, but it's how much more he gets after that fact. Misses that first scout shot. Does come away with a second.
Decent. But now detected, and the nade coming in from Jibhat will close him down. 9 to the board of MOUZ NXT. Fnatic Rising. No money left in the bank in the savings department. Watch QQ what he did there in the apartment to rip them apart and, of course, set the round up for success. Half investment now for Fnatic. There's no money to go for a full buy.
And this is where you can gamble stack, try and have something aggressive, push through from connector, stack up towards short, play all in window room. For MOUZ NXT, it's all about not losing casualties. Don't lose a rifle over to this sort of buy. You want to try and keep it as tidy as possible.
Flash is forward on the T-side basis. The underpass stack from Fnatic Rising, trying to see if they can make this work again. QQ's ready to receive them again. Alongside Nexius on the crossfire, both players get doubles. And Banjo, well, what do you do?
Not much. MOUZ NXT up to 10. Try and see if they can strike back into the next rifle round. That's where it's going to be the majority of the contention, where we can get a very good idea of where we sit. Now, Wolfie's got enough money for an AWP, so he'll get that big green investment back in.
Three more rounds for MOUZ to make up. Fnatic Rising. Guns set in, the M4s, the AWP. AK on MOUZ NXT with the AWP out on shield. T's positions taken up on the default. Prison's molly. Smoke set for AdamS. Fnatic Rising. Hold their line.
They've got Volt up there towards the ladder room, something that we haven't seen being held all that often. Krisen's going to try and fake that there's a player up there towards top mid, try and draw one of those connector pushes out in the open. Wolfie with the AWP, playing deep, can smoke off A main, going to play back towards triple.
Rotation set for the smokes in for shields. I grab that bomb. Where does it commit to? He's a bit hesitant on that front.
It seems like it is going to be a regroup in towards an A split. You've got a couple of players to work it. You've got Jimhat just outside here of the A ramp position. Now, as of right now, MOUZ is repositioned from window, gets himself up to the top of connector, flashing towards ladder. Volt is dealt with.
Big start for MOUZ. Follow up, not quite there. The blind sprays past the smoke. No one's in the connector position, not the banger angle. Nexius covered off at least. A bit of support from his teammate. That bomb looking to commit, though. You're right about the split.
And knowing that they've got a pick in towards ladder, that's shifted more of a defense over towards B. MOUZ has actually come off of his post. He's going to be watched out and dropped there from Krisen.
Perfect patience. Now they've got to go in for the hit. Shield finding Wolfie next. 2 left, 1 left. And MOUZ NXT looks lights out here. Fnatic Rising reduced to 1 on Banjo. as the deficit is reduced to 2.
Excellent manipulation of rotations in that round. That one kill towards ladder. Look at what it does to the setup. You've got MOUZ going over towards B. Even Wolfie was thinking about a rotate for a moment. You've got the one individual of ENCE over there towards Underbalk, just trying to hold off from one another. And I think it shows that Fnatic Rising had a lack of information. They got baited over towards B, and it's just patient. It's a very slow round coming through from Krisen. He works on the off angle, looks back in towards window, and that patience just drives so many picks in the default.
Banjo's being hunted as well. So much money to be gained here. Well, so much money already in the bank for MOUZ and XT, so they can afford to do this. Take the weapon out of his hands, and that'll be valuable to them above all else. I don't think they're going to get there, though. We'll wait back on the site. Hold a consolation prize for Fnatic Rising. That's all it is at this stage.
And it could come down to a few of these rounds where one kill makes the difference. One opening, one return frag, one trade can actually start to offer up quite a lot of success, and vice versa. Fnatic Rising have to look back in towards a half buy, upgrade slightly, try and get some support around that M4A1S.
Or boosted AK in towards mid control. Nexius bursting through. Also the man at CT back. There is one CT player close range for Fnatic Rising. Incendiary's on for the time being.
Nexius looking up towards that short control. Banjo gets caught. And that's the M4 being dropped immediately.
If following suit, doubling up against ENCE. That's the ace being gained immediately as well.
Shield can even smoke up further towards jungle and connector. Nexius focusing his attention towards that short control. Up there towards window. Volt's going to fall. Fnatic Rising just have MOUZ left.
1 on 5, now to none on 5. Fnatic now back to the buy, their main point of contention, their main opportunity to do something here. Because MOUZ are on the rollback. They are making their way into the even standing. One more round to get there, and we'll start entertaining the conversation about the Fnatic choke again when we get to that position. Because right now it's looked dominant for MOUZ.
A double AWP setup coming through from Fnatic Rising, trying to see if they could work with Banjo being that van player, being out towards a B site to hold that long-range duel. Fnatic Rising are just desperate for an opening pick.
MOUZ. Smoke sent, flashes over. Still looking into the mid-control. QQ out towards Palace, straight in against it. Kill found alongside Shield, dropping Adam. Volt can trade it. 3-on-3, the bomb has been seen as well.
And Volt's just trying to hold around this angle. Krisen round the corner, does drop him eventually.
Advantage now for MOUZ and XT. The bomb will get picked up. Fnatic Rising. Wolfie and Banjo, the double orbs that were brought into this round. Will they go for the retake here?
Only if a frag presents itself. Banjo only does damage.
Krisen barely alive in that exchange. Now holding his nerve as one player backs off from the short control. It's going to be a save. Fnatic Rising from 13-6 now to 13-all. Is the choke real again now?
I hate calling it a choke, because I think for MOUZ and XT, we've just seen a very good standard of T-side defaults. The way that they're working around the map, the way that they're playing off one another. They're not even giving many chances forward here to Fnatic Rising. I think this is MOUZ and XT just trying to drill in a very well-executed T-side from them.
That's a positive angle to look at it from MOUZ and XT's side. For Fnatic, though, this may be a fourth map in which they have a commanding lead in the last 2 days, which they may end up conceding. MOUZ NXT would love nothing more than to put that heart on from here. And with the way that they're playing right now, do I have no doubt in my mind that they could do it.
Now, MOUZ NXT have worked hard in these last handful of rounds, keeping that streak, keeping that tempo, allowing themselves to be a difficult team to read on the T side. A lot of adaptation. You've got a little bit more presence out here towards the apartments this time around. Volt getting aggressive towards mid.
Shields Orb set at the crack angle towards the apartments. Given an easy kill, a freebie there towards the B site. Volt now needs to hold down. Looking for the headshot, sees one man, does find that trade, and double up is available to him, but he can't make it happen. Neither can QQ get a responsive.
Volley deep, tries to force the CT out into the open, and while that's happening, you can see the way they're trying to offer up more. You've got Krisen up at top mid, they're waiting to see if there's a counteraction. Are Fnatic Rising going to start pressing the issue? Are they going to start re-aggressing? As of right now, they've actually held the line. They're proper deep in the bomb sites.
Bomb leaning up towards that top mid angle. Orp of Wolfie still waiting. 60 seconds remaining. CT side waiting for MOUZ to make their move.
Crizant just keeping his eyes locked out here towards top mid. They've got a player down towards underpass. There is an individual towards connector. That could be the first point of contact.
Should be a player in the mid window. MOUZ caught, smoke on towards shore. AdamS now got to be detected in this corner position where they walk right past him. Unchecked, line up for two, trying to make it a triple, but QQ brings it back to a 2-on-2. Now going to make his way in with the bomb now. Splitting in from Palace, one man at CT.
The Volt's going to come through from jungle. It's going to get cleared, but not all the way.
Wolfie catching Jim Pat, and now Volt closes. Fnatic rising, just about defending their lead here.
What a performance in that round from the stand-in. AdamS, 2 kills down there in connector. Made that round possible. Volt was able to watch that walkout towards the B apartment. Shield to get caught off guard, not being cleared. 2 super impactful kills there from AdamS.
And a massive round for Fnatic rising, 14-13. Pause is taken, tactical in nature, I can imagine, for MOUZ and XT. They've got money, they can buy for the rest of the game here. But it's about getting these last couple rounds, these last 3 required to usurp Fnatic rising.
And we know that Fnatic Rising have been down at some very close deficits. For MOUZ NXT, they knew what it was like to try and fight back. They were 11-15 down on map 3 of Inferno. Last time they played one another, they weren't able to push it to OT. They ended up losing that map 14-16. This time around, it's still up for the taking. There's still a possibility.
There's a lot more for MOUZ to work with. They can buy all the way to the end of the game. Fnatic rising getting there first. A very long time, the lost bonus will be knocked back. Money is in the toilet. They need to follow suit.
And they try to put a lot of intent forward with the utility up there towards top mid. Didn't quite force that player out into the open of Nexus. You've got Volt peering back between the short position and out towards the apartments. For MOUZ NXT, this is a very slow round for them where they want to regain the mid control, put more emphasis forward.
Minute and 10. Volt will have the HE set up towards the apartments. Nades trying to do some damage, but nobody's there to receive them on MOUZ. They're only now taking apt control. As MOUZ looks in from mid, sees one, gets the kill.
Excellent spot. And now as the lurk's been dealt with, it's going to have to be the B-pop. The only way forward is this execution.
Incendiary's thrown up towards the Palace entrance. Banjo's going to hold with the M4 bursting through, trying to watch for the T-side line. Getting QQ. Nexius drops. 2 left in Jim Pat. Now all left on Shield. 1 on 5. Fnatic rising. Going to lock it down. Lock in map and match point. Consolidation point for them. MOUZ need to make up 2 for OT.
And I love that from MOUZ. The way that he gets on the front side of that top connector smoke, spots out that lurk, deals with that first individual, and look at that crossfire. Banjo and Volt to play off one another. Wolfie to be the 3rd player to rotate in from market to defend out with that AWP. And for MOUZ NXT, they have got to try and push it all the distance once again.
2 rounds to the good for Fnatic. Flashes forward as Crizant's AK will look into the mid positions. The Incendiaries thrown out ahead of the stack. QQ in apps. He will wait.
Now you've got almost 4 players towards this A site right now. 2 close towards ramp and that Palace control. Nexius trying to see if he can work that mid offensive down there from underpass. There's 1 player in towards the mid window. That's MOUZ, quite deep there in jungle.
Holding his positions as the T's around towards that mid position. The smoke set, Molotovs up, T's walking up and in. Minute to play with. Nexius charges forward.
2 players towards underback. This is super unorthodox. And if a molly goes in and a smoke goes down, they might think there's only 1 player there.
50 seconds to play with. AdamS checks the sandwich position, continues to prod forward, continues to try wrap in. Fnatic rising. 3 players to hold on to this ENCE.
And even MOUZ can peek through out towards jungle. This is looking good. This is a trap.
Jim Pat leaning in. Crizant and Wolfie go back and forth. Nexius leans up the same. Spray through, but AdamS locks in the kill. Doubling up and all. They will get the trade, but the AWP is posted, ready to fight back, to bite back. to lock in number 16 for MOUZ NXT. They're losing players. Still a player at dark. Wolfie peeks it, and there it is at last. Fnatic Rising don't lose control towards the end. They lock in their series victory and progress to the grand finals of the Heroes of Tomorrow.
2 from 2 now in best of threes. It was once the upper bracket semi-final. It's now the consolidation final. Twice that Fnatic Rising have beaten the likes of MOUZ NXT, with the third map decider always being down to the wire.
Yeah, I had my doubts at certain points, but ultimately Fnatic Risings were still able to get it past the finish line. Maybe it could have been a bit more one-sided, Dwayne, but ultimately the job is done. They move forward, and MAZE can move forward to talk to us. He's on the other end of the line to have a chat about that series victory. Congratulations to you, my friend. Little bit awkward at times for you guys, especially on Mirage, but I want to start by talking about Overpass, because you guys looked absolutely dominant there on that second map, brought you back into the series on the whole. So what happened between the first and second maps that gave you that level of confidence?
I think, thank you. First of all, thank you. But I think in the first game, you know, we are again playing with standard, and it can be rough sometimes. So it's hard to stay consistent all the time. But I think we lose a bit of momentum. And personally, I have a really bad first game. But I think for Overpass, it was way better. You know, we play confident. We play the game plan that we set before going in, and yeah, things just worked out that game.
Volt was one of the players that I think, especially on map number 1 and even map number 2 on Overpass, just kept a very high, consistent ceiling. Even going into that last map of Mirage, he held his weight in that second half. So just tell me what it's like playing with Volt, because I think he's had a very good event so far.
Yeah, you know, when Volt has live game, you know, there's no chance for enemy. No chance for enemy. So I think, but Volt is a great player. He's really good. You can just put him in a position and he'll kill what he's supposed to kill. So when Volt shows up, which he does very often, there's no chance for enemy.
Well, you guys gave a great chance to ENCE Academy yesterday with some issues when it came to closing out the later portions of the games. Now, we were here discussing some potential worries for you guys in this best of 3, which fortunately didn't show up. But talk to me about that defeat yesterday, because it felt to me like you guys were the favourites, but ultimately you just couldn't get it past the finish line. What happened there?
I don't know. Again, it's hard to play consistent when we're, you know, guys down and we don't have, our coach is not here as well, and there's just a lot of things going into it, so it's hard to keep this consistent level and find ourselves. So I feel like we just have a struggle with that at the moment. So,
and just from an IGL's perspective, what has to be adapted when you're playing with a stand-in? Obviously, we've seen AdamS have some good performances, but it is tough when you don't have your full 5. So what do you feel like you have to change, knowing that AdamS is standing in?
I think we can do a lot less of the structure things that we usually would, because we haven't gone through on server with Adam and stuff. So and he has a lot of the, what can I say, the high impact talking roles since he's taking Pepsa's roles, where he's Banana Inferno, stuff like that. So that is hard, that we have to in a round say, oh yeah, we do this and have to think about what we can call, what he knows and what we can do and stuff. So there's some issues, but he's doing a great job. We can't ask for anything else from Adam.
You guys have one more match to play, our grand finals in the Heroes of Tomorrow. You're up against ENCE Academy. Obviously, you lost to them yesterday, so I want to ask you very quickly about some sort of thoughts and reservations going into this matchup. Anything that you're worried about here?
Nah, just need to get Seb a weapon, and then Revolt a weapon, and then he just kills them. And just whatever, just move next.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see whether the game plan works out for you guys. Of course, we'll give you some time to prepare for that game. But for now, congrats on the victory. Good luck going forward, and hopefully we'll speak to you later today.
Thank you very much.
Well, Dwayne, there you go. Confidence on the board for the most part. Volt go kill seems to be the strategy, which, to be fair, considering how much we've rated him over the course of this best of 3 and over the course of the tournament in general, you can sort of respect that, right?
Yeah, he's put in another good performance. And again, one of the things that MAZE alluded to, something that I know myself, is that you put him in a spot, he's going to do his job. And I think that's what Volt brings a lot to this side, is that you put him into some high-impact zones, he's going to be able to deliver, he can turn rounds about, and for Volt, it's another good performance from him.
Is he MVP of this game?
He isn't, and for one reason. I thought there was someone that stepped up even more on map number 3 to get it over the line, and that is Wolfie. I look at what happened on Overpass, and I think overall everyone showed up. You know, we had the aggressive approaches from Banjo and AdamS, we had Volt doing very well on Overpass, but when it is a 16-0 and you've got everyone stepping up, it feels like it's a team cohesion. It's everything centered around, mate, that first half from Wolfie on Mirage.
Yeah.
He was high and dry for quite a few of the rounds. We saw some big impact AWPing. We saw some huge clutch rounds from him. And I just think that this was the game where this is the Wolfie that we know. One of the guys that can turn an entire map on its head. And I think he was pivotal to getting them over the line, to getting that successful with a Mirage.
Yeah, if you want to go down the angle of having impact at the most important part of the series, then yeah, I could give it towards Wolfie, but you have to give credit to Volt holding consistency. He was second top of the board towards the tail end of that map, and of course top of the board in general for the entire series. So it is a case of those two different philosophies. I respect that, definitely Dwayne, but definitely some honorable mentions in that side of the board. Now we move towards our final match of the day, our final match of the tournament. It will be ENCE Academy taking on Fnatic, Rising, a rematch from the upper finals, as most grand finals end up being, Dwayne, but not the kind of upper final grand final we expected to see.
No, and that actually throws some question marks into the action. Again, for ENCE Academy, this is going to be a new level of competition for them to play on a more consistent basis. It's going to be a massive, high-pressure match environment for them. The chance to face up against Fnatic Rising twice, the chance to qualify for LAN, the chance to be able to win this entire event. I'm going to be very keen to see what the Finns are made of.
Indeed, having already put a victory on the board against our tournament favourites, the ENCE Academy side will be walking into this one with potentially slight favouritism that might equalise this game a little bit more as it rolls on. We'll head towards a break and we'll come back with our grand finals of the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. Join us when we return. 1 week of intense action has led to this very point here, the grand finals of our double elimination bracket here in the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We started with 8, Fnatic Rising, Void, MOUZ NXT, Flame Descent, Atlantic, Eternal Fire Academy, ENCE Academy, and OG Academy, all taking each other on, whittled down to just 2 of those squads. ENCE Academy coming from their upper bracket run, managing to usurp all opposition that faced them, including the Fnatic Rising side yesterday, and Fnatic Rising dropping down to the lower bracket, beating out their arch nemesis of MOUZ NXT, and now find themselves with a chance to take their spot in Lufferton here in the grand finals of Heroes of Tomorrow. I'm the Eternal J, I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual. Been a long road so far, mate.
14 best of 3s. This is the last one of it. And I think for ENCE Academy, what a run it's been for them to even get here. Before we even start talking about the grand finals, because they've almost been underdogs in every game so far. Even that first game against OG Academy, there wasn't a lot of life. Didn't feel like ENCE Academy were going to be able to come out on top. And they've proved that in the upper bracket, win after win, they're still here.
Not been the most confident win after win, however, Dwayne. No, been no definitive advantages for them. You mentioned them always being underdogs, and I think the key thing to remember is that a lot of the times we were talking about 2-0 victories for a lot of those squads. Eternal Fire, for instance, they won out that first map. ENCE Academy had to rely on a secret set of tactics from a map that we'd never seen them play to get them back into the game. Fnatic Rising should have been on for the 2-0. Had to see ENCE take them out on against the choke factor, and of course do their damage to turn that whole series around from what Fnatic couldn't do of their own right. So I don't know if they've been I don't think lucky is the right term for it here. They definitely have been skilled to make it this far, but not the most confident run here.
I think it shows that they've been tested, and it's probably been testing their experience factor. But at the same time, I've been incredibly impressed by the depth in the late game. The late maps, the overtimes, the close affairs that they can dig deep, they can come out successful. And I think when we look at this lineup, you've got a lot of strong entities. You've got Server, the IGL, MilTzy, a very consistent rifle. Look, Potty with this AWP has been able to show us a lot of success over the course of the 3 best of 3s so far.
Yeah, these guys have been on a task to prove themselves. But speaking of digging deep, Fnatic on the other side of the board are going to have to be digging deep of their own right. They're just off the back of an intense best of 3 against MOUZ NXT. Look good in at least one map, of course, were able to take the series overall. Suffered a little bit to that lack of finishing potential at the tail end of that series, but were able to get the job done here. Are we doubted in their situation right now? Is there any further issues to think about for them?
I think they came off a good series towards the tail end there. They had a tough affair out on that first map of Vertigo. Probably could have closed it, but again, just didn't get it over the line. Responded in one of the best ways possible, getting a 16-0. And then you look back at exactly what happens there in that final map, and you think about Mirage. They had a consistent first half. I thought when they went into the second, okay, they had a strong lead. Didn't quite close it out immediately, but that buckle of not getting it over the line, that wasn't the case. They did get the win.
Well, MOUZ was saying in the interview after the game, obviously, that it's hard to find consistency when you have stand-ins and such, and that's definitely a relatable position, I think, for Fnatic Rising. I think the concern now is which Fnatic are we going to see, the consistent high hitters that we hope to see from these guys, the tournament favourites that we hope to see from Fnatic, or we're going to see the Fnatic we saw yesterday against the ENCE Academy side.
Yeah, it's only one that they can decide. They can choose. And I think for their sake, one of the key entities that we've seen from them is early starts. They've been a team that have been able to dictate a lot of success within first halves on almost every map that they've played with in this series so far.
And of course, Fnatic Rising resting on many different stars, but only really one of them stands out in our head-to-head comparisons here. Volt is the man we've been hyping up over the course of this one, and really he's just been a stellar player. Again, I said that he could arguably have been the MVP of the last map up as well, if he's rate the consistency of the whole series. On the other side, MilTzy over for the ENCE Academy camp. You mentioned there were a number of players that you could have highlighted from this side to mention overall. So why MilTzy in particular?
Well, I thought MilTzy played very well against Fnatic Rising. I thought he was one of those riflers, especially in the comeback on Ancient, map number 3, that he was involved with quite a few multi-frags, some round-ending plays, and while he may not always have the best numbers when it comes to this squad, I think he is one of those individuals that can win you maps, that can close it down, and he's very successful, and one of the guys that often delivers in high-pressure moments is just which you want for an inexperienced squad.
Well, we did see quite a fair amount from him, and of course from other elements. I'm really a big fan of Potty as of lately, obviously. Juicy has been a little bit inconsistent for me to really rate him as a solid player within the context of this lineup, but Potty's AWPing has really come alive this week, and I'm rather excited to see whether he can play the backup man towards a MilTzy or the like.
I think Poddy's already shown that he's the second highest rated player in the event. He's very good on City side with that AWP. We know that when they get on comfortable territory, when we get on to map picks from them, the likes of an Overpass, the likes of a Mirage, that he can dictate quite a bit. We've seen him great in multi-frag, some of those clutch rounds too, because he's actually leading with the most clutches won in the tournament so far at 8.
Well, speaking of map picks, the map vetoes are about ready to go. Our last veto of the week, Dwayne. Obviously, we have seen this best of 3 once already so far in the Heroes of Tomorrow. We're looking for Ancient, Vertigo, Mirage. So walk me through this one. Are we expecting those maps?
Well, we know Dust2 is going to get banned out by the Fnatic side. We know that for ENCE Academy, they can try and lean a certain way. Overpass has been very strong by them, but one of the things that MilZ said was that they're not actually like that keen on it, and that they think it's going to be better. So I think we get a Mirage pick coming through from ENCE Academy again, and I think we probably get a Vertigo pick coming through from Fnatic Rising.
Okay, well, similar sort of storylines from that sort of side of things. Obviously, Vertigo was the map that Fnatic were able to win. Didn't quite work out for them earlier on today, though, so maybe consider that when you take a look at how this veto goes down. Indeed, Dust to Inferno taken out first, Vertigo picked in by Fnatic. ENCE is going to go towards Mirage, so far on par. Ancient third map?
Yeah, it depends if Fnatic want to play it. Whether they want to try and float it right to the end there, see that they had a difficult time, but they had a good first half, so the veto is going to be exactly the same as the last best of 3. Now, normally, I would sit here and say, if you lose, you don't keep the same veto. But you have to compare the idea of the first half scorelines on Vertigo, on Mirage, on Ancient. It was all very positive there from Fnatic. The only trouble they had in the upper bracket final was closing the maps.
I think that's the key concern, right? And the thing it comes down to is the question of, do you reckon that Fnatic Rising are going to have similar issues in that series yesterday? Are they going to have problems when it comes to closing out this series?
There might be some, but I don't think they'll be as harsh for them to lose this grand final. I think that they're a team that have been in grand finals before. They've been deep in events, where for ENCE Academy, this is their first grand final. They don't often go deep in events. The one event before this that was the most successful was a 5th, 6th placement. So to see them ride all the upper bracket to the tail end, I think pressure's going to be on them big time to perform in this game.
Well, it's another angle for you, Dwayne, because you were saying in that MOUZ NXT series that we haven't seen much from Fnatic's sort of choke potential, whatever you want to call it, you know, lack of finishing, closing, or ultimate late game issues outside of that one series against ENCE. And of course, it only showed up in one map there on the MOUZ NXT side. But we're now back against ENCE. So is there something maybe that ENCE are doing to force Fnatic into these problems?
Yeah, probably. Again, I think the way that they delivered on second halves in the upper bracket final, I mean, they were relentless. They were very coordinated. We saw key individuals like a MilZ, like a Juicy stepping up, Poddy getting that consistency with the AWP. So it is a little bit of playstyle. I think for ENCE Academy, they've got a good tactical depth. I think Server reads the game incredibly well. I think he's great in clutches, and that was one of the key takeaways. I did notice in that upper bracket final that Fnatic weren't winning many clutches. ENCE were winning so many, and I just feel as if there's a slight shift, if there's not as many clutches being won from ENCE Academy, that actually could be their leverage gone.
Well, on Overpass earlier today, we did see a number of clutches going the way of Fnatic Rising.
We did.
So the idea that could not be replicable here against the ENCE Academy side doesn't seem all that out of the woods for me. Obviously, ENCE Academy have held the record so far. Server especially has been a monster when it comes to those 1vx scenarios, and definitely one you have to watch out for whenever he's in them. But whether or not that can be countered by Fnatic, of course, they've done so well to counter it on MOUZ NXT. ENCE Academy might be a bit of a different story. But opening map of Vertigo, again, Fnatic Rising were ones to pick it. But last time around, it was still 16-13, right? They still had issues closing again. As you mentioned before, early starts were fantastic. Not so much at the closing stages.
Map 2 was Vertigo last time round rather than map 1. Fnatic Rising were 10-4 up and even had a 14-7 scoreline pushing into the second half, but just closed it out 16-13. So while it wasn't a loss, there were some incredibly one-sided performances on that map of Vertigo. And I think for Fnatic Rising, it could just come down to them allowing that mental reset, the tactical timeout in a good position when they've got a healthy lead to say, right, we're in a position, let's close it down, let's not give control back to ENCE Academy.
Well, last time about, we were also looking at Volt as the main entity there for the Fnatic side. That was ultimately part of the reason why they were able to push it past that finish line. And obviously, over the course of today, he's been an incredible element for this Fnatic Rising side. I mean, obviously, like, you know, tournament MVP is a bit of a stretch to say, but for him, for Fnatic right now, is he the MVP of this particular squad?
From the last series, he played very well, and I think going into this series, he's probably been the most consistent in the tournament so far. So I'd probably put Volt in that conversation with Banjo, between those two guys as being the key entities for the majority of success to get into the grand final.
Okay, I can respect that. Definitely looking towards Volt for me personally, just being the difference maker overall, because especially today, he's looked sharp, he's looked on form, he's looked like the one element that you can always rely on if you're Fnatic Rising to get you into a decent position over on the series scoreline. So I'm hoping that he has a great T side especially, right? Because that could be the side that wins or loses you the map here on Virgo.
Well, we saw him have a good performance on Vertigo last time, and Vertigo is one of his best maps. So looking at him on the T side in particular, think about that early entry towards top of ramp consistently, right? Just allowing himself to peer the issue, to find a lot of opening mount advantages. I think it was him and MOUZ, wasn't it, on T side that was dictating a lot of pace on T side. So when I look at Volt and I look at what happened on Vertigo, I mean, ENCE Academy are going to be watching that last game. So they might think about maybe like re-aggressing a little bit more, trying to have a different avenue, because for ENCE's side, like they can look at that and say, okay, well, Volt's going to be a target. Let's try and see if we can siphon him off.
Indeed, a target painted right on his back. Let's see whether they can do that in this first map of Vertigo. Before we get to that point, though, I want to remind you exactly what these guys are playing for. Not only the titles of Heroes of Tomorrow, but the winner of this tournament gets a direct invite to the Heroes of Lofoten. If you've missed out on that one, then, well, here's the quick video to show you exactly what we've got in store for you in the coming few months. Yes, the victor of this tournament will be going to Lofoten here with an opportunity to prove themselves on the LAN stage. And with that in mind, Dwayne, we're only a short few moments away from getting started with our grand final. So I want to ask you very quickly for final thoughts, ideas, predictions, especially for how this series is going down. Where do you side on this one?
Yeah, well, for ENCE Academy, it's going to be pressure on the young guys again. New roster, only been together for a few months, being tested in a grand final against a team like Fnatic Rising, who have been in grand finals, won grand finals, and looking at the first map of Vertigo, it's been close, it's been very competitive, the last few best of threes. I think back to that ENCE Academy result, we saw a loss coming down on other maps, at least. The Vertigo came through as a 16-13. What about the best of three that we only had a few hours ago? 14-16 loss. T-sides, though, have always been very good for Fnatic Rising.
It'll have to be pretty good for them as well, because that is exactly where they'll start and all here on this opening map up. In terms of a prediction, which side do you side on for this one? It's going to be a very close call, but any preferences?
I'm going to go Fnatic Rising off of the basis of experience, level of competition, and ability to perform in deep runs. So I'm going to go with them 2-1 in the series.
I'm going to back Fnatic Rising as well continuously, just to stick with what we were saying at the start of the tournament, that they're the ultimate tournament favourites. Like you mentioned, the experience should be there. Whether or not they have that potential endgame issues is going to be, I think, the winning factor for ENCE Academy. If they can continue to struggle at the tail ends of these map ups, then ENCE Academy may steal away an even bigger victory than they took over Fnatic Rising in the upper bracket finals. With that said, it's time to get into it. Our final match of the week, our final game of the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow, starting on Vertigo between ENCE Academy and Fnatic Rising. USP's pulled out, Glocks in as standard, utility in for Wolfie, MOUZ, and Volt. The fuse kit is on server.
And playtime is massively different between these two teams on Vertigo. 23 times played in the last 3 months of Fnatic Rising, twice for the side here of ENCE Academy, nearly 11.5 times that fact. ENCE Academy bringing 3 over towards the A portion of the map very early on. It seems like it's going to be a mid-take though from Fnatic Rising.
Holding their nerve in position towards the mid control here. Server going to make his way up and get Molotov back out from the elevator entrance, back up from the CT teammate in its CT spawn. T-side players diving down, engaging one of MiltZ. All important start for Adam S. One good headshot comes in from Server though. 4 on 4, back up, wrapping around into a scat position. He's going to fall away. Wolfie will get that kill back towards Poddy. Bomb plant can be secured as Wolfie continues the fight. A 4 on 2, Fnatic Rising do get picked back on one individual. The retake is on for ENCE.
Now, Server's hoping for some more aggression to come through. God flash to the front side of the generators.
Second one also sent back, but Adam cuts down Juicy immediately. Server with it all to do. A quadra clutch in for him if he can hold his nerve in this one. Checking out the backside first and foremost as players center and on the bomb plant position. Shoulder bait trying to force out the shot. Know exactly where he is. There's one good headshot though. Tag him in the second man of Adam S. Forced to make his way away. Volt's high HP, but Adam gets the kill anyways. 3k for him. Fnatic with the pistol win.
Adam S starting off again, and what is one thing that we've spoken about Adam S and this event, Jay? Vertigo has always been a good map for him against the likes of MOUZ NXT twice, against the likes of ENCE Academy just before. We know that out of all maps in the pool, Adam S tends to perform the best on Vertigo.
The start up for Fnatic, as you mentioned before, they've had some pretty decent T-sides as of late. Opening half in the last series on Vertigo was a 10-5 T-side, so we're looking for similar numbers on Fnatic Rising. Try and just do enough to get it past the finish line. Early utility placement in the bomb plant bonus does enable the buy, of course, for Fnatic to look good, plus ENCE Academy with a buy up.
They've got a very heavy stack out towards A in the alley position, to be fact. You got Server just trying to see if he could jiggle peek down towards that B site, try and catch some early information. As for Fnatic Rising, Wolfie's already been able to start and allows himself to continue that fight forward. Keep that aggression up towards the top of the ramp control, allow themselves to take more of that map coverage, eventually start thinking down about the ENCE. MOUZ is coming through with Adam S, and now Server and Henu in the last couple of live. 2v2, Server's rotating back in towards the sniper's nest area. You've got Henu on the backstab out towards alley. Both Wolfie and Adam to work off one another. Now, the bomb's still not yet down, so it seems like they want to try and run the clock ever so slightly.
SMG's backed up. You have got Henu looking in with that Galil out. Burst up, Wolfie catching the casualty. Server again in the clutch. Couldn't win with the pistol basis last time. This time with an SMG at 100 HP.
And Wolfie and Adam could just work off one another, even tap that bomb the first time, try and draw this MP9 out into the open. Still plenty of time left on the clock, and Server, he's not double bluffing, he's not going back to B, he's going to hold for as long as possible.
Plant should be secured. Tapped and stuck onto Adam. Server has no kit as well, has a smoke at least to hold his position. Back up, it could be a 10-second stick. Ali, caught off by Wolfie. 2-0 start for Fnatic.
It just shows that that real pounce up there towards that top of the ramp control. Henu with that dig spots out towards the bottom of the ramp, but it's Adam S and it's the likes of Wolfie that just come through, allow those entries just to flow through. Force buy not successful there for ENCE Academy, so it'll have to be a lighter eco going into the third.
Deagle's in around 3 players. USP's brought out. Lack of Kevlar is in effect for the CT side. Except for Henu, of course. Fnatic Rising with their buy-up. Mac 10s on MOUZ and Banjo can do some serious work. And indeed, they will strike first onto Henu.
It's all about that pace, bringing it up towards the top of the ramp control, trying to see if you can farm up as much of that cash as possible with the likes of MOUZ, with the likes of Banjo. Now, MOUZ is on 28 points of health, so might need to get some more assistance on a crossfire so he doesn't go down.
Wolfie's AK watching the position, spray back, doing some damage to MiltZ, but not a massive amount of it. Back 10 in for MOUZ, checking the corners, checking the sights. Smoke comes down. Suppression in the route.
ENCE Academy been able to stack up the bomb site nicely. About the spam, though. How many connections they can find through those smokes?
Advantage still set in, of course. The USPs will try to charge forward anyway. See what they can find in this one. Backed up for Server. Struggling. Does get that kill in. On towards one alongside Volt. Falling to this is D-Ghoul, who doubles up the same. 3 on 2 now. Still no kits in play for the CT forces, so it should be Fnatic playing against the timer. Mac 10's in for both individuals. Have to charge forward, grab those AKs once again. Almost taking each other out, though. bit discombobulated for Fnatic Rising. Continuous face. MiltZ catches his own shot, and suddenly Banjo is in a 1-on-3. A tough ask for him to hold on to the defensive. Spray through, getting the first kill. Juicy's on the defuse though. Second player facing, and Servers are going to turn that AK up. That's ENCE with a steal back.
Oh my goodness, how have they done that again? This was actually one of the things that we noticed in that series between ENCE Academy and Fnatic Rising in that upper bracket final, was just steal rounds coming out of absolutely nowhere.
And that will be a concern for Fnatic as this one rolls on. Beagle upgrades of the firepower base is doing all right, but shouldn't have done much in that eco round. First gained by ENCE Academy. And the buyout will come through for Fnatic Rising again.
Now, Fnatic Rising, got to know we need to tighten on those anti-ecos. We can't give that leverage away. Deep ramp smoke coming down from Poddy. ENCE Academy have now got more leverage. MiltZ's actually picked up the ult this time.
Pass it back towards his teammate of Poddy in the end. I think he had a good spawn to take that first shot, so that's why he got it. Well down to the defensive line, back at the sandbags. Poddy, incendiaries in his hand as well. Someone's going to face him.
Oh, this is quick. Very quick pop out towards B, and already the B anchor servers dealt with.
And they're able to respond back towards Vault 4-on-4 scenario. Fnatic Rising are on the bomb site. They will get the bomb down. ENCE Academy do face in early though. Catch onto one, but turn away from the back line, so Banjo and Wolfie can turn back the advantage.
HE placement's pretty good, and now they're thinking about the two other players. They don't know about the first player out there of MOUZ.
Poddy's watching the crack angle though. Wolfie leaning forward will grab that bomb, get it planted.
And now it's the two players to play off one another. Poddy's hoping for another overswing.
Catch that player rotating back, leg on to Wolfie. Swing in from Henning, trying to capitalize upon that kill. Now he's got it. All left to MOUZ. Last player standing, tagged up to 42 HP. Should be dead soon here. ENCE Academy leaning forward and following suit with a second in a row.
Nicely done there from Poddy. Good patience, and it felt there from Wolfie. Maybe didn't need to overextend. Yes, he was spotted getting out towards the generators and legged up in the process, but him aggressing down there towards that Guardian position kind of broke that crossfire apart, meant that MOUZ didn't have a player to peek on, and while they cracked open that B side, they did well with the entries. It was this HE and the retake coming through from Henu and Poddy that came through.
Very even, very early on here for ENCE Academy. Fnatic Rising not allowed to take control of their pistol conversion and rifle basis. Now another buyback here though, the bomb plant bonus aiding them with the 2 Galils. Mac 10's in with the Tech 9 support, HG's damage decent onto Banjo, nothing major though.
Server and Poddy end up being a little bit more further back passive. Don't just continue to extend that hunt down towards a ramp control. Player behind the smoke to the right-hand side. More of an intent out to the B stairs though for Fnatic Rising.
Wolfie with the flash at the ready. Re-smokes on from Henu. Swings to catch Vault. Perfect shot. Server catches Animes. Meanwhile, MiltZ deals with Banjo. 4v2 situation.
Good hold out towards the B site. Even that incendiary going down to White. Fnatic Rising struggling with the entries.
Server leans forward. SMG burst. Wolfie is going to get caught. MOUZ now left alone. 1-on-4 for a man. Bomb in the open. CTs have the crossfire lock. There's no way Fnatic Rising, no way that MOUZ for that matter is ever going to break it. Mac 10 swapped out. So he's going to go to the M4 in the end for MiltZ. Decent kill on towards Server for MOUZ. A little bit extra cash in the bank, but no bomb plant bonus means that there's not a lot of money flowing for Fnatic Rising on the whole. Probably is going to be an eco here.
Now, ENCE Academy are currently on a 6-game winning streak. 3 local best-of-3 victories, followed by beating OG Academy, Eternal Fire Academy, and Fnatic Rising in this event. From the likes of the Finns' perspective, they've got to have a lot of confidence. Moving into a grand final, knowing that you've had win after win, series after series, no matter how close the scorelines are, no matter how the series has went down, it's still putting W's up.
That is the bottom line at the end of the day. If you win here today, then you're going to Lufferton no matter what. ENCE must realise this as much as Fnatic Rising at this stage. Of course, ENCE are currently on the front foot. They've got a better buy again. Pistols pulled out. Vault's the first man down. Adam for next. At least Banjo responds. So 4-on-3, making it 2. Poddy's in for 1. Gets it. Last man standing. Backstab by Juicy. Bonus money game for ENCE Academy. From the trot.
And just knowing that for ENCE Academy, they're keeping it tight from the early few rounds. Now, I think back to what happened last time around on Vertigo, ENCE Academy were down 4-10. So looking at the idea that you're already up 4-2, that's a very different scoreline from last time.
Positions can be held here. Fnatic Rising less than likely they'll bring back the next 8 in a row to bring back that 10-4 scoreline. It seems untenable. Let me go to this position where we're talking about the late games for Fnatic Rising, bolstered by the early starts that have always looked stellar. Now the kind of opposite is applying, at least in the early start department. ENCE Academy may have let the pistol with conversions go. Their response has been just as fantastic.
And how many times did we look back at that series in the upper bracket final and say steals mean everything? And I think now we've already seen the shape up of that eco steal coming through to another rifle round to target the economy. And now you get yourself into a 4-2 scoreline. Wolfie, with that AWP, trying to see if he can extend forward to a ramp pick. As of right now from Fnatic Rising, they don't keen on taking ramp. It's still at the bottom of the forklift.
A good reason, because they're going to isolate a kill onto Hedu, who's extended very far forward. Tarps now taken by Fnatic Rising. Advantage sits with the T side. No damage being done across the T side board. ENCE Academy make their way down.
And just start working with that opening man advantage now. ENCE Academy are going to be able to not leave a single mid player right now. They're going to keep 2 towards A, 2 over at B. Server could rotate away with that M4. It seems like it's going to be a stack towards A. Something that is very common here for ENCE Academy on a lot of their city sides is gamble stacking. Hard reads to work off one another.
30 seconds left. Flash is going over. Volt going to try and swing in. AK watching. Smokes are sent. The T side work their way forward. AdamS looking for the kill, but Polly's caught Volt in the interim. 4 on 3 for Fnatic Rising, and Morphe's ready to respond to the York battle. 2 left in for ENCE Academy. Bomb plant not going to get denied here. Servers making a lot of noise to the backside. Teammate also on the way in, catching some tag damage, but not getting any kills here.
Server gets out of trouble as soon as those smoke starts to clear. Good call for the save here. Not really much backing there at all. Maybe if one spam kill got presented, if there was a kill in the mix of those utilities, then there could have been some leverage. There could have been a decision to go for it, but end up holding on to the rifles. They've still got a lot of money, so there'll be a rifle round back.
Third on the board for Fnatic.
Do you know what I'd like to entertain, actually?
Go for it.
We've seen Wolfie be fairly par, I want to say, in this event so far. Map number 1 in the last series, he was okay. Map number 2, he was okay as well. Map number 3, he stepped up to a level that we hadn't seen from him in this event so far. Now, coming into the final, he's looking very on point. Do you reckon that's a fear factor for ENCE Academy, that this might just be the last map of the last series, and now the grand final where we see a big performance from Wolfie?
Well, you talk about the impact of the AWPers all the time, and for good reason. So if he's going, then he is a threat. Fnatic Rising currently on the back foot, not thanks to Wolfie's efforts, of course. ENCE Academy have done their work at this particular stage. Fnatic are bringing this back, looking to try and follow suit. AdamS is picked up first by Juicy, however. Advantage on the CT side. Yeah,
he's a very annoying player to play against on CT side. He's always in your face, he's always up tempo, and you can just see there, he gets into ladder, doesn't spot anything, comes back out to the mid control, but while that's happening, Banjo gets a pick on B. That's B side opened up.
Volt, meanwhile, working in from Tarps, worked his position so well in the last series, and gets a kill in the round for it. His first kill of the map as well, by the way. Talk about silence and stars, that's not encouraging for his own part. 4 on 3 right now for Fnatic Rising. ENCE Academy. CT's based up, down by a man. Looking for a retake here, maybe for a exit frag. I don't think it'll go for it full.
And this backstab going to be watched. MOUZ just sees the head. Yeah, that's going to call it. Joycey got that first pick in mid, but nothing else being landed. And look, we said that if ENCE Academy wanted to come through on Vertigo, they had to punish Volt, and I think they've been able to do that in the first few rounds, but now he's got his first kill. This could actually be able to get more contact, more experience, and more of that, that full control that we know that Volt can find towards ramp.
This will be 4 all on the board. Fnatic Rising equalising against ENCE Academy in their early starts. It is even standings for now. ENCE do have a couple weapons saved, and with the money being where it is, I imagine they'll buy around it.
Whitey, the coach of ENCE Academy, has coached in 4 grand finals, but only winning 1 of them.
Number 2?
Well, he'd like to think so.
Well, you'd like to know so as well, of course.
He won the Player 1 Invitational Cup with Reason Gaming back in the day.
Wow, that is a throwback.
Astro, Fry, Jenko, Pulse, and Stanley.
I remember that lineup actually very well. Wow.
Last grand final he won.
Jesus. That's quite. That is quite a throwback, like not.
It's a few years ago.
Haven't heard the name Reason Gaming in a very long time. Henu and Volt can hear each other's names. Henu especially making his name heard on the kill feed. 3 found. Wolfie has to put him down. But it's an advantage for ENCE here. Server takes map control as well.
Great trading game up there towards the top of ramp, and just Henry spots out so much. Even Milty jump spotting over, he would have seen that AWP, and he knows that they're still contended, that they haven't retaken that ramp control just yet.
Start to walk up now for Fnatic Rising. It's very slow, very quiet about it. And same thing for ENCE Academy as well. Twisted doesn't want to make it known that he's out here towards alley, so we could potentially find a frag back with the AWP's potential. M4's leaning in to try and catch the AK off guard for now. Swing forward, the Orpa now try and be the high HP player in this context. Banjo's been tagged. We'll still look to fight, do some damage. Molotovs to send the player back. Miltsy sees the Orpa, meanwhile gets the kill. Banjo will fall towards Juicy. It's a nice lockout offensive from ENCE to try and maintain the lead.
Now, we know that Miltsy's been the more consistent player on Vertigo in the 2 maps that we've seen from them so far, so keep an eye out for him of what he's going to be able to do for the majority of this this best of 3 and map number 1. Again, only playing it twice. Took 10 rounds against Kova a few months ago and had that that close 13-16 loss on Vertigo in the upper bracket final.
ENCE Academy holding the advantage for now. Fnatic Rising want to contest that once again. Of course, they've got the AWPs in, the AK's out. 1 Galil for Adam S. Nades in from Juicy, doing decent damage onto Adam. Again, timing it relatively well. And as Volt leans in, Henry's going to get caught for it. Advantage for Fnatic.
There we go. That's the Volt that we know. Dry entry up towards the top of ramp, and Adam S has been able to exploit out in mid.
Meltsy does respond towards that man, though. 4-on-3. Fnatic reduced by 1. Still hold contest, still hold the advantage in the round. The bomb's going to get picked up by MOUZ. Start committing up ramp here.
And look at the movement that ENCE Academy are finding themselves in. They've looked back towards mid, they haven't seen any more, and this could be a very heavy shift. Server's going to look back into mid. If he doesn't see anything, they might play 3 on A.
Grab the AK and lean in towards mid control. Molotov sent AWP. Apollo gonna block that smoke as best he can. It still covers the crosshair. It's in the area, and as he peeks in towards Volt, get that kill to even up the board.
And there's still a lurk out towards the B side, and MOUZ catches Milty getting aggressive. They can start shifting this bomb back to B now.
A little bit too antsy there for ENCE Academy, because you're right about that. Attention drawn. Server has now lost all control of this one. On the B site map, it's Banjo that leans forward and will gain everything above the CT side.
And they're being quiet about it. MOUZ isn't making noise, but now it might just be a B fake. They might end up finding that this is not the right call to make. Back to A.
Especially if Server gets the kill, which will be able to do 2-on-2. But the AWP is still left back there for Poddy. Rotations in as Wolfie the backup goes falling. MOUZ with the AK, and the bomb on his back will be able to get that pick back into a 1-versus-1 situation. And now Server inbound. MOUZ doesn't know where he's coming from, though. The AK watching. Server with a swing. Didn't spot him. He has an idea that he might be back at default, though. Swing in the shoulder bait. Did he spot that pick? So I think he does.
Oh, the Clutch King. He's back at it again. Look at the patience in from Server, waiting for the fight to present itself, but MOUZ is doing the exact same thing.
Swinging out. Server leans closer. Perfect positions. MOUZ has seen him, though. I think Server's seen him the same. AK waiting for the swing, and he'll get that headshot. No clutch for Server today. Fnatic Rising, evening up.
Oh, okay. One of the best clutches in the tournament. Server does not come through. Fnatic Rising, they found a lot of room in that round. They start shifting the bomb back to B. They start shifting the bomb back to A. I think MOUZ realizes it's actually going to take too long to get this bomb back over. Let's come over to A. Poddy does unbelievably well with that NWP, but it's not enough. Not enough to get it over the line. And this is the perfect chance now to take a lead if you're Fnatic Rising.
100%. 100% this is their chance. Tactical has been taken, though. ENCE Academy surely must have called this in. But money is not there here, so there shouldn't be any major buy. Maybe Server might invest a little something with his $5,000, but everyone else seems less than likely.
And keep it light, their ecos can be very dangerous, and Henu's putting on a very good show in the first few rounds of the game. He's one of the most experienced players on this ENCE Academy side. He's played in 9 grand finals, winning 6 of them, all in the local scene though. And I think that's what we'll find with the general consensus with a lot of ENCE Academy players on previous rosters with deep runs, is it's all in the Finnish scene.
About taking that local success, turning it international. So many teams have struggled with that this week, but ENCE Academy have been the one that stands above the rest in the grand finals today. Conceding that opening frag here against the Fnatic Rising side. Again, that's fine. They've only got pistols. It's an eco round for them.
And even though Fnatic Rising have been our tournament favorites, they have been our favorites in the majority of the series, think about what this must mean to them. The idea that you can qualify to LAN, that you had Milky as a stand-in, that you've had AdamS as a stand-in, you even played with ENCE a little bit earlier on in a best of one. I mean, they haven't had it easy with their full five.
Fnatic Rising. Ripping apart ENCE with no deadly eco basis for the CT side. Good attempts at times, but nothing really major gained in round 11. Advantage regained by the international side instead. ENCE will continue trying to fight back here. The guns are back in for them. AWPs, M4s. Fnatic. Well, no need to invest here. They saved all their weapons.
And Fnatic Rising just trying to keep that tempo forward. I think they're starting to get a little bit of a bridge, a little bit of logic on how they want to try and gain this ramp territory. A lot of lurk smokes in there from Volt. A lot of targeting up there towards the alley position.
And his M4 trying to prod shots out for the AWP. Volt is going to get caught. That's a start.
Wolfie just not even in a position he can trade. Henry's used that lurk smoke towards the top of ramp really effectively in these last few rifle rounds.
While MOUZ boosted up at stairs, gets the kill onto server, diving away from the counter flash of the CT forces, so not going to extend any further from this position, 4-on-4, but ENCE Academy, HP advantage.
Now, Server's had a tough time holding down B, but they don't always commit with it. You can see the way that it's quite fakey in the mid round. They dive forward, but Juicy's aggressed mid, and he's now caught the info.
Pretty massive for them as well. Not only does he get the kill to the advantage, but he also gets a high HP player, MOUZ, stuck at 2 HP. Part of this 3 for Fnatic Rising. Flash forwards. Wolfie trying to set Adam up for a decent engagement. One CT wrapped in the corner. Eventually, Henu will get caught off in a 3-on-3 situation. Again, HP favours ENCE Academy for the most part. Maybe probably lesser so. Yeah, charge straight forward for it. Bomb left open. MOUZ looking to backstab. Not going to see anything. Poddy ready for the cross. Sees one and catches Adam.
And now things just slow down completely. Wolfie charged through to the NWP. Poddy's going to fall.
2-on-2 scenario. CT still close to the site. Juicy now at side alley. Ready for them to make their move. Seeing 2. Getting 1. Waiting for the last one as well. MOUZ low and Milk's going to catch the angle. 6 apiece. ENCE Academy continuing to bring the fight back to Fnatic.
Now, there's 2 ways of looking at this. From ENCE Academy's point of view, they struggled in first halves in that upper bracket final and brought it back in the second. But if we're thinking logically outside of the upper bracket final, and for the majority of Vertigos, the majority of maps of both of these teams, ENCE Academy normally strike more on the CT side. So I don't know which way I'm supposed to look at it. Is it the general consensus, or what we saw in the last head-to-head?
Constant debate, isn't it? Which one is going to come into effect more here and now? 6 apiece. HG's at the ready. Milks is going to adjust back to the side defensive because now his teammates pressured. He's tagged up as well. Server, as you mentioned, struggling with the defensive on his lonesome as backup this time. But Adam's going to get the kill against the man. Now Juicy comes forward with a flank in against the T-side forces. They start to back away as well. This could be powerful once again.
Yeah, they're watching out for it. Juicy's made this play so many times, and Wolfie's going to drop.
Next player up the face from MOUZ will also fall. Banjo and Adam, last 2 members left of Fnatic Rising. Juicy still holds the spawn angle, might get flanked here, but ultimately he is the man doing all the damage.
And if I'm MOUZ, I'm calling attack and saying, boys, we've got to deal with this mid-aggression. The Juicy's just done this way too many times. Whether we hold someone out there towards the generator or hold someone to take mid-control early on in the round, he can't keep backstabbing us like this.
Yeah, you're right about that. Cut the problem off at the root. Don't allow him to get this far. Try and deal with him later after the fact. Want to try to take a triple. Doesn't quite manage to land it. Adam able to take Juicy back. Now Poddy knows exactly where he is. 34 HP for AdamS. Should not last much longer. And he was.
ENCE Academy take the lead back. Quite a contentious game when it comes to lead with the score lines. Haven't seen big streaks from either team. Miltsy up onto the contact, helping out Server the best that he can. AdamS gets the entry forward onto the default player of Server, but Miltsy in that back line.
Holding his nerve. It's 7-6 now for ENCE Academy. Fnatic Rising. Eco basics pistols. Nothing major brought into round 14. Want to buy for round 15. It does mean ENCE Academy should win the half.
Could be a walkout towards a mid-control, so this time around, Juicy could be countered, but the CTs are quite passive on this.
Leaning for Poddy. M4. Lines up 2. Triple struggled against Banjo to get the trade back, but now Miltsy knows Kill found first and second. Last player left, naded back here. Adam does get a kill on the way out of the round, but ultimately all the multi-gun stay in play. It did take 3 AKs into this round. They should also get all 3 back out as well. Hence 8-6 now on the board.
ENCE Academy being able just to try and drive that positive note in towards the second half, allow themselves to get a bit of a round streak. And knowing that you've got 3 AKs with an AWP, you couldn't really ask for a better weaponry buy going into a next rifle round to close down the half.
Loads of firepower to play with. Smokes in, flashes over Banjo. Incendiary off position. See the side player, the player up towards stairs position. There's a bit of a gap that they can abuse on the Fnatic Rising side. MOUZ is finally starting to challenge that mid position. Molotov throwing a little bit of presence down there, so Juicy will not extend this time.
Yeah, Henry up towards 51. He's got a teammate with him. That's Milty that can swing on the contact. Even a flash to try and peer for some information. Not seeing much out to the forklift. Fnatic Rising just trying to work the map control.
Flashes forward, Serb still watching. Smokes in the way as he backs up towards quad, holds his nerve.
Time stalling. ENCE Academy. Juicy's getting aggressive towards mid, and look, MOUZ gets caught off guard.
Vantage ENCE once again. That mid walk has been a problem for them, and so is the B site take for Banjo. In the stairs angle, he falls 5 on 3. Fnatic Rising. Now going to play ramp.
Just knowing that it's going to be a contact play, you can't really give the info away all that much when it comes to the utility standpoint. Just start taking it on the walk up. And look at how defensive ENCE Academy are towards A. You've got Milty back at headshot, Potty on the cross. They're giving so much respect forward here for Fnatic Rising to take this side.
Vault. AK leaning in, smokes are down, Potty should get forced away, but Wolfie peeks before the smoke blooms. Kill comes easy, Volt trying to trade, struggling against it. Dink down to 65, Potty now is support. Incendiary's in, they will lose Milty. The HGs won't land as well as they wanted it to, but the AWP still frags back against 1. Not quite the second, Volt will burn. Now in a 1-on-3.
Get that bomb down just in time. Server's going to be able to peek on the contact, and Volt's going to fall. 9-6 half coming through from ENCE Academy. A massive step up from all maps that we saw from them yesterday. You consider the fact that Mirage, they got 4 rounds in the first half. On Vertigo, they got 5 rounds in the first half. On Ancient, they got 5 rounds in the first half. This is a new look for ENCE Academy to take a lead going into the seconds.
Fnatic Rising holding on to only 6 rounds. Again, they had a 10-5 half last time about Dweg. If we apply the chain logic as to what we saw in that last best of 3 on that last Vertigo between these two sides, the idea that ENCE Academy would have a lead indicates that this could actually be a decent win, assuming the same issues crop up for Fnatic.
Yeah, it does show that. It definitely does. I think for ENCE Academy, they've come in here in the first half. They've shown us some very good Counter-Strike. I've been impressed with the way that they've shut it down. I mean, you've got to consider what we saw against MOUZ NXT in that Consolidation final, and we saw Banjo getting a lot of success out towards B. We saw Volt and MOUZ fighting quite a lot towards the ramp control. I felt like the two entities of Volt and Banjo were very quiet in that first half, and it shows for ENCE Academy they were able to get a massive lockout towards that mid control. Juicy's info plays were rock solid. I thought even the combination between Henu and the AWP from Potty towards the top of the ramp were just very strong, and they were peeking off of one another and finding a lot of success.
ENCE Academy have gotten through the CT side. Now comes the T half of things, where it might get a little bit difficult for them. Only had a couple of results on record as of late. T sides not exactly part of their forte.
No, it isn't. And you could probably make that same statement for the majority of maps in the pool for them. So things could still be uneasy, even with the idea that they had a good T side in that last series, in that last upper bracket final. For Fnatic Rising, it's about getting more forward. I mean, for Adam S, to know that he's up there at 16 kills and no one else is even close, so you've got to get some more assistance. It's just the stand-in putting in a good performance.
And it's always encouraging when a stand-in puts up numbers, but not when the rest of the team are not doing so the same. It's Fnatic Rising to step up here in a pistol basis as well. They've got 2 sets of jewelries in for Wolfie and MOUZ. Fuse kits on Banjo, USPs across the other 3 players. ENCE Academy, no pistol upgrades, but they have got util per server to try and go for the hits.
And we started with 7 Finns in the day. We're now down to 6. Banjo and the likes of the full ENCE Academy side. But who's going to come out on top when it comes to winning the whole thing? This second half pistol could actually dictate quite a lot. For ENCE Academy, they're going to start regrouping out towards the bridge. Now, they're not running, so they're not going to give any early information away.
Being very silent about this. Haven't got a lot of flash entries, so they can't exactly just storm their way forward. They've got to use those smokes, and Molotov, of course, very carefully in this one. Banjo does strike on towards Henu first. The lurk out to the B side, trying to draw attention away from A, which semi-worked. They already were leaning towards that mid and B side, but having seen nothing else, rotates will slowly come in for Fnatic Rising.
And try and get that cross smoke down towards the left-hand side, the molly up towards Headshot. And for Fnatic Rising, now that there is a further info play, they're going to be up at A a lot quicker than maybe what ENCE Academy were hoping for.
And they come quick into it. Molotov sent to the backside. Better check out the sandbags for them. Bomb plant tapped once, trying to force the CTs forward to get an advantage, or baiting some further util. Second phase will get the bomb down. Re-smokes back in from the CT side. They're going to block vision. They make their way up, and MiltZ able to get 2. Advantage for ENCE. They continue facing, and Poddy catches one of the smoke, starts to fade. Volt's going down. Wolfie and MOUZ, 2 versus 4. Backstab is inbounds. If the player on the site can hold, the backstabbing individual can make stuff happen. Wolfie's engaging though. MOUZ takes a shot back. MiltZ is going to fall. Wolfie falls in turn. 1 on 3 for the last CT. Julie upgrade for Juicy as well. Wants to try hold on against this shot as soon as he taps that bomb. Will take a fight out towards this alley position. They're just trying to draw his attention away. Not necessary to take the kill at this stage, but they'll get it anyway. Pistol for ENCE Academy.
Lovely stuff in from ENCE. You lose that first pick out towards the B site. Banjo gets that first duel towards the B stairs. And then, okay, let's start bringing a bit of pace forward. They tap the bomb the first time. MiltZ gets 2 kills instantly on that contact through the run out of the smoke. And then notice in the 3v2, they just play it really passive. No one's over peeking. You're playing back towards ramp. You're out towards the sandbags. You're out towards alley. They're not giving themselves those duels, wasting the time. Double digits and a 10th round gained by them.
Fnatic Rising, USPs and P250s into the basic eco round. ENCE Academy have Galils, 2 AKs and a MAC-10 in play. Fnatic. Positions held for now. The boosts try to come in towards that mid control and hold their nerve.
Yeah, there was a jump being made, so that would have been heard from the latter individual, so Server can kind of relay that over. That MAC-10 could do quite a lot of farm damage, but it'd like at least 2 kills.
Oh, I've got 1 player breaking away here. Only one frag found by the MAC-10 actually, so not ideal. Cannonball setting for Juicy, who's now going to receive them coming in towards the mid control. He's on the receiving end of the aggression from the CT side this time. Does find Volt at least keep MOUZ at bay. Still winning that fight somehow. I have no idea exactly how, but it's a 3 on 3.
And walk up towards the A site from Poddy, so bring that bomb over towards the ramp control. MOUZ is trying to get that MAC-10. MAC-10 and Galil, might as well throw yourself at it. Try and see if anything else presents itself.
Especially considering there's no other MAC-10s in ENCE Academy. It was just that one. Would be worth it to give it a shot, but don't think they're going to go for it. So hold those 2 weapons into the next for Fnatic. It was a harsh eco. Guns will come through anyway. So it would have been nice if they thrown themselves and give it a decent shot to keep the economy limited for ENCE. 11-6 to the board. The buyback should be coming in.
ENCE Academy coming closer and closer to the steal potential of map number 1. We have to open up our eyes now and say, okay, 9-6 half, you won pistol, won the anti-eco, maybe if you win an opening rifle round, you start putting a massive amount of pressure back down onto Fnatic Rising. And just knowing that they haven't lost a series so far. 2-1 versus OG Academy in the upper bracket quarterfinal, 2-1 versus Eternal Fire in the upper bracket semi, 2-1 versus Fnatic Rising in the upper bracket final to get to their position here today. And now 5 rounds away from being able to upset again on map number 1.
Big steal against Fnatic Rising and all. For once, they are not on the front foot against ENCE Academy, like they have been so many times, so long for that. Guns are in for both sides. ENCE, weapons held, nades, flashes up, damage done to Henu. Poddy engaging Wolfie and MOUZ, trying to gauge the first little bit of damage being done. Volt bursting through. MiltZ tagged to 1 point of HP. Still aggressing here, catching one. That's a fantastic spray as he gets away alive.
Incredible that he still somehow gets out of there. Even MOUZ is able to get over towards that Galil, focus that attention in case there's any more re-aggression towards top of ramp around that utility. But for ENCE Academy, the damage has been done. You've just retreated off of the back of that.
Fnatic left wondering, how did they pull that off?
Even Wolfie, I mean, I was saying that he might have a big game. I think he was up 8-2. He's now 11-13. He's definitely fallen off.
MistGames has been top fragger at the board, so not much criticism to level. But I think he's been stuck at 16 for a while himself, right?
Yeah, probably since the half.
Fnatic very slow to start once again. It's going to continue. They don't get it changed up. Indeed, Banjo and Volt can change things up, get a couple of picks back to 4-on-3. CT still lurking as Polly sprays through on the banger position. That CT that pushed up is going to fall back. It's the right thing to do. Re-aggressing, however, bit risky for Banjo. Pod's forward ahead of the flashbang. Drops that bomb on Henry. 2 left standing. 1 player in quad being challenged. Volt's on his way into the site. Crossfire from 3 individuals. There's no way to break this here, especially if Juicy goes down. Polly's left alone, and Banjo gets his quadra.
And that's an excellent round from Fnatic Rising. And one thing that I have noticed in this event so far is that on CT side, you have to be proactive against ENCE Academy. If you're on the back foot, if you don't start taking map control away, that's where the comfortability sets in. That's where the Finns really exploit you. And for Fnatic Rising, they lose that first player towards the top of ramp, but look at what Banjo does. He overextends out towards the B stairs, looks in for a pick from the back of wide. You then have Volt doing the same thing, re-aggressing towards ramp, taking the information away, stacking up that crossfire on B. You have to be proactive against these guys.
Force back from ENCE Academy, seeing the 2 AKs and the Galil being pulled out. Fnatic damaging up the economy, decimating it on the 1 good rifle round that they've got. Now start to open the window opportunity back into the game. 4 rounds to make up at this stage. They're putting utility down towards ramp, suppression in with the CT side.
And retaking bottom ramp control, and you can just see here for ENCE Academy, they actually want to stall it out rather than just retreating from the back of the bridge. They're actually holding the forklift, and they're seeing that it's actually not being abused. Yes, the util was thrown, but there's no re-aggression.
What are ENCE playing at here? One is the challenge, the attempt. It's going to be Juicy in the mid control for the attempt. Trying to force forward against Fnatic, but Fnatic are ready for it.
It's going to be dry, isn't it? You're lurking with hardly any util. Volt just jiggling down. He can re-smoke down off of the tops. It's both him and MOUZ putting intent to continue fighting.
Server with the Deagle will walk forward. Once they've next heard, engagement's looking on. They just don't get a deal with the 51 player. MOUZ can swing off the back of Volt's casualty and get the kill back in towards Henry. Milty responds, however. 3-on-2. MistGames in the back line deals with him. Poddy is left alone in the 1-on-3 situation. Very far away from contact from the bomb as well. There's MOUZ to clean him up. 8 for Fnatic.
And trying to get as much out of this as possible. Wolfie, good AWP shot to start off. Just a slight little shoulder being shot there from Juicy. Even Henry gets the trade towards the top of ramp, but no more is really presenting itself. And Fnatic Rising, it's a couple of rounds in a row. It's a few rounds where you've had mass players staying alive, so you can start working off of the basis of now it's going to be an eco. Let's start farming up some cash. Let's start allowing ourselves to really start bolstering this economy line.
Eco around for ENCE Academy. Still play carefully around that mid take for the majority of the T-side players. They're all up in there. They can force out the numbers game advantage against 1 CT and just work on the back of the rifle. They pick up on the back of the man. MistGames is the man in mid. They can fight on towards Juicy, tag him to 21. Incendiaries against the flashbangs. They do challenge one individual with the AWP. Adam just fall back off the back of having no ammo. Wolfie will get picked up. That's 1 rifle to drop, but I don't think they'll get any more.
MistGames just trying to see if he can peer back in towards that mid stance. I know exactly where Sova is. They can peek around the corner, and MistGames turns it into a triple. Nicely done from the stand-in. Fnatic rising up to 9, the difference only being 2. Now, while Volt hasn't maybe had the best of games here on Vertigo, we do know that he averages a 1.24 rating on this map. So, while it's been a slow start, we can definitely expect that once we get more rifle rounds, once we get more of that inkling towards ramp, that's where he'll start posting more numbers and more impact.
Rebuys back on ENCE. Rifles in Mach 10 for server. Fnatic rising. Rifles are standard, the AKs, the M4s, the AWP for Wolfie. He's going to be first man forward. Straight shots up. Connects the kill against server. Kicks things off on the right foot.
And Wolfie just gets out of there so quickly, but look at the anti-rush nades. MOUZ is going to regress towards Crane.
Oh, spots the man just above the smoke. Headshot gain. Juicy drops. Poddy's low HP. Milsey going to strike back in from the ramp control. Sees the shoulder and engages the fight. Wins it. The Molotov doesn't land as sandbags. The second one's going to get posted up here. That player's going to get driven out. There's a smoke down instead.
And now it's just distraction. Use those flashes. Adam S with a HE placement close.
Will land and pick up Poddy. 2 left in for ENCE Academy. Fnatic rising to the tear here. Henu caught MilTzy all alone.
1v4, all by himself. Great reaction there from Fnatic Rising. MOUZ with the aggressive approach towards the crane. The anti-rush nades going down. MilTzy trying to do his best. Adam S on the angle towards the top of the crane position. Going to swing out in the open. Catch off MilTzy. Fnatic Rising adding more to their CT side. And this was a half, again, that we didn't see a massive amount of success on. I think about the last head-to-head that we had. We saw the 10-5 half coming through on that T side. They just closed it down on the tail end. There were some struggles. There were some awkward rounds. It doesn't feel like that on the CT side today.
11-10. ENCE Academy. Only gained the pistol and the eco off the back of that. Ever since then, it's been all Fnatic. T side, not as stellar as we hoped it would be, or not as stellar as they'd have hoped it to be at least. Fnatic Rising. Looking to take back to evens with the deco round involved, the half buy for ENCE Academy.
Fnatic Rising just allowing themselves to have MOUZ quite low. Banjo going to get flashed forward with a teammate. Does get blinded for a sec, but still deals with Henu, so that's an opening pick out towards the B site and an idea that there could be more coming.
Oh, MilTzy does find Banjo at least. That's one trade. Forcing rotations to the CT side, watching out mid, now watching out the site. Flashes over, MilTzy turning away from the flashes coming inbound. The Deagle ready with an AK right at his feet here. Could use that. Use it against Fnatic. Swing out ahead of the smokes. Poddy also leaning in close range. Body position here ahead of the smoke. Bomb will go down for it, but it's really him to try to pick up the kills.
Spam towards that right-hand side of the generators. Poddy's going to continue to aggress players on the other side. The Deagle comes away with one, but only one.
Server comes back, however, 2-on-2. Here's Deagle strikes. MilTzy yet to reveal that he's picked up that AK. Deagle still firing. They get it back to a 1-on-1. Server's caught the clutch. Just when you want to see one from him, he brings in 12 for ENCE Academy.
Ours and another eco steal, man. Oh my goodness. This is just tearing me to pieces. We have seen so many eco wins for ENCE Academy in this entire event. We've seen 2 on map number 1 in a grand final.
It's going to harm Fnatic quite significantly so, but the Deagles did their damage. And will damage the economy state of Fnatic Rising. Nothing in the savings, of course, no loss bonus. If ENCE win this, they're going to go 14-10, but Wolfie doesn't want that to happen at all.
Now, we've seen these opening picks coming through from Wolfie up to Crane, up towards Ali. Even Banjo's trying to spot for some information, ends up falling back to Y.
M4 set, HG's back. Molotov sent with the flashes going over Henu. Dived out of the way, Server backed up with a teammate. That bomb ahead of the bridge, trying to make their way up. Shots in from Wolfie, trying to connect. Get his kill to follow up, but no, just damage done to MilTzy and Server so far.
He looks confident at least, Jay. Think about the amount of times he's going back towards that ram take. He's showing that he doesn't mind over-peeking. Flash around the corner, that's great. That's spotting 2 players.
Spray back against Adam S though. Only damaging against him, the AWP and MilTzy. Still fires, still look for some way back in for ENCE Academy here.
Even though MilTzy's not the primary AWPer, he is a very good secondary AWPer, so don't mind him picking up the big green since Poddy's fallen. Out towards the B site, you've got Banjo playing passive, even Volt just jump spotting. Now, because of that, it allows more of that advantage, more of that crossfire to get set up on B, more of a rotation.
Boosting up for the rifles, the Molotov sent in. Henu catches the headshot, there it is. The pick that ENCE were hunting for. Counter util in as Adam S does get flashed off position, but the teams are a bit slow to make their way in. Banjo's forced out, does burst significantly, but get 2 kills for him. MilTzy forced to trade, 13 seconds remain as Jewissi back in mid, gets one, but no more. Adam and Wolfie close down the last 2, and Fnatic Rising are back in it.
And that was class coming through from Banjo. And this is what we love from some of the B-site anchors, is just the realization that even if you're going to go down, you can still find success. He knows he's done there. As soon as you get spotted out to quad and you're mollied, you ain't getting out of that one alive. But look at what he does, Jay. Rather than swinging out wide, rather than opening up the angle, he stays in the molly to keep fighting to give himself a better chance. That's an incredible multi-frag.
Half invest for ENCE. Deagle's in, Tech9's out. HG sent as Polly tries to make his way in. It's in the air, he's thrown as the T just hold their nerve.
Now this is something we've got to think about on the T side, Jay. Yeah, we can look at the score line, but you have to remember, you won Pistol, you won Anti-Eco, and you've won an Eco Steal. Where's the rifle round?
It's not a bad question.
Just because the scoreline looks close, it's almost a red herring. It's almost taking us away from the fact that the success has only come with these sort of rubbishy pistol rounds.
Juicy. Deagle firing against the AWP, landing collateral tags and a kill found a second man. Server able to get one pick back, needs that second, and that triple! Not again, boys! 2 on 2. Another Rico still on the table. The AWP's posted. The bomb needs to get recovered, though.
It's all about that AWP from Server, trying to hold the cross. Both CTs have got in quick.
Adam sees one. Volt gets the other. Just about keeping it together for Fnatic Rising.
So close, man.
It was. Server, man, I don't know how he's doing this. That Tech9 did so much work. Watch it again. That kill's fair enough. It's the next two that we don't see that are just pure silliness.
It's just ENCE Academy and Eco rounds. It's just all it is. Wild stuff, 12 to 12, but it's the rifle basis, and this is where for Fnatic Rising, they've got to look at themselves and say, we've been solid. We've been getting a lot of AWP picks from Wolfie in these last handful of rounds. He's been successful over towards A. ENCE Academy, they've got to try and find a way to break this apart to get more success on these kind of rounds.
Made damage done to Poddy, burst through these M4 Server. Looking out towards the mid control, going to be the man leaning forwards. Slow and careful. That is the default here for ENCE.
Banjo, jiggle peeking down, has to smoke off the molly. Now there's no committance up towards there, but there is a walkout in mid. It's all a matter of timing because you're actually going to get MOUZ looking back in towards mid to crossfire with Banjo.
Flash is sent. Or leaning, and Poddy's blind as a bat. Easy kill.
Wolfie's been successful in this second half. I've got to give it to him. AWP duels onto Poddy. He's been winning quite a few of them.
Been pretty good. ENCE Academy. Find something more than good at this stage. They have been overwhelmed by the CT forces. Server gets the frag on Volt, 4 on 4. Or Wolfie striking back to Server. At least Adam is picked up in a 3 on 3 situation. So ENCE keeping it evens. Fnatic Rising. Now dealing with a walkout mid. Juicy doesn't get Banjo.
What an off angle coming through from Banjo. Juicy just doesn't pre-aim it at all. MOUZ up close towards a smoke. A walk forward on the other side.
Doesn't see him either. MiltZ picks up the frag. Even standing as the CTs rotate back into the A defense.
Wolfie's down low. Banjo's going to have to really help him out in this round. They've got to establish a crossfire.
12 seconds. Flashes forward, bomb needs to commit, get planted back, Banjo sees the man, gets the player in the back instead, sees the second individual, and quickly sets the retake in for Fnatic Rising. 13 on the board, they're in the lead.
And Wolfie doing work again with that AWP, and you've got to consider the fact that Wolfie was on one of the standalone best tier 2 teams when it came to last year. One of those teams of Lingby Vikings and Ecstatic, pushing top 20 on HLTV, winning these type of events and even further, getting the chance of playing against tier 1 competition teams. And just knowing that that success continues coming forward. That's a great kill there from Banjo, just to be able to deal with that mid lurk from Juicy, because you've got to think maybe if Banjo's back passive on B, Juicy wraps into elevators. He might win that round just off of the basis of the backstab.
Fnatic Rising. Rising into the lead. MOUZ.
Ooh.
Look at this at ladder room. Is he going to get caught here? He's looking towards the wrong side, but that one T-side player is going to get caught off for it. Damage done in minimal amounts. Juicy for the train, however. Spoke against his position. He's going to make his way around the corner. Struggle to get the kill in, but does bring it home.
It's still quite a bit of damage, though. Down to 59 in the process. Wolfie with the AWP up here towards the scaff, looking down. Flash doesn't catch him, but the shot does.
MiltZ a bit too deep in that exchange. Advantage for Fnatic again. Volt is on 2 HP though. It's an easy trade, but they're not finding him. They're finding Banjo instead, who finds Henu to trade it back to continue it on for Fnatic Rising. 2 left on ENCE. Server and Juicy. What can they do?
What a second half of Vertigo this has been from Fnatic Rising. They've just crippled them. They've put down so much offensive when it comes to what the T-side can offer up. Banjo on the off angle, looking down towards the B stairs. A jiggle peek comes through, looking like more damage can present.
Nade set. Volt leaning forward, the M4 checking the corners. Trying to prod forward, 40 seconds, the bomb should go, or should try and go down here. Banjo is, of course, defending the site alongside a crossfire with the teammate. Molotov sent towards him. Smoke to position the server, tries to make his way up. Juicy gets caught, bombed, down and out. Fnatic are making this look easy now.
And what I'm loving about AdamS is not only is he consistently performing, even on the second half, but he's getting more help. He's actually getting more of that basis from some of the other individuals. MOUZ aggressing through, very confident. Wolfie with the AWP out here towards the ramp control. He's got him and Banjo to work together out towards the B side. And AdamS, I think he might drop 40 on this map. Or drop 30, I should say. 40 might be if we go to OT.
I mean, 2 aces in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Maybe an ace in the post plant.
It's,
to add there. 3 aces.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Banjo does find Henny though, so that's a start for Fnatic Rising. ENCE Academy. Mac 10s, Tech Knights, Deagles. Goes down, a player flashing from server. We're going to try to set them up towards that mid control, but MOUZ is so ready to receive them. That utility does catch him blinded, but they can't account for it. Heads up to Way. They do get the kill back 4-on-4, but Adam's quick in the trade.
Try and reposition deep towards CT. Bomb gets dropped out in the open. HG could even come down. Flying player into CT. Server catches him.
Leans forward the next man, but Banjo deals with MiltC, so it's all left the server in a 1-on-3. Spray back round the corner. Flanking in. Does find Banjo in the end. Not spraying into the rifle, but just as he peeks in towards Wolfie at the same time. 15-12. Map point for Fnatic Rising when ENCE Academy had all the advantages coming out of the first half into the second. The team just never really got going. Only 3 gained in this second half. Need 3 more to go to overtime. Is it going to happen, Blake?
No, I don't think so. This has been a really deceiving scoreline for me.
Yeah.
Because don't get me wrong, ENCE Academy put on a good show in the first half. That we can give them credit for. But this second half, the chances have been so minimal. Pistol round, anti-eco, and eco steal were the only rounds presented.
I think as well, they were able to get so many more on their T side on the last Vertigo they played against Fnatic Rising. From that perspective, it's very disappointing. Volt creeping close, hearing the scope of the AWP. Engaging one, a poly past the tops. AK spray back, nades involved. Wolfie's AWP can catch a decent frag back. Finds Henny with the smoke clears. 2 left standing, 1 left standing. Juicy isolated and dead. 16-12, Fnatic Rising will hold on to their map pick. No concerns today about the late game. Yes, it was a small resurgence from ENCE with the pistol and the conversions, but outside of that,
I think that was a solid performance coming through from Fnatic Rising, and it shows me what I wanted to see. A cohesive unit in a grand final delivering. Yes, you could maybe say it was a slow start. Things weren't that ideal in the first half, but consider this. We had 2 clutches, 2 anti-eco steals, pistol rounds and anti-eco round. Like, when you take all of that into account, the ENCE won, they actually didn't win many rounds.
I think the concern about it was that they were getting the anti-ecos without following up the rifles after the fact, right? Because you get those anti-eco rounds and then you were able to reset the economy off the back of the damage being done in that one, plus, of course, stealing the round itself with 3 rifles and everything. The follow-ups weren't there for them, and I think that really was the key problem with that whole basis there for ENCE Academy.
It just didn't see many rifle round victories from them. And like you mentioned, when the economy's not on the ropes, when you're not consistently getting rounds in a row, you're going to struggle. For the Fnatic Rising side, I think Wolfie showed a very good first, maybe 6-7 rounds of the game. Second half, very impactful. Had AWPing towards B, over in mid, over towards A, Tarps, Crane. I thought he was all over the map. Volt didn't have the best of times, but it meant we got to see more of others. I thought MOUZ made a lot of aggressive plays out towards mid, Banjo towards that B side, and of course, AdamS, mate, he's involved again.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Volt, of course, did he get the 3K towards the end of the map? So,
he closed it down.
He still had potential. He still had impact in that overall situation, but overall for Fnatic Rising, it is a team effort that gets them their map pick of Vertigo. The pick of ENCE Academy will be Mirage. We've seen some dire times for Fnatic on this one in the past over the course of today and yesterday, but will that be the case in this best of 3? We'll find out after the break. Well, not quite the tail end of the map up that we wanted to see from ENCE, not the kind of tail end of the map up that ENCE themselves wanted to see from themselves. Ultimately, Vertigo does go down the way of Fnatic. No major struggles towards the end this time. Maybe some struggles at the beginning, Dwayne, but job's done.
Job is done. Job not done for the series, though. I mean, I'm even looking at Mirage and I'm thinking, do I give a little bit of an edge? Do I give the 2-0 potential?
I don't know about that one, mate.
That's pushing it too far.
Probably pushing it a bit too far, yeah. I reckon that ENCE Academy have got this one not wrapped up per se. Obviously, we do know that Fnatic Rising have improved upon yesterday's defeat, right? Because they had that 11-4 half on Mirage. We've been banging on about it all day. Today, against MOUZ and NXT, it looked far better on the basis of what we saw there from them. And the end result was, of course, how that series went down overall. Like the situation for me on Fnatic Rising, it isn't quite as fantastic as it would be for the ENCE Academy side, though, because again, we saw them resurge. We saw how fantastic that second half was, and I feel like this is their map pick. This is their main opportunity to do well here in the series, and we kind of were saying that about the situation coming into this tournament today.
Yeah, I know. Like, I do want to give ENCE Academy a lot of credit. They have shown a lot in this whole event. I think they've shown quite a bit on Mirage. The factor I'm just looking at is, even on the first map, that scoreline to me is just really misleading. There weren't many rifle rounds being won, and my concern is that coming into Mirage, if we've got a similar state, if we're not getting those rifle rounds through, you might get the odd steal here or there, but how consistent is that? Your rifle rounds have got to be the majority of the basis on where success comes from.
That's the key thing, right? It's all about the ifs, though. We've been talking about if Fnatic Rising have a bad time in the tail end of the game, then of course we're going to see a similar result to what we saw yesterday. If we see only ecos there from ENCE Academy, only see the eco steals, then we're not going to see a very good game from them. All about the ifs, Dwayne. What is the likelihoods of these things happening here for both sides?
I think for ENCE Academy, they should take it to a third. They've proven enough on Mirage. 7 wins, 3 losses in the last 3 months. They've been successful in this event on Mirage. They've been successful locally on this map when it comes to the pool, and knowing the way that it went down last time, I think that they can come in today, think, all right, didn't do it on map 1, let's come through. We should be going to a third map.
We'll talk about the stub of the star players. You're mentioning MiltZ a lot over the course of that last map for ENCE Academy. Was he as impactful as we hoped he would be today?
I thought he played pretty well. I was actually thoroughly impressed from Juicy. I thought Potty was a little bit underwhelming. Didn't see that much from the AWP player, but for MiltZ, knowing that it was an opposition map pick, knowing the way that some of the rounds went down, I was impressed by MiltZ on the first map.
I think we were all impressed about the other players over from Fnatic Rising, the fact that they all had their own individual basis as a bunch of set star players. I think we've been talking about it all week so long so far, is the fact that any one of these guys can pop off, have a great performance. I think the concerning factor is what happens when all of them have a pop-off great performance, and suddenly you've got a real bad time for the opposing force. I'd like to say the map wasn't necessarily like that per se. I mean, we do have some very even numbers when it comes to the top ends, but we have got guys like MistGames soaring ahead of them, nearly 13 bombing towards the end of that map. But then you've got guys like Wolfie tailing behind at 23, Banjo tailing behind at 23 himself. So again, we had a number of players having great performances there for Fnatic Rising, and it's always encouraging to see that for this team.
Again, it is. And looking at Mirage, coming into today, there was actually a 3-game losing streak for the likes of Fnatic Rising. Now, of course, that got ended because they 16-13 MOUZ and NXT in that consolidation final. So, losing streak is over. The winning streak of Vertigo was also 4 games. That was lost due to MOUZ and NXT. Now it's gained back again. So, you do wonder how about the streaks and the different results and what we saw against MOUZ and NXT is going to change in terms of a complexion coming here into map number 2.
Well, they did break their losing streak of Mirage against MOUZ and NXT a little bit earlier on today, so that, of course, is encouraging for Fnatic Rising. I mean, never truly a streak for ENCE Academy. They're on. They, of course, beat them in the last map up, which is the last map that they played in this tournament, of course. So, for them having that basis to play from ENCE Academy, hope to try and replicate results once again here on the second map of the best of 3. USPs, P250s pulled out. USPs involved for Wolfie, tapping forward, catching Juicy, tagging up, taking him down, kicking things off. A defensive trying to hold back here. Meanwhile, MOUZ in an underpass getting Henry next to 5-on-3 now for Fnatic Rising here.
Bolt getting a pick. MistGames to fight out from Sandwich. Great crossfires being locked out. And now Servers alone getting absolutely clothesline. Fnatic Rising having a very good read there. You think about Wolfie's position towards the back of CT ticket. You've got a full stack towards A. Even MOUZ, the only B player, drops down for that short control. Deals with that lurk. Yes, Potty and Server are able to get entries, but there's just so many CTs that can fight off one another.
Good start for Fnatic. Exactly what we want to see from them. Following up from the last map win here on the CT basis of Mirage. And 11-4 last time on the CT side against ENCE Academy. So Looking for, again, a similar scoreline in this particular case, if they can follow it up especially. ENCE placing in against the scouts already. You have got tags in invaded there by Wolfie's part. Henu has been tagged at 63 though.
Yeah, MOUZ has played in 3 grand finals, winning 2 of them. Won Frag League Season 7 with Conqueror, which was one of the big results for him. Didn't get to a grand final on Enterprise, though, which was probably his most renowned roster before moving over here.
The international team.
I think we've seen with quite a lot of Finnish players in this competition of how many of them actually are on international teams.
Well, not for ENCE Academy, of course. MiltZ. Full finish in this one.
They've got a bit of international with a Brit as a coach, so they're entertaining the idea.
Okay, alright. Well, I'll count it for now. Core 5 there for the Finnish side now. Bursting in towards the B site, trying to see if they can overwhelm this SMG. Bats up here, damage has been done towards Banjo. He's gotten away with a couple of kills and also had Vault support. USP's pulled out to try to deal with the rest of the T side players. Wolfie needs to come in with a bit more of the action. 3 on 2, making it 1. Now none left on Poddy's part. Scout involved. Now crossfire with the M4. See the man get the pick. Find the 2-0 start.
Nicely done. And things don't get hectic, which is probably a good sign, because one thing that we do know is that some of those eco rounds can be pretty deadly. Now, one thing that we did give Wolfie a lot of praise for in the last series, in that Consolidation final, was Wolfie's performance at the tail end on map 3, which was Mirage. He went 29 kills and 15 deaths. That was one of the best performances on a map that we'd seen him in the entire event so far. So, knowing that he played well on Vertigo, I now want to see what he's going to be like on Mirage again.
So far, early starts have been pretty standardized for most sides. No definitive star players, including him, as of yet. Bay's tagged up to 25, so star burning out. Against Academy tries to snuff out his flames, but maybe we'll get the pickers right now.
Put that incendiary up there towards a palace control. MOUZ could just peek onto the contact. Now, there isn't an aggressive mid stance coming through from the likes of Fnatic Rising, but ENCE Academy is still quite cautious.
Flashes in for MOUZ. Server. Flashed in to take contact. Poddy right behind him. Of course, the AK's taking the first contact, at least Vault into the boost to the cinder blocks. Sees the head. First up. MiltZ and Henu. First to fall.
Nice opening start to the rifle round. Get to a minute on the clock, and there's already a lot of success. MOUZ playing around the connector. Smoke up towards top mid. Does damage onto Poddy, but loses the fight.
A bit overly aggressive, but forced out there by the Molotovs, of course. Back turn towards Dark. Wolfie will get the kill in on Juicy. So returning frags again for Fnatic, maintaining the 4-on-2 situation.
The server needs a pick out here towards default. Even Wolfie's getting get aggressive. Jeez, look at the spin around. He gets onto server too.
3K. Spin around against the last man. Oh, he's read it. He's read it like a book. He'll get his kill. Nice sequence from him. 3-0 start for Fnatic Rising here.
Now again, just to get into the conversation, ENCE Academy, we've never seen them in a grand final before. For the likes of Fnatic Rising, we have. We saw it back in the We Play Academy League Season 5. They went into the grand final against Spirit Academy, and it was a stomper. It was a 2-0. It wasn't even competitive. So we do know that this is a team that, when they get deeper into events, oftentimes they can get stronger. And I think that we've seen that for the likes of Fnatic Rising after their loss against ENCE Academy to beat MOUZ and NXT twice.
Pistols pulled out for ENCE right here and now. Deco involved, a little bit of a Kevlar here and there. Fnatic looking for their 4th. She sent as Banjo holds his nerve, but does back off from the apartment's entrance.
Juicy is ranked 2nd in the event for most success in opening duels, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on him on T side, see what he's like on some of the entry sight lines. We often know that he's lurking out towards Palace, so just trying to crunch down onto some of those site players. MOUZ getting aggressive up towards top mid. Very similar to the city side of Vertigo. There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of aggression.
Yeah, Poddy tagged. Made it down server, still finds a deagle shot to a damage, but not too much for kill. Vault flashed off position, refacing in towards mid alongside his teammates. All looking at the firing squad out towards this mid walk from the T side. Eventually, Kale's lining up for MOUZ. Last ban for Henry, does take him down. Doesn't last long in the round though.
4-0. Fnatic Rising looking back into the rifle round now. One thing that we did see on the city side for Fnatic Rising on that last map of Vertigo is a lot of success in rifle rounds. Okay, yes, they lost the pistol, they lost the anti-eco, and they lost an anti-eco still. But when it came to rifle rounds, they were all over them. Now, we've only seen one so far, but keep that in mind going into round number 5 of what another rifle round is going to look like here on Mirage.
Utility sent in, incendiaries up, damage being done towards MiltZ at 51 HP. HE sent to his position, doing a little bit more, not really getting the kill counts though. Flying past these smokes, the sprays will come in completely randomly, but Henu will catch MOUZ, kick things off for ENCE Academy.
Spams coming through from both teams, and eventually MOUZ is going to fall. They can put that molly down towards the window control. Even Jowissi strikes out towards AdamS at ARAM.
Fnatic getting a bit too overly aggressive there. Advantage extends now for ENCE. Two players are tagged up. Could be easy trades on MiltZ and Jowissi, but Volt himself is also low, so it rests all on Banjo and Wolfie for me.
There's going to be a full gamble stack out towards A, and there might even be a slight info play. Banjo does catch off Henu.
There's one back. Any more to find, especially with the flanks in towards Ram. Volt is going to catch Server, however. That bomb's going to continue committing. 2-on-2 situation. Fnatic done decent with the trade game.
Yeah, Volt's expecting some aggression to come down towards that city spawn angle, so this could actually be him repositioning back out to jungle. Try and work with Banjo. They can peek from jungle and connector.
Plant will be secured here, and Banjo bursts through on MiltZ. Poddy now left alone. HE sent towards the site, not going to land towards the position. He's out in the open. Banjo will now know it. Kill found. He does catch Volt, however, so that's at least makes it expensive for Fnatic Rising. There's still a 5th round to the CT board. That's 5 in a row as well.
Now, I could be completely off track here, Jay. I could just be spitballing, but I reckon that in that situation, you got a 5v3 there for ENCE Academy. If that was in an upper bracket final, an upper bracket semi, I think they close it down. But now you think about a grand final, does that add a little bit more? Because those are not the rounds that I saw from ENCE Academy previously. Those are not the kind of advantages that I saw them buckling. Those are some very good opening picks in the round, but they don't close it down.
It's a point to Fnatic Rising's favour. Certainly so. ENCE at least did their damage. Could have potentially fight back and find resets, but the opening frag going the way of Fnatic again. Wolfie's Orp posted in at Palace. Henu's picked up. MOUZ does get responded to by MiltZ, however, but Wolfie holds his nerve, finding Jowissi and Ram. That's all the A default presence wiped out.
And now the info play coming through from the apartments. Look at this. That bomb could actually get trapped in T-spawn.
It's going to back off, thinking there might be some CTs moving up here. They're going to go back towards underpass instead. They might find the mid flank. Server is so concerned about that from Fnatic.
It's unreal that they've aggressed apartments and Palace. Wolfie with the AWP could be on for another. No, does get caught by Poddy, but Banjo's heard the short player.
Gets that pick in with Adam also finding Server back out towards that spawn angle. So Poddy alone on the bomb site. Orp picked up 1-on-3. In his comfort zone with his comfort weapon. But not comfortable getting any of these kills. Flanking from CT spawn as well from one CT player. Adam defends the bomb. Volt comes up. And Poddy goes down. 6-0 for Fnatic Rising now.
Do you remember the Consolidation final well, Jay?
Roughly.
Do you remember what happened on MOUZ NXT's map pick?
Yes.
Look at the start. I'm not saying that it's going to be the same thing, but I think it's showing here the discipline, the aggression. Do you remember what we were talking about on the city side? They're pressing Monster, they're pressing Connector, they're pressing Party, they're fighting, they're taking map control. I'm looking at the exact same thing. You've got an aggressive apps player, you've got AdamS pressing into Palace, you've got Wolfie striking with the AWP. It's comfortable. It's very positive here for Fnatic Rising. They're taking map control, they're leading into challenges, and this could be a very tough map here for ENCE Academy.
Well, Mirage has had a bit more back and forth at the start of the game for MOUZ, of course. This is reminding me a lot about more like how Overpass went down, though. 6-0. Fnatic Rising playing a lights-out kind of game. ENCE Academy find a lights-out responsive set piece into the A play, coming up very early as well. Smoke sent in, flashes over from Poddy. Going to be the backup dancer with the rest of the pistols making their way into the site. Wolfie's Orp can catch Jowissi. Adam and Volt hold the crossfire, bombs dropped, and they are just torn down by Fnatic Rising. 7-0, Dweg.
And knowing that that was an anti-eco too, what is one of the good caveats that we can give to ENCE Academy? Oh, anytime they've got some upgraded pistols, some util, maybe some armor, yeah, that could be on. Might be able to get away with a few kills, could keep it quite competitive. They get rolled over in that round. You got AdamS playing out towards Sandwich, Wolfie back deep. He's up to 10-3.
Another big performance from him in a pivotal map in this tournament, in this game. Fnatic Rising not letting go of the throttle. ENCE. AK set, the Orps in. Molotovs will keep them at bay for the aggressive force of the CT side of Fnatic Rising, but they put the smokes down anyway. Molotovs up towards Dark, and I'm going to sit on top of the balcony. They don't even know he's here. Headshot gain. Back is going to be turned towards one T-side contact. Needs support from Volt here. 3 smokes back on. Nades and smokes to return. 4-on-4 scenario.
Henry's trying to see if he can wait out this smoke. Needs to deal with this player towards top bow.
Gets the kill. Meanwhile, Wolfie strikes back to the mid lurk of the T side, so now they turn their attention entirely towards the A side. Flashes in, player at the edge of smoke. Barely caught back by Poddy. Advantage for ENCE here.
Now, Wolfie was thinking about a backstab in towards T-Sport. He's actually got back into Connector. This AWP waiting for the bomb to go down.
Should go down at Connector now that he's revealed his position. There's no sense in crossing back to Danger Box. That gets a lot more dangerous for ENCE Academy. He's going to wait for a press instead at the stairs. He might just get it as well. Oh no, MOUZ wins the fight, bomb dropped.
I can't believe Server loses that. And now Wolfie can put more intent down. The T's don't have bomb control. They're out in the open. Poddy's stuck with the NWP at Tetris.
Henu's low HP as well, so the AK can't do much here. Wraparounds from the AWP are going to get towards CT. MOUZ still holding in from mid control, expecting there to be a counter rotate from ENCE. 20 seconds, the crossfire's locked. Poddy's going to get picked up. Henu 1-on-2, finds the first, needs the headshot on the second, shot's ringing out. 15 seconds to the clock though. Wolfie knows that he can stall for time, swing out with the USP because this player is low. The AWPer now watching the bomb's position. Scope up, shot not connecting, but Henu's out of time. 6 seconds, swung upon the USP, wins the fight. Fnatic yet to miss a beat, even though they got close to one right there.
And that's another round that I look at ENCE Academy and think, surely you close it down. Good picks coming through. Henu gets the lurk out towards A. The bomb does not commit, and what a duel that is for MOUZ. That is not an easy shot at all, and Wolfie comes through with the clutch. He is playing to a very high level right now.
Making a major case for MVP of the finals.
Oh, yeah, I think he is.
Incendiaries up, smokes in, MOUZ straight up and close and personal with Henu is not going to stand to last much longer. Kill found immediately.
It's so positive, man. It's aggressive, it's taking map control away, it's being on the front foot. And for ENCE Academy, what are you supposed to do when MOUZ is just running at you at underpass?
Advantage sits with Fnatic and ENCE though. Juicy might have to be the man to deal with the damage and get the returns. Smokes up on the CT basis. They'll block off vision in the apartments. Wolfie's AWP is going to watch and wait. But see nothing for now.
And knowing that there's a player in from window, MOUZ is going to spot the info, know what's going on. They're going to try and see if they can force a trade, try and even boost up.
MiltC does find that pick. That's a return. Less than half HP for him.
And Wolfie's got to keep his eyes down towards Connector, and window does get baited, but sees both players.
Shots continue to ring out as he wraps over. Wants to position in the sniper's nest instead, but also is wary of the fact they could push from Con. No one's watching the bomb site at this moment, but now he is. MiltC's caught. 2 left.
The server might try and see if he can walk out B, but look at the CTs. They haven't rotated at all. You've got both Banjo and Volt establishing a crossfire and even looking into the apartments.
Spray through, damage done. Server's going to get caught. Poddy in a 1-on-4 situation. Deagle all the way up in apps should be known relatively soon. If not, he'll make his way towards the B side, get shut down by one of these 2 players here. There's no escape. 15 seconds. Gotta go down for the money bonus if nothing else. 10. Walk out. 10-4 catches him. Didn't even see the bomb site before he went falling. 9-0. Dwayne, what do you make of this?
It's very similar to Overpass. I mean, you have to keep in mind 2 best-of-3s, back-to-back, on opposition's map pick. It has been 24-0. What is happening there? In CT halves, make it 25-0 if you want to talk about the full 16-0. But on CT halves, to go 24 rounds in a row on opposition map picks, that is unheard of. There is no parallel. There is no stat line that could tell you that a team can do that.
Something intangible in the air today about Fnatic Rising for me.
I think it just shows the disrespectful playstyle that they're offering and the way that MOUZ NXT and ENCE Academy have not been able to adapt because of it.
Their position feels so solid. ENCE are in a world of hurt. Fnatic Rising on the back foot against MOUZ earlier. Should have been set for the 2-0 against their name. Were able to bounce back, find a stellar performance. Here they are, 1 up away from winning the grand finals. And they stand with just a similar confident line as that previous series. Juicy caught first casualty. MOUZ will burn a 2 HP, but Adam through the smoke gets server to a 5-on-3.
And a teaser just hoping for a trade, hoping for an answer back, walk up in corn, Adam S catches.
He just knows. They are looking stellar. 2-on-5 for ENCE Academy. You can see the crossfire mid, about to catch another good kill here for MOUZ. Waiting, watching, holding, flashes, will try and drive Henry back. Poddy will get Volts, that's one pick back. AK involved towards mid, catching Wolfie, aggressing too far forward in this one. 3-on-2 that favors the CT side still, but Poddy is bringing this back.
Now this is actually a very nice mid-round. MOUZ is still out here towards jungle, catches off the AWP on low HP.
Now Henry's alone, footsteps heard, making a ton of noise. Wraparounds from the CT side coming in towards that, setting up a backstab there for Banjo. Bomb will get planted safely for it.
And MOUZ is going to go over to that AWP. Now for Henu, we've seen what he's like with the experience, and in these clutch situations, this is where he's going to have to stand up tall and find the first round on the T side.
It's a smart call for MOUZ here. He needs to hit that first shot and nothing less. Flash forward against Henu's position. Teammate inbound from ramp, checking all the parts of the bomb site. Half the timer ticked away. Banjo. No utility on for him either, checking out the sandwich position, looks up, nades down, damage be done, players in it, ticker booth, MOUZ are going to wrap that corner as well, suppress him, AK involved with this, the stall for time, kill gets found, defuse, locked out, as Henu clutches the triple and brings in number 1 for ENCE Academy.
There we go, finally the streak is over. The first round gets gains from ENCE Academy, and it's not another 16-0, it's not 2 16-0s back-to-back. Fnatic Rising probably should have been 10 rounds. I think they got caught over-facing there, Jay. A little bit hungry. Understandably so when you're up by this sort of scoreline, but that's the round where it reels you back in, doesn't it? That's where MOUZ has got to say, all right, lads, like, let's just be a bit sensible there. We had a 5v2, we over-faced, we gave them the first round. Let's knuckle down.
Oh, he's going to be the man caught extending a bit too far against Poddy for kill found against the AWP. Start out for the T's. Fnatic up against the execution in towards the B site here. 2 players on shore. Got to join the defensive very quickly. Banjo stands alone here. Backside pillar. 1 player's crossed out on the site itself. MilkSea will burn, but Banjo holds on to the next man. Advantage gain for Fnatic Rising. HG set. 1 more player caught back at jail. Volts USP sees him escaping back towards Car. Taps up Henu. And this is equally as confident as he triples up with the pistol. And Fnatic do find 10.
What is that round? Oh my god! That is a Volt special with a USB out of all weapons. When Poddy started off, when he gets the opening pick, it's the B-pop, it's the fly out. And Volt realizes, well, I'm out of ammo, might as well use the USB. Jeez.
Low HP across the board. Fnatic Rising, it's not even shocking anymore. 10-1. ENCE Academy, their guns are, well, they're here, but they're not prevalent. AK in, Galil's on 3, Mac 10 on Poddy. MOUZ catching server, Juicy falling, 5v3.
Fnatic Rising, getting success out towards ramp. MilkSea just desperate for a trade back. Try and see if he can inkling some level of advantage out there towards a short control. And for ENCE Academy, they've got window, they've got jungle, they've got connector, but they've still got to fight back just to get the bomb territory.
T-side players leaning forward, M4 holds, Henu. His AK set to look out towards short. MOUZ watches into the center of the site, of course, protecting the bomb position out towards ramp. ENCE have got to fight back to even gain a win condition in this round.
And it just stalls. They know that there's a player out there towards a murder hole. It's all about the time stalling. And look at the way that Fnatic Rising aren't overfacing here, Jay. I like the patience that they've allowed themselves in this round just to wait out the time, wait out that clock. ENCE Academy, they're the ones that got to make a move.
Wolfie's up on MilkSea, Volt catching Poddy. Last player standing of Henu, dead. Instant. Wolfie with a double. 11-1, back to the 10-round differential here for the CT side. ENCE. They're in deep trouble right now. Even though there is a T side, like, this scoreline is getting out of control.
Indeed it is, and I think it shows that for ENCE Academy, if you maybe watch this game and you didn't watch any of the others, you'll be thinking about what am I watching here? Because for ENCE Academy, they've proved so many teams wrong, been able to prove so many people wrong with their performances in the upper bracket to get to the grand final, but they're falling flat, and Fnatic Rising are just outclassing them. Another B pop.
HG's at the ready, Banjo up top of the white van, Smokes in ahead of the Molotov spray down against one. Not quite the second HG's put up, damage should be done, Server will not die for it though, Volt's in to ensure that he goes down in the end. Bomb dropped, MiltZ seen, jumping out, looking towards the window, Volt holds a double, not quite the triple. Enu with a responsive regardless, AWP's in, and the shots just ring out. The T's go falling down. Like London Bridge on a Saturday night, 12-1 for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a laugh, don't we, when it's this sort of scoreline. What a way to qualify for LAN as well from Fnatic Rising. You think about it being a contentious game up against ENCE Academy last time, and I think it shows that it might have just been a one-off, Jay, because they showed early leads on map 1, map 2, and on map 3. Yeah, they didn't quite close it down, but they've come back for revenge. They've come back to absolutely own them on their map pick.
Fnatic Rising have reasons not to be happy with how the upper bracket final went. They're taking out their frustrations here in the grand finals. ENCE Academy are suffering for it. Flashes into the apartments. Look at the map control being gained up here already. There's no way they can attack B directly without getting short and mid control, which they will be able to do so. MOUZ goes falling in con.
Wolfie expecting a re-overface. AWP, that's an easy shot onto Henu. Even a fallback towards main. It's going to have to be quick. MiltZ needs his kill, and he gets it indeed.
That flash from Server definitely helped him because Adam was a blind man. He could have easily gotten the kill back. Wolfie, however, still striking with the AWP. 3-on-3. Behind danger. Reflash back into position. He falls towards the outside of the site. Poddy picking him up, but meanwhile the M4 in from Volt cuts off the connector controls. These two players in from ramp. Volt's going to hide back here. Incendiary sent because the backstab's inbound.
Love this from Volt. Just try and toy with them, try and bait them in towards connector. The bomb plant's going down, but this backstab's going to get set up. ENCE Academy have got to start taking map control. They've got to be proactive.
Banjo's just closing in from the palace position, so he's going to see that bomb plant position and the two CTs, or the two Ts rather, to line up. Shots ringing out. Volt's going to try hold his nerve. Inbound from Banjo, slow swing. AK is watching it though. Juicy gets his pick back, so Volt on to clutch it this time. 1-on-2, still looking up. Half his HP remaining. Molotov also on towards the bomb side position, could be used here. Making his moves in, kill found, last man left, on towards CT. That should drive Poddy away. It lands inside the ticket booth though, busting open the window. The AWPer can hold his nerve, keep the player off the defuse, get the shot back together, bring in the second for ENCE.
And while it's come down to a couple of clutches, they're all important rounds.
Yeah.
It's what you need for ENCE Academy. MiltZ does quite a bit of damage on that connector stance. And for Juicy, that's incredible awareness when that bomb goes down to watch the backstab, to be ready for that palace peak. And for Poddy, it's all about time wasting towards the tail end there. Great shot to be able to cinch it off, to allow the second round to get gamed by the Finns.
10 rounds to the good, last round of the half. T-side players quick out into the A-side. The AWP of Poddy able to catch one. Wolfie's AWP responds to Henu. And now MiltZ in at the catwalk, sees one player, sprays down Wolfie. Advantage gained by the T-side, and MiltZ continues fighting back here, making noise, moving into connector. Does he realize that second player? Yes, he does. Adam's down.
All the picks being gained, hyper-aggressive these last couple of rounds. MOUZ and Banjo on the retake.
Now just Banjo alone, caught up by Juicy, tagged down and taken away by Poddy's position. 12-3 at the turn of the half. It was Fnatic all the way until the very end before ENCE finally got started. But you can see the look on Server's face. I don't think they're happy with that half.
No, they can't be. Not at all. It's 2 rounds towards the tail end there, and I even look at those last few rounds and it got very puggish, which I don't think is how ENCE Academy want to play. But when you're down by such a margin and your tactical side isn't working, mate, you just got to run at them. You just got to be able to bring a little bit more pace, be a little bit looser in style, and you can feel as if that's something that they weren't comfortable with. Fnatic Rising have put up one hell of a lead, even more than all 3 of the one-sided halves that we saw in that upper bracket final of that 11-4, of that 10-5, of that 10-5 in map 1, map 2, and in map 3.
Well, being far gone, Fnatic Rising should hold the next 4 rounds to close it out. ENCE Academy, though, changed up their play style, were able to find some success, and now they're going to carry it forward into the CT half of things. We have seen comebacks between these sides, particularly from ENCE on the back foot in the past. Will Fnatic fall victim to that, or will they get this pistol and start things off on a stellar foot? Yes, they will. Adam kicking things off against MistGames. MilTzy in the backside, though. Headshot's not getting the USP. He struggles. Poddy able to assist with the secondary pick back 4-on-3 situation as that man gets overwhelmed to evens.
And now Poddy's hoping for the overextension out from the back of triple. He catches Adam S.
Facing against the next player up here, Wolfie gets his kill back towards CT server, gets involved, and Henu locks out against MOUZ, so it will be a pistol gained by ENCE Academy as they get to number 4 on the board.
Now, we have seen something similar to this before. Again, that Mirage that came through for the likes of Fnatic Academy. 11-4 half, not quite 12-3 like it is this time. And it was a struggle to close it down. Now, I think what needs to be done by them, force it up here, keep the pressure on. But if you start losing rounds, take the tactical and just reset, because they should close this down. They should win this in 2. Just because it's happened once before does not mean it will happen again.
Rebuy coming in for Fnatic Rising. Bomb plant bonus and all. AK set for Adam S. Wolfie with a Galil up. The Eagles, MAC-10s inbound. T-side players hold contention for defaults.
Poddy being able to work up here towards top of connector. Now you've got Banjo into underpass with a teammate. Now there's an aggressive mid hold as of right now. You've got Server jump spotting deep in the apartments with that HE. ENCE Academy bringing a couple of MP9s out around the 3 M4s.
Smokes in from MOUZ. All positions out towards the sniper's nest. Juicy. Made sent from him, server. Kept himself tucked away.
And MilTzy needs an opening man advantage. Try and work here towards the bottom of connector. Spam comes through. MilTzy's still going to hold.
More though, Henu catching Wolfie. Advantage sits with ENCE now.
And the bomb being dropped out towards top mid. You can see that tight angle being won out. MilTzy trying to put some more pressure down here towards underpass.
Finds the second player in the T-side line. Banjo, the full Adam can't tap onto Poddy next. 2 left standing. Bomb is in the open. MAC-10 amaze. And Deagle of Vault. That Mac can get involved towards that mid position at the sniper's nest. Have seen one. Molotov should drive him out into the open. AK picked up again by Volts here. Henu can smoke instead.
They just try and see if they can stall for time. Henu give themselves no accountability at all. Yeah, this round's over. The best you can hope for is just more damage.
Volt, no. MilTzy flashed in, gets the kill. ENCE looking in some confidence of their own now.
That's a good round for them. I think we saw how much impact was found by that first duel from Henu. Then we saw the pick that came through out to connector from MilTzy, and everything just starts working off one another. Impact towards mid.
A round gained. Closing the gap ever so slightly. 7 to make up still for ENCE Academy. Fnatic Rising. Losing the pistol, losing the force. Eco round bases for them. Made stacks that are ready to go out towards the site here. Might catch one player off guard if they're not careful. Fnatic, they're looking for a bomb plant at best though.
Juicy's resmoke comes down. They might just have to commit. Nade stack out towards CT. How much damage is it going to do?
All sorts. Juicy barely goes down. Poddy gets his 3 kills in for this one, however, and the bomb should not be planted for it. Back up as well with MilTzy's AK. So decent effort, but not to be for Fnatic Rising again. I expected to get the bomb plant. 6 to ENCE Academy. Fnatic Rising up to the bye.
And this is where they can try and establish a bit more of that hurt. I think for Fnatic Rising, you need to keep it tempo-based, allow yourself to take mid-pressure, work in from underpass. They've got to siphon some of that short ladder control up there towards connector. You don't want to give that respect to guys like a Henu or a MilTzy in mid.
ENCE. Still rocking an SMG on server for now. Of course, bonus weapons can still be afforded by them. Slight buffer against Fnatic Rising. Henu leaning in with his HEs. Put up towards mid. Damage done significantly to Adam S.
It's incredibly passive here from Fnatic Rising. I guess that they entail that there might be some aggression, a slight info play. You've got Volt outside of A. Everyone in towards top mid. AWP looking for the first contact.
Flash misses out entirely towards mid. Poddy enabled a decent kill. Adam down and out. Smokes on towards the sniper's nest. Incendiary stone by Henu as well. Volt tagged up. ENCE taking very little in return.
It seems like they want to keep the aggression up, even beat that AWP back in.
There's a shot as well, and Nade sent close. Taking up MOUZ. Banjo caught a bit of that as well. Struggling to fight with this mid control here on Fnatic.
And they put a smoke down. They still haven't been able to pull that window player out into the open of Henu. Juicy's just jiggle peeking down towards ramp. It's indicating a B split as of right now, but it's all about whether they can get a mid pick and start to siphon off an over rotation.
Volt leaning in. Juicy's going to catch MOUZ. Volt checking corners. AWP Poddy ready for the shot. Volt goes falling. 2 left. Server. SMG standing. Ready to deliver against Fnatic. Rising. Henry might not even need to provide the support here. They're even out of time.
Hold on to the save. ENCE Academy start turning into this a bit of a winning streak. You get a few rounds in a row. I like the way that they're keeping the action down towards mid. You can see there for Poddy, the real intent was to fight up towards top mid. Even Wolfie's going to get re-aggressed. They should still be able to hold on to both of these rifles.
Now Hunt's coming into the apartment. Molotovs are going to ensure they can't make their way in towards Apps there from the B site. Started with a bad flash and a good shot from Poddy. Fnatic rising. Yet to start on the T side.
ENCE Academy, 7 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months on Mirage. A round win percentage of 63.3 on their CT basis. So just trying to work with that momentum, get rounds up in a row. The longer they can save these 2 AKs in the hands of Juicy and MiltZ, that's only going to be beneficial.
Well, the Tech 9s and the Mac 10s as well for the half buy around these 2 guns. They're going to need to keep them in for the next buy up, of course. Try to go for a bomb plant here if possible. Tech 9 in for Adam S. Execution on the cards here. Hits jungle instead, smokes up. MiltZ will be able to get the first kill. Tech 9 in against the likes of Henu, and we'll find that frag back, an M4 in his hands. A 4-on-3 with Volt and Adam both striking together. The AK of Wolfie gets it down to 2 on ENCE Academy here. Bomb plant should be denied by the AWP. Leg shot only. The player is alive, and Poddy should fall back.
Oh, look at Banjo's lockout on B. Server's going to fall. And don't tell me it's going to be Fnatic Rising getting an eco steal.
Well, I guess tasted their own medicine there for ENCE Academy.
Literally.
And there it is. Volt locks it in. Did have 2 AKs to their credit. AWP recovered as well. Have that out for Wolfie's part of things. Appropriate so for Fnatic Rising. 13 to the T-board. They've finally broken that streak.
And it's not often that we've seen in the 2 matchups between Fnatic Rising and ENCE Academy that the anti-eco steals have gone the way of Fnatic. So they'll be happy about that one. I like the backstab attempt that came through from Banjo. That's really going to cripple things. So round being 1, all the AKs to get dropped. Fnatic Rising bringing pace down in mid.
Oh, Poddy! Quick adjustments to Wolfie, shutting that AWP down in an instant for ENCE Academy. That's a big frag to take.
That's a tough shot. And now for ENCE Academy, they can work with the opening pick. Volt even taking some counter nades out here towards the Palace control. Down by 1 early on.
T-side players walking their way up. AWP recovered by MOUZ. Trying to back away. 1 CT is aggressive, hoping that he can find a pick, but ultimately he does fall back.
Fnatic Rising are just hoping for some slight leverage. You've got another aggressive move coming through from Poddy, but he doesn't stick around. He actually ends up just falling back to Con.
Flash is set. Adam S. leans towards the AK, engages, sees 1. MiltZ able to respond. Double up as well towards Volt. 2 left standing here for the T side. At least Fnatic Rising are fighting back here. Banjo in particular in from underpass, getting MiltZ, seeing the second man in Con. MOUZ against the smoke will flash his teammate in. Won't be able to catch him though.
Banjo 2 kills up on the left-hand side. He gets away with the first. Oh, the transfer doesn't quite come in.
Poddy barely holds on to that. And now MOUZ is alone, 1-on-2. Unknown as of right now, but Server's about to catch him. In from underpass. In for the spray. Man's down. ENCE with 8.
Oh, tight round. Because that was a very good chance onto Poddy. Just doesn't quite come through. What an opening AWP pick this was from him. And I just felt as if on that mid-default, Jay, if they slowed it down ever so slightly and waited for the likes of Banjo to get there in underpass, they could have peaked together. You saw the way that Adam S went out. They got a 1-for-1 trade, but because MiltZ was, or I should say, because Banjo was so slow to getting up towards underpass, it meant that MiltZ could stay alive for so long in mid.
Banjo's going to be kicking himself at that position as well, because then he got that AWP pick, he got that pick onto the AWP.
Probably wins the series.
Yeah. 14-7, crippled economy. Maya back. Match point at least. That's how fine this is getting between Fnatic and ENCE. 5 rounds to the good. The buy is back on the table here.
And we're starting to see Poddy really step up. I mean, look at his numbers, up to 23. The nearest player is MilTzy at 15. He's been involved in a lot of great AWP picks in the last handful of rifle rounds.
I am seeing some concerning numbers on other players for ENCE Academy, but they are bringing this one back. In the grand scale of things, might affect them as time rolls on. MSGames spraying through, trying to take someone out here. ENCE Academy Molotovs to return towards MilTzy's position. Looking up top mid, catching MOUZ. Adjustments there from Banjo, but he burns himself alive.
It just doesn't have that support. They put so much intent back down towards Connector. Volt's going to start the counteraction towards a Palace Walk.
Advantage for ENCE. Fnatic, 40 seconds to make their way into the A hit.
And they've got to drop the AWP. They've got to put pressure down towards jungle too.
Flashes in from Adam. The AWP is going to watch out CT spawn. Poddy's going to pick up Wolfie instead. Volt trades one, but Juicy burns him with the incendiary. Advantage sits with the CT still. 1-on-3 for Adam. Server now. Flashing him and his teammates into the site, hitting the pillar unfortunately, but still dry face. Sees the man. Forced back. AWP and others just watching for him out towards Tetris. He'll try and hold his nerve here. Try to get something in against this bomb plant, but as long as they hold the sites, they know that you can't make anything happen. Maybe even a kill after time. Not quite. Henu frags back. ENCE up to 9.
Very good round there from ENCE Academy, and it just feels there from Fnatic Rising. It gets a little bit messy, it gets hectic, it gets very chaotic out there towards the connector control, and that AWP from Poddy deep towards CT Ticket just cannot be dealt with.
Pause taken. Max loss bonus in for Fnatic Rising as well. Heavy investing that previous round obviously means that they can't afford to go for a full buy here as of yet. Can afford some upgrades though. What can they do with them?
Well, they've been able to steal it in the past. Okay, it's not a very similar buy, but they've been able to do it. I think pace. I think it has to be pace. That's where they were successful last time. Fnatic Rising, difference of 4, and it could just be one of those games where you get the odd round here or there. Are we going to sit here and say they're going to win it convincingly? Probably not. Not with the way that this second half has gone down, but when you're working with 13-9, when you're working with that sort of scoreline, all it takes is one good round and you reset the economy.
Yeah.
All it takes is one half buy still, one rifle round, one round that can change the complexion massively when we're talking about a comeback like this.
Fnatic Rising are this close. The key thing you have to remember about this, even in these half by hero AK rifle rounds, Fnatic Rising are just one good sequence away from turning it all to their favor. ENCE Academy know this. They cannot afford to let up. Bomb in the apartments. All 5 players are here.
There are 2 players to establish a crossfire. First player out towards the apartments. Adam S has got to try and strike close range with the Tech 9.
Headshots to gain. Player to swing. Takes one frag. Adam now knows he's got to go. Incendiary sense should get blocked off or block them off instead. They cancel.
And there's just too much counter utility. They end up just falling back there. You've been able to pick up another rifle. This is a workable round for Fnatic Rising. Now the issue is they don't know what's been aggressed. They don't know if the CTs are pressed up top mid, aggressed A ramp. All that they know is that they've shown presence out to the apartments.
Lost Wolfie as well. 25 kills deep for him. Still the top fragger of the server. Not quite there from Poddy yet. He's almost caught up though. Fnatic Rising really could use a player like him in a round like this.
Now you've got MOUZ lurking down towards Palace. Now as of right now, there's no A influence. You've got a single player out to connector, and for Fnatic Rising, it could even be MOUZ trying to sell the A fake and dive that bomb into B.
So USC catches him instead. And now the B site hit's going to have to come through. Tech 9 Volt will lead the charge. Jumpface has seen what's going on. Flashes will go over. Counter utility is in, but the Molotovs sent back to the site as Volt gets his kill. Banjo strikes on MilTzy, but just doing damage. The kill goes the way of the CT player who doubles up. And now the bomb's on site. Caught off by Juicy. Not even a bomb plant for Fnatic Rising there.
And while they were able to get a very quick kill in there from Volt, it's not quite enough. Henu gets caught off guard, sees what's going on. Juicy staying around over A, and they don't over-rotate. Volt deals with server, but not that backside player. MilTzy puts up a strong defensive hold with that rotate from Poddy coming back out to market. 13-10, ENCE Academy got another rifle round in front of them.
Fnatic Rising, 3 to separate ENCE Academy. Trying to bring this back in the second half.
Jeez, look at this.
Wolfie charging in, but MiltZ knows exactly where he is.
Very aggressive play coming through from Wolfie, just trying to change it up, change the tempo. They've got aggressive into Con, they haven't got aggressive into Window. Potty with that AWP trying to catch the reaction out towards Palace too.
Sees one, Banjo. Caught next, or pin M4 crossfire. MSGames will go down next. 5-on-2 scenario. Swing in, kill for Volt. Last player for MOUZ. ENCE Academy dismantle Fnatic.
And maybe there is more to draw on about these late comebacks than it is just ENCE Academy, because we haven't seen it in any other series. We didn't see it on Mirage against MOUZ NXT a few hours ago. ENCE Academy have proved so many times in this series, in this entire bracket, that they are a team that can come back from massive deficits. From the best of 3 in the upper bracket final, from being down 4-11 against OG Academy on this map of Mirage, they have proved it in so many games.
And here they stand. 2 to the good. Fnatic rising. Now without the option of a reset against ENCE, but now without the potential of a counter eco to follow suit and get to map and match point. And a half buy invested into round 25.
And they've got quite a bit of utility behind them. 4 players up with Kevlar too. Going towards a standard set piece. Could be a little bit quicker. You have Banjo as a late lurk, either out from the apartments or into underpass towards Connector. ENCE Academy have got a player up close on the balcony.
Execution Molotov up from Juicy, used in a dart, but that smoke down. They can't deal with him. MOUZ to fall first and foremost. Adam dead to Henu's part. Server trying to hold off against the 2-pronged attack towards the B site in case that bomb's going in there. It's all about the A hit though. Tech9 in for Wolfie, trying to find this individual past the smoke, but he just can't get it done.
Just can't break it open. You could see the way they wanted to put some leverage up there towards the top of stairs, dive down in towards the connector starts. They might be able to pick off Henu.
Eyes away, Deagle in. Gap in the smoke, it will start to fade. That is 1 kill. 1 man advantage for ENCE Academy, more to face the corner back. Joe baits in, Henu, patient as anything. Now 5-on-3 to get gains. The T's walk their way forward. Server comes in from short, catches Banjo, reducing them to 2 very tagged up T-side players. AK in for Volt now, needs to win a 1 versus 3. Gets that first and that second. Where's the last man inbound from? He might take the challenge, but if he rotates in, Server's going to cut him off. He knows exactly how Volt's going to play this. As he waits, he knows that this round is his.
Oh, it's Server again, because of course it is. Another 1vx to come through from the IGL. The Server, the king of the clutch, when it all matters most. Banjo made that so possible. Server peeks down towards Connector to do a lot of damage. Juicy gets caught off guard. Volt nearly comes through with a 1v3, just not enough.
Fnatic. Damage is nothing at this stage without a round win. This is another opportunity to do so. The guns are set, the AWP, the AKs, Volt picking up the slacks now, trying to be the difference maker for Fnatic. The Orpin against MOUZ, however, lands that shot and Potty gets away alive.
They tried everything for the trade. They put the spam bullets down and he's still up there with 3 HP. Server's now pressed the issue. The CTs are fighting aggressively towards top mid. Oh, Henu. Another pick out towards a short control. MSGames is going to fall. And this is so much flowing in favor of ENCE Academy.
5-on-3 gains. Fnatic rising. Now falling. 60 seconds, and what the hell do they do in this situation, Dwag?
They've got to work the mid control. It's the only map territory they have. Try and get in towards a window boost, out towards Connector. Got to try and brute force the Jules in. You've got a player up close behind that smoke. Henu, he's at least down low on 37 HP, and they know that Potty's low.
Shot on, MiltZ dead. Advantage still sits with the CT side, but tagged up players on Henu and Potty. They can isolate them, they can find those frags, that might be it. Wolfie throwing a Molotov down in the mid control. Flash is sent in by Banjo to allow a teammate to peek in from short, but the emphasis is all on the A site here.
It's so passive, and even Juicy could just bait for distraction.
Server gets a kill, Juicy doubles up, and that's it. ENCE Academy just play patient. Fnatic at the time are run too low. We're getting too panicky in that one. 13 apiece. They just can't seem to get anything right here.
Even in that round, the way that it shapes up from the start, you're not doing anything wrong. You dual peek the AWP, you drop into 3 points of health, but because that kill doesn't get gained, you're at the disadvantage. You've got to peek out, knowing the AWP's still going to be there. Henu's aggressive on that short line, looking down towards top mid. Another one of these eco rounds. The issue here from Fnatic Rising is the bomb plants just aren't coming.
Seen 0 in this latest round streak, 6 in a row for ENCE Academy. And a single round on the T side. It is almost exactly how things went down the last time around. Maybe you're right, Blake. Maybe it is ENCE's ability to come back. Maybe it is on their side of things that they can have this tenacity to do work against Fnatic Rising. And to know as well what happened last time around on a third map of Ancient, the exact same one that will play out after this if ENCE are able to get Mirage. That's almost a certainty at this stage. Half buy for Fnatic Rising. ENCE should take the lead.
Potty, early incendiary down towards any sort of anti-rush to come through from the main control, but that MAC-10 might just go flying. MOUZ has got to try and create as much pace as possible, try and minimize the gap and the distance that you can have between you and a CT.
HG's up. Incendiary is ahead of the smoke, going to block the T-side players off. Oh, he sent sprays through Banjo. Juicy swings, finds MOUZ, kicks things off. Adam S is going to get tagged up to 24. 5 on 4.
And now Juicy could just play up here towards the top of Connector. Crossfire being set with Henu. And now even Potty aggressive towards A main. Gets another pick. Banjo's the last one left. And I think it just shows like the small little errors there. The way that you peek before that top con smoke goes down. And it's just an instant punishment from Juicy.
Fnatic must be getting frustrated at this stage. Banjo, Deagle taking a dink down against 10 HP. Gets that one shot, but surely this will be it. There it is. Advantage, ENCE 14-13. Fnatic Rising could not keep their lead on Mirage again.
And just knowing that it was a 10-0, knowing that it was a 12-3 scoreline, you had all the rounds to work with, all the advantages in the world. Even only giving them 4 before winning your first T round and getting yourself back into a position of driving space. As some of the rounds have been close, it's come down to a couple of clutch situations, very similar to Mirage last time, but just not edging out, just not finding that finishing blow.
HG's up. Damage done in slight amounts against Fnatic Rising. ENCE Academy, however, waiting for the defensive line for the execution to come through. Until he's sent down by Adam. They wait passive here.
Wolfie's very aggressive in the apartments with that AWP. He's trying to hope to get a jump spotter out towards Van or one of the players over towards bench to reposition. So all the leverage comes through from what that AWP can find out to be.
Flashes in for Volt. AK swinging. Connector spotting, but not seeing anything as of right now. Server rotating forward. Banjo holds his nerve.
Even Potty's AWPing over towards B. He's sitting alone out towards that truck control. Henu's going to show some life, and now it comes down to the short peak, which Volt loses.
Advantage sap for ENCE, doubled up by Potty's part. 5 on 3. MiltZ head of the smoke, spots one more. Banjo's dead. MOUZ and Adam. 2 players standing up in the mid control, in the sniper's nest. This should be map point for ENCE Academy.
Just so much success being landed. MOUZ trying to create some space up there towards top of connector. He deals with MiltZ. He's got his teammate of Adam S closed, but the time is very low. They've got to start committing to a bomb site now.
I think they're safe here.
Hold on to the weapons.
Take them in to map point for ENCE Academy. 2 for Fnatic Rising to bring back. We saw it to overtime on Ancient yesterday. Will we see it on Mirage today? Adam S needs to focus on survival first and foremost. He does get Henu on the way out, but the bottom line is the score line.
Yeah, we saw this. We saw this coming in the upper bracket final. Map 1 Mirage, ENCE Academy were down 4-11. Move over to their city side and only lost 3 rounds and gave hardly any bomb plants away to win 16-14. A lot of parallels, a lot of familiar territory. And for ENCE Academy, it looks like it's going to be another one of these long, extended, massive comebacks by them.
Adam in, kill fouling as the first and the second. He has other plans. Poddy might have found the start, but now Fnatic has sprung to life at long last here. 4-on-2. Got MiltZ Zorp posted back sight. Connects a shot. Banjo falls for it.
A great shot coming through. Even a deep smoke out towards CT that doesn't get landed. Volt can put it up towards the top of Connector. They've got to get this bomb plant now.
Last thing on that M4 AWP for MiltZ still watching and waiting. Shots to connect from him and Server, and just like that, Volt is left alone.
Put the util out towards Connector, try and get the bomb down, but they're going to fight in quickly.
Lashes forward to try to get the bomb plant down at danger. Low HP in this clutch. 3k for him if he wins it, and a hero's medal from Fnatic Rising to keep him alive on this map.
And we saw the 1v3 that he tried with the attempt only a few rounds ago. Now it's a 1v2.
Server watching backside. Incendiaries are thrown up towards the default plant position. But Volt is backed all the way out here. Flashes forward, the AK, about to watch for it. MiltZ checking in at Tetris. He holds his nerve, spraying as the first. Smoke back down, re-smoke on Volt, trying to bait in some vision. Doesn't see where the player is at, but he's not on the defuse here. Now Server's got to sit the full 5 seconds. Volt got to spray through, catch damage and get the kill. Fnatic kept alive in this one by the skin of their teeth. Round 30 will be played. Map point. Map win or overtime.
Oh, and they don't give it to Server. They don't give it to the Clutch King. MiltZ doing so much work with that orb. Very well played there from Volt to play the time, to work on that the fuse is coming through, that the bomb's being stuck. But for Fnatic Rising's point of view, because there's only one player staying alive, look at the buy. You've got an ump forward in there for MOUZ, 2 Galils in for AdamS and the likes of Banjo.
Meanwhile, a double orb set up in for ENCE Academy. Fnatic Rising. Nothing easy about this. They are not out of the woods yet. They need a round. They desperately need one of this. ENCE Academy have proven they can just dominate them when they feel like it. Do they feel like it now? Execution inbound towards the A site.
Oh, Poddy with the AWP does a lot of tag damage, but it's bringing distraction because everyone's coming out of A main.
MiltZ Zorp set back towards CT spawn. Bomb will not be denied. Juicy does get one. Adam with a responsive back. Wolfie Zorp picks up one, but Henu responds to a 3-on-3. Player behind the smoke. There's the UMP close. Henu's a little bit late to catch that pick back on towards MOUZ. Now a 2-on-2 for Server and Henu to make their way to the site. Bomb is down in the open opposite side of the default plant. Flash forward and Henu keeps watching into Palace. Knows there must be a player out there. Server getting to site, being watched. The Orpa connects it. Henu, last man standing on the site itself. Shots ringing in and Wolfie connects it. 15 apiece. It's overtime again between Fnatic and ENCE.
Oh, we've seen that before, haven't we? Yep. Wolfie stepping up to close out the round to get it into OT. We only saw it on Ancient in the upper bracket final. What a sequence there from AdamS. The aggressive mid stance. Get yourself into window room. Drop the presence out there in Con. And then Wolfie over towards Tetris. Even Volt doesn't overswing. Volt doesn't allow himself to peek on the post plant at all. Overtime is calling here.
Fnatic still had a 12-3 half. Still had a 13-7 lead even at the worst case scenario. Let it get back to this overtime position where ENCE had full control. They were the architects of their own downfall, and ENCE will now look to lay that cement down. MR3 10k as usual, 15 apiece. ENCE Academy on the CT side.
And now for the 8th map in the tournament that's gone 29 rounds or more for ENCE Academy. They love drawing these games out. MiltZ, early incendiary down there towards the bottom of Con. You've got a lot of players outside of the apartments. AdamS just trying to keep them sold on this mid control. Keep the vision minimal.
Smokes, flashes. MOUZ backing up, Poddy Zorp watching in from the Palace, but nobody's there to receive for Fnatic Rising. They're all in the apartments ready to go for the B hit.
Info players coming in, and this is where rotations can come out. Now Fnatic Rising are going to go.
Flashes and smokes, one player forced back. Volt's going to charge through the fire. Check short, see nothing. Backside C1. Kill found. All important.
Still that short entity. Volt can go and get the bomb plant, and there's a mid lurk too.
I cut those rotations off of flanking from that short presence. Got a wraparound backstab from one CT. Reloads heard in at the ladder room, and Adam S gets his kill on Henu. Where was this? Fnatic rising all throughout the T side of regulation. Because the AWP of Wolfie hits Miltsy, leans in for a bit more. 2 left for ENCE. And they're out of there.
And we say it so many times, Jay. Overtime's just a different game. You come in here, both teams struggling on the T side, and what a round that ends up becoming there from Fnatic Rising, taking so many weapons out of play. That's their most convincing T round we've seen all game.
And with how dire the T sides were looking at times there for Fnatic Rising, that could be enough.
Yeah, we said that on Ancient, didn't we, when it went 3-0 on both of the CT sides, that one T round actually might do it.
There was many T rounds from ENCE that ultimately pushed it past the finish lines to Fnatic Rising. Again, on to return the favour. Can they pull it off?
And now, knowing that you've still got double AWPs, you're investing very heavy into this round. And one thing that we have seen, Jay, is that CT side's economy, if you lose both rounds and invest in heavy, can be crippled on the third. ENCE Academy have to come through successfully here.
Smokes up. Run boost from Adam. Smoke in the way is going to get top of the stack. Juicy's M4 fights on, finds one, MOUZ down.
Juicy just trying to fight out towards this underpass control. Try and see if he can bait as many of those nades as possible. That early maneuver from MOUZ outside of A main just didn't work.
Molotov sent as Adam S setting up his HEs as well towards that short position. MOUZ to return through connector. No advantage as of right now for Fnatic. ENCE, of course, having that opening frag. Hold back.
So Wolfie knows there's a player towards Topicon and there from window. It's just how that they can work with that information, actually start punishing down for a pick. You've got Server with one of those AWPs towards the van angle, just being the B anchor.
Server dives out of the way. Looks in again anyway. Sees the AWP slowly swinging. AWP shot. Flick not connected to the second man. Miltsy watching out the mid control. There is another lurk in there late from Fnatic Rising. Could get caught off, or the AK could do some damage. Meanwhile, the 2 T-side players to suppress Fnatic Rising. Rotating back still.
Well, they have to. Now that the mid player's been caught off guard, rotate in from underpass. You have to deal with Potty, though.
Incendiary against them again. Adam gets that one frag. Needs to focus on Shaw. He's forced it out. 3-on-3. 20 seconds. They do lose Adam, but Volt's caught the trade. Back to evens we go, but no time left. And a short wrap coming in from another CT player. Can Henu shut down the bomb planter? Can Juicy get him instead? It's out in the open. Seen to the cross. Bomb down, but Henu gets the pick. That's enough. Volt holds it, but he can't get the round. ENCE Academy going to even the board, and he'll go out after time.
Super well played there from Juicy, because he just drives distraction. He plays passive out there towards CT spawn. He knows that if Henu's got his back, if Henu's got his crossfire towards short, he's fine. That bomb tries to go down. Adam S does his best here to open up the round. Even Volt deals with the AWP potty, and Juicy just wastes that time. Henu denies the bomb any accountability to go down. A hectic round for both teams, and ENCE Academy come out on top.
Fnatic Rising got so close to winning it though. We talk about the impact of 1T round. How much could 2 find? Fnatic would love to find out. Smokes in towards mid. Incendiary sent by Potty. No mid presence from the T side though.
It's quick, out of the gate towards this A control, but it's a fake. That bomb's going to end up on B, and the CTs are starting to over-rotate.
Decent nades on from the player at the truck though. Banjo through the smoke catches it. The bomb has been seen. The rotations will be called, and Banjo has to provide all the support in the world because Henu has caught him on the bomb site. Adam alone here. Incendiary's thrown, but the kill is found. The second CT from the market doorway, and Potty leans in with his 5-7, catching one. MOUZ down, advantage for ENCE again.
Oh, and Wolfie doesn't even get the pick over towards A. This AWP's a sit and duck out in the open. At least he drops Juicy, but that bomb's still down on B.
Wolfie hitting his 31st frag in this game. Well past the 30 bomb at this stage. Wolfie watching in from the market entrance. 45 to the clock. He's going to give a crack at this.
Miltsy's in such a great position. Just waiting for that cross to come through from the back of the site to get closer to the bomb territory. Even Potty can play out here towards short, establish that crossfire between the two of them.
Lean in. Wolfie Look up. Scope should be heard. Poddy will call that in. Check out market. His teammate watching in from apartments just in case, but it's the case of the slow walk and the shot that Poddy will not miss, going one better than the AWP of the T side. 32 frags for him so far. But Fnatic Rising not allowing map point for ENCE Academy this time. They have a T round in hand.
And for ENCE Academy, I think it just shows that lockout towards the B side. Even with that one pick going down onto server, they still don't let it get overwhelmed. You could see the pressure that AdamS was trying to build towards the back of the side, but couldn't multi-frag. ENCE Academy up by 1. 18-18, we go to overtime again. 19 rounds, that's what we're looking for.
The pressure is on ENCE Academy. Still closer than Fnatic Rising. But on the T half. Is this going to work out the way we think it will, or will ENCE just storm their way forward? 2 rounds versus the 3 of Fnatic. HG's in, CT set on the defensive.
You got a single lurk outside of Palace, a lot of emphasis outside of the apartments though for ENCE Academy. Now only a single AWP setup coming through from Wolfie. We know that MOUZ picks it up from time to time, but they aren't really a team that double AWP all that often. You got Server waiting for that first contact. He's giving it out towards B.
Slight damage done towards him at 98 HP. He's more than fine. Poddy's AWP. Sees one as MOUZ over-aggresses ever so slightly, diving down into underpassing, giving up the advantage. Fnatic getting too greedy, too hungry there.
And now they're trying to make an info play. You've got Volt aggressing up towards top mid. It's being watched by the moment of MilTzy.
Volt, meanwhile, in mid control, does get that kill. 4 on 4, turning back, rotating away. Underpass player could still be a problem for the T side. Meanwhile, the bomb commits towards the A site, and they've got a player in Palace to find.
So AdamS is down here towards Underbauk. He's got to try and relay the information over and get Wolfie on the contact. Get Wolfie out of connector and towards stairs to try and crossfire off one another.
AWP shot in. Responds to the kill at underpass. Henu will fall. Incendiary's back. Molotov set by Juicy. Player at dark. Puts that smoke down, spray through from the man, can't get a kill back, instead Volt trying to provide some support here. They face in the man, the sprays are decent enough, but they're not connected to the players. Wolfie with an AWP pick, but Juicy brings it back to a 2-on-2. 13 seconds as Poddy's AWP strikes. Banjo has to deny the bomb plant, that's all he's got to do as well. Lay spray lines up 2 kills, gets down Juicy, 5 seconds, safer plant. USP doesn't force forward, Poddy has a chance now, 34 to his name, tagged up to 1 point of health. The AWP versus the USP, and the USP lands the flick for Fnatic.
Oh, Banjo, what a round. What a round to step up in the clutch when necessary. You could see for AdamS, he's down there towards underpass, but because Volt gets that flash forward, what can he do? He's trying to help out. He's trying to establish that crossfire. Wolfie actually comes through with 2 impeccable picks in the round, and Banjo plays that to perfection, puts that pressure on. And remember, this is the round where they lost the opening man advantage to Poddy.
Result for Fnatic. ENCE evened up against. And now both sides stand within 2 of the win.
Aggression out towards mid. Now MOUZ was punished out in that last round. This time around he's a little bit more defensive. It's a bit more tempo though. There's actually more pace towards connector control for ENCE Academy.
Smoke set, HG's down server. Caught to 44. HG is coming closer and closer towards him, chunking away at his HP here. Flashbang back, returning damage from MilTzy does not do nearly as much as they just did towards ENCE.
Now MOUZ is still out here towards window at the backside of jungle. He's still watching for any aggressive moves, so if Henu starts wrapping in, starts actually going into window, he'll get caught.
Might be down to who wins that fight though. Adam. M4 waiting, spray through from Adam's blind as a bat, gets that kill anyway alongside MOUZ. Henu can strike to the trade, but Juicy falls back in responsive. 2 left on the T side versus the 3 of Fnatic Rising. Adam's been reduced here. Bombs in the open.
Wolfie's just got to stall for time because they know they can backstab. They know they can come in from underpass. It's all about Wolfie not allowing that bomb plant, not allowing the respect.
Wary of potentially some sort of B play. I guess they didn't spot that bomb. They should know now though. Noise being made, Molotov to cut rotations, but that backstab in, Wolfie is backed off.
Out towards Connector, the first kill's gonna get granted, flash over the top, they've got to drop Henu!
And the AWP potty lands to Wolfie. Suddenly it's Banjo alone with it all to do, spraying Henu down to 9 points of health, but he gets away alive here.
Oh, Banjo's got to clutch it once more. 1v2, HE doesn't go out towards a bomb planter.
Still lands on Henu, a little bit more tag damage done. The AWP is the big concern. Banjo starts creeping closer. AK can go in his hands, but the smoke down, trying to isolate the last man back towards the site. Has no idea exactly where he's holding from. Spray back will give away the game. Banjo incendiary puts up, that should force him out. Henu backs up into firebox instead, and Poddy holds the cross, sees the shadow, and ENCE get their T round here.
Oh, Poddy with 3. What an incredible round for the AWP to step up. When MistGames gets so much impact, that's a 5v3. Wolfie gets the pick. It looks like everything is there in favor, but then the punishment comes through from Henu. Wolfie slightly repositions towards CT spawn, gets caught off guard from Poddy up there from the top Bowker Palace. And Fnatic Rising have got to answer on the CT side without an AWP to get it into another OT.
M4 set in across the entire CT board. ENCE Academy. AKs and AWPs up. Fnatic will walk their way into ramp. Juicy is going to catch Adamesto. That's a start for ENCE.
And the aggressive maneuver out towards ramp doesn't work out at all. Even Poddy trying to see if he can wait for a flash forward for a teammate out in mid to peek on the contact. Fnatic Rising lose Adames very early on.
Go down bottom mid. The pass control, Wolfie swings for a trade, doubles up as well. Does get caught in about by Server. The Molotov keeping him at bay, and a 3-on-3 is gained.
And Volt's still trying to hold that mid control. Now, while that's happening, there's going to be a regroup out towards the apartments. Look at the shift of rotate. MOUZ is going back in towards window. You've got Volt out there to the ladder control, and Banjo alone at the B site.
60 seconds. Fnatic. Carefully placing. T's are going to walk up. Raider was to be hit. Short player and player on backside. Fight their way out. Server catching one. Spray down against Volt. That's 2 left standing. M4 and MOUZ holding as Juicy is caught back. 2-on-2. Bombs in the open.
Oh, they don't know. They think he's out towards jail. This is misdirection.
Server start to read it. AWP Poddy leaning forward. Pavanjo's caught him. Server alone. 1-on-2 clutch here. The clutch master for ENCE Academy. But MOUZ makes his way up here and he's out in the open, exposed towards shore. Fnatic will not die. ENCE Academy got so close, yet so far.
Another incredibly close overtime, and for ENCE Academy, we've seen them be in 3 overtimes over the course of this event. A 17-19 loss against OG Academy, a 16-19 loss against Mirage, but the 22-18 win on Ancient against Fnatic Rising in that upper bracket final. They love their overtimes, and the last time that they were in it, they were successful.
Fnatic pulling out all the stops they can to stay alive for this 2-0 for this map. ENCE now on the T side start. Fnatic Rising again, knowing the situation they're in. 1 T round could be enough because it was enough for both sides in this case. Flashes forward, smokes back. MiltZ leaning with that AK.
Adames trying to see if he can fight down towards Connector. Flash over the top. MiltZ's dealt with.
It's a good start. Very good start indeed from Fnatic Rising. Banjo holding out for a bit more, and he sees that man. The flashbang comes in way too late from the T side. 5-on-3.
He couldn't ask for a better advantage. 2 picks, 1 in mid, 1 out towards B. Henu's trying to catch a timing and walk forward on a contact. He's not going to extend all the way. And even Juicy gets caught by Adames in con.
Fnatic find new motivation. A new breath of life here in the turn of the second OT. Fnatic Rising. 5-on-2 situation. ENCE should be locked out of this one.
Yeah, we saw ENCE Academy having 5 series points on Ancient and close it down on the 6th. The last thing they want to do with the advantages they've had in overtime is to give this map away. Adames still in towards Connector, wants to peer down for even more damage.
Molly set, M4 engaging. Poddy down, Henu out. 19-18. Fnatic have the lead.
That's an excellent round coming through from ENCE. Great flash through from Connector. Gets himself out there. Wolfie assisting. And then just so much more. That is a tough shot onto Juicy diving out of the apartments. ENCE with a quadra. And surely that brings a lot of confidence in for the stand-in, knowing that we need help. We need these rounds. And he's just stepped up monstrously to give him a lead.
Face up towards that top mid position server. Part of the main T-side force of ENCE. 3 of them up here. Total MiltZ in with his AK, checking out the shore presence. The HEs are evading mostly, but MOUZ sees the jumper. Does he? No, he looks up towards top mid instead. Gets potty.
And they would have heard that player down there towards the bottom of Connector. MiltZ's going to try and drive this fight forward and gets the entry, but takes a bit of damage in the process.
4 on 4, the Orpa sees a gap in the smoke, but doesn't hit the shot. Looks back in and does land Juicy instead. Reface towards the stairs. MiltZ trying to challenge that man. Might require heavily on the player over towards the balcony to provide some support. Now Server flashing his way and his teammate into the ramp control. A great counter incendiary though.
And now Volt's got to try and get into position. Look out towards jungle. See MiltZ in the open.
It's all important for Fnatic rising, reducing them to 2. Adam might get picked up, but Wolfie is looking for a whole lot more, which he'll find. Henu down, looking for the triple in this round. Server might catch him overly aggressive, but 12 HP to win the rest of the clutch.
So difficult. And knowing all the info's given up, Volt's just going to jiggle down, try and watch as Server relocates over towards A.
He'll get out of the way as well. The CTs will check it, realize he's not here. That should force some sort of rotate back, but at least leave one player on the site.
The Server's got no HP and no of the util. So even for a fake, even to try and drive him away, I think for Fnatic Rising, play together. Give that respect to the bomb plant on B. Doesn't matter, just play together.
It's all on Server for this one. Fnatic Rising, every advantage in the world, tapping the bomb once. Now force out the plant on the second one. ENCE Academy. All in this clutch here.
Oh, even the short players coming quickly. Volt's going to be able to back up Banjo. Now they've got 2 smokes. They can try and get one onto the bomb.
Server on the bomb site directly, keeping himself covered off. Short control. Evading his position. Both players are walking up towards it. HE sent towards the van. Smoke goes down on the bomb itself. The defuse held by Volt. Server finds the fight. 1 versus 1. He sprays the damage! And he gets it in for the clutch! Fnatic Rising played together, but it didn't make a difference.
Oh, Server's done it again. Of course he has. Just add another one to the tally. MOUZ starts things off out to Connector. Wolfie does as good as he can with that AWP. There's such an advantage. There's a 3v1, but it's not enough. It's not enough to close down the round. It's another massive clutch from Server.
Huge for ENCE. A round that should have been Fnatic's taken on the T-side line. And again, 1 would be enough. Henu is caught. Wolfie with his big ENCE responding in kind towards Juicy. A 5-on-3. ENCE Academy trying to force up real quick into this bomb site. 80 damage doing pretty well. Finally the kills come back from Pony and Server. They've now opened up the site.
MiltZ coming through from Connector. They might not expect this at all. There's a player towards short they've got to keep eyes on.
Spotted and head taken clean off by MiltZ. Now the advantage since with ENCE Academy here. Fnatic Rising. Forced away. Back up the CT, back up the spawn. Bombs on site will go down.
Try and get it planted. Server's waiting for the swing out towards CT. The bomb does go down, and Potty takes a lot of damage.
Oh, it's all falling apart for Fnatic again. MOUZ caught by MiltZ's tap. That is 2019 for ENCE. Their 2 T rounds come in. Fnatic need a massive resurgence here.
And we've seen out of all the overtimes in the competition, only once has it gone to double OT for ENCE Academy, and that was the 22-18 on Ancient. That was the one that they went flawlessly in to allow themselves to take it, to take the series. This time around, it's just to send it to a 3rd map. It's just to try and get it over to Ancient. And you just look back at that 2nd round and think, Servers 1v3, what that's now shaped up to be.
ENCE Academy have struck at the right moments. Found the right plays. And now they are 2 away from the map win to take us to Ancient to repeat history again in the bracket. Fnatic 3 T rounds. They've got to do one better than ENCE in this context. They already struggled to get the 2 back that they found. Fnatic struggled to get the 1 that they found so far on OT. Into the execution they'll look.
Juicy playing up towards the top of the balcony. milZ trying to see if he can assist with as much HE damage as possible. Good onto MOUZ and Banjo.
Juicy forces the balcony into the fight. He'll win one of them. Banjo, responsive is good. 4 on 4. 2 CTs back at jungle. 1 out towards CT spawn. Boost up to look towards Palace, and Volt will drop.
And now they've got to start taking some map control. Even Server's aggressive towards CT spawn, dealing with Wolfie.
Denying all sorts of Fnatic rising. Banjo does catch 1 player off guard though. 2nd kill back. 3rd not quite found. MistGames left alone in his own clutch scenario. Got to pull off a Server here. Sprayed back through the danger box. Shots ringing in, but Henu wins the fight. ENCE Academy on map point on Mirage.
1 more to go. That's all that they've got to be thinking about. From 0-10 down, from 3-12 down. What a comeback this would be in double OT to get the job done, to get it finished, to get it over the line. And you could just see there that ability from Juicy to start things off. The boost up from Henu, even Server back there towards CT spawn, putting as much leverage into the round as possible. And Banjo with the sequence just does not pull off enough.
If only he got that extra kill. How things could have changed for Fnatic rising. Now they're fighting against map point once again. ENCE Academy. In with AKs on 2. In with a buy as you would expect. In with 2 chances to push this past the finish line.
Banjo getting out here towards the underpass position. Now you would have heard those footsteps, so know that Henu's aggressive again towards a short control. You've got Juicy looking in towards A main, back up towards Palace, nothing being seen. Very deep and very passive from Fnatic rising.
Incendiary facing Volt. Smoke going over. He'll back off towards spawn, join his teammates in the mid take.
MistGames needs to focus that attention onto Henu. We know how important the likes of MilZ was in Connector when it comes to the CT halves. It seems like it's going to be a B split. Fnatic rising, trying to put more influence out here towards the apartments and in there towards spawn.
60 seconds. Volt moving up. MistGames caught by MilZ. Start for ENCE right here. Volt's got to respond, as are the rest of the players in the mid control. Smokes sent on to position. The T's not going to move.
And MilZ's just trying to see if he can crack an info play, see what's going on. It seems like it's going to be the B-pop. It's going to be the full-on execution by all 4 players. MilZ's still not seeing anything in mid.
Server now standing alone on the B defensive. Smoke in from the short player. And here come the T side. Server watching. Flash forward. Henu catches 1. MOUZ with a trade back. Needs to double up on the site itself. He has no idea where that player is. Server gets a trade. MOUZ holds on and gets the bomb down here.
They still don't know about the market individual. Wolfie's so damn low.
2 HP for him. Rotations also coming in towards that short control. The AWP rests heavily on the rifle, but does find MilZ in this exchange. 2-on-2 situation. MOUZ naded on the site. Damage has been done, but Wolfie prodding in for more. Does not hit his shots. Now watches the apartments, but doesn't know where the last CT's inbound from. He engages. MOUZ goes down. And it's all Wolfie in this round. 1-on-2. Looking back in, footsteps heard, jump face, shoulder bait, shot missing out, but the man's being flanked here, and he's going to get picked up by Juicy. Well, there's enough time for this defuse. 22-19, ENCE Academy, just by the skin of their teeth, take us to map 3.
Oh, map 3, calling here, Ancient, we come in again, the exact same veto process, the exact same high tempo, exciting CS, and ENCE Academy with a massive comeback. Do it for the 5th time in this event.
That was exhausting, honestly. From our perspective, let alone Fnatic rising, obviously. They did so well at the start, Dwayne, and again, it's going to be one of the situations where 12-3 up at the first half, choking it to overtime, losing it out to overtime, choke, comeback, whatever you want to call it. The bottom line is that they've lost it. That's going to be a major deficit to the mental game.
Yeah, I can't call it a choke because it's happened so many times. I have to call it a comeback. You think about the 4-11 against OG Academy on Mirage, it come back by ENCE. The 4-11 out on map number 1 in the upper bracket final, come back from ENCE. The 5-10 half, again, come back from ENCE. 5-10 again, this time around a 3-12. This is 5 maps in a row, well, 5 maps not in a row, but 5 maps over the course of this bracket where we've seen them come back from either 4, 3, or 5 rounds down at the turn of the half, and they've pulled it off again. It shows how consistent and how quality they can be on the back foot when pressure's against them.
Well, pressure will be on for both sides. We head to our final map of the tournament and the final map of our grand final. History will repeat itself as we end off with Ancient. Exactly how the upper finals worked out. Will ENCE dominate their way like they did last time? We'll find out after the break. Just like history repeats itself over and over again, it repeats itself in this best of 3 series. Another overtime between Fnatic and ENCE Academy. Another opportunity to prove themselves on our final map of the grand finals today. It will be Ancient Dwayne. This was the map where Fnatic were able to once again start things off well upon comebacks found for ENCE Academy. We just saw a comeback there over on Mirage. And I have a feeling, something's inside of me telling me we might have to refer back to that last map quite a lot.
It's very possible. I mean, one exception that I would give between map number 1 and map number 2. So on Vertigo, we had 1 clutch won by ENCE and 1 clutch won by Fnatic Rising. On Mirage, we had 5 clutches being won by ENCE and 4 clutches being won by Fnatic Rising. I think that just shows how vital those clutches were for survival of both teams. That Fnatic Rising didn't just get a 2-0, or that they didn't quite win in overtime. It was clutch central on that map of Mirage.
Yeah, Server's currently enjoying himself right now, is what we're trying to say. I guess he's probably part of the clutch for potential, right, in this one, Dwayne?
Yeah, he's going to be. And I think this is what could oftentimes give the difference. I mean, we always try and say things like, what is the difference maker? I think clutches, again, I think that there were certain clutches in that second half of regulation on Mirage that if they don't come through, we don't even go to map 3. Like, that's how much of a difference we're actually talking about.
Or call it a choke, a comeback, whatever you want to do there for that last map. At the end of the day, Fnatic Rising did concede 12-3 on Mirage, and the last time around in Ancient, they conceded a 10-5 half to let ENCE come back and maintain control of their position over on that last overtime. Again, I'm looking at this map thinking it's going to be a close affair, Dwayne. I'm looking at this final map in the series, believing that this is going to go all the way down to the wire, and ENCE Academy and Fnatic are going to go blow for blow, streak for streak. But who do we see taking it? Is it too up in the air?
No, I don't think it's too up in the air. I mean, we do have to look at ourselves and say, again, were ENCE Academy the side that could have 2-0'd? No, they weren't. It was the side of Fnatic Rising. So you have to give them more leverage. The idea that they were 10-1, 10-0 up, they had a 12-3 half. They should have been able to close it down on Mirage, but it was that X factor. It was some of those huge rounds coming through from server. I thought Poddy really stepped up. I mean, Wolfie did the same. It was actually a lot of AWPing success for both of those teams. But just coming through from Ancient, I just think that with the pressure of the last map decider, I still want to give the edge to Fnatic.
I guess I respect that. At this point, I can respect any sort of take on this matchup.
Yeah.
It is so down to the wire and so unbelievably difficult to sort of make a prediction. But I'm glad you mentioned players in that last map up there, because you were right. Poddy, top of the board there for his side, matched up by Wolfie's AWPing prowess. Yep. Been talking a lot about some of the outer elements, the other individuals on this lineup, but I feel like in this particular map up, that given how these AWPers have resurged in the second map, because given how they've also found themselves a lot of prominence in these last couple of games here in the Heroes of Tomorrow, we were looking towards them to make all the impact happen in our final map of this best of 3, our final map of the day and our final map of the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. Fnatic Rising take on ENCE Academy one more time on Ancient. Let's kick things off with the pistol round.
Yeah, so what we're saying is watch out for Poddy, watch out for Miltsy, watch out for Volt, and watch out for Wolfie. But don't cut Adam S out of the occasion. He has been consistent on map number 1 and map number 2. Aggression to start off on the T side. And you can see for Fnatic Rising trying to explode down towards this donut control and into the A split.
Volt is leading the charge. His teammates are going to take over in Bando straight into the A site. Plant should be secured. There's no resistance to the CT forces. They're going to extend out with a man advantage. HP at least above Miltsy, who's forced all the way back in Temple. Killed off by Banjo. Big wrap coming in from Fnatic Rising there.
Chuisi needs to deal with this player out towards Temple quickly, and there it is. MOUZ to drop, but Banjo's now backed off, and they've got themselves a post plant to work with.
Yeah, he and Henu are tagged up in this exchange. 4-on-4 situation stands at pretty evens. Flashes forward to the T side line, going to try and blind off these CT players. Silva is going to get caught as Banjo comes up with 1 and 2. Can't quite make it a triple. Doesn't matter though. Adam and Volt have it covered as Fnatic will gain the pistol.
Now, even though we've seen a lot of parallels, Jay, the veto's been exactly the same, the comebacks are big deficits, one of the things we haven't seen is the swap on sides on map number 3. Now, Fnatic Rising started on the CT side in the upper bracket final on Ancient. They're starting on the T side this time. So if we've got any concerns about the T side and what that's going to be like, they're going to be addressed in the first half rather than the second.
Yeah, Fnatic found their start on the CT side last time. That was the 10-5 half I mentioned earlier.
Actually, we're 10-3 up at one point.
Yeah. They dominated their way through the opening game, the CT basis, and the advantages given. You can imagine for them, if they're able to hold a decent T basis, that again, that might be making the difference here for them, considering how CT based this map can be, especially for Fnatic. Damage has been done by ENCE though. AK's forcing forward a Vault, gets a double, not quite the triple though.
They don't quite commit with it all the way, and now even starting to put that hunt down towards that cave position. You've got MistGames being able to get an entry, could even make it a double. Out towards this long control, there's nothing going to get gained there at all by server. So a 2-0 start in from Fnatic Rising. Now, ENCE Academy had 6 match points on the final map of Ancient to win the series, to drop Fnatic Rising down into the Consolidation final. We did see on Mirage there was 3 map points, came through right at the end for them.
To rely on Fnatic to be able to bring home a couple of decent rounds back to try and turn that overtime in the first place. ENCE Academy, the eco basis. So the 3-0 start will come through for Fnatic Rising here. Mac 10's in on MOUZ. See whether they can get some money farm going on round 3.
I do remember what it was like, though, when ENCE Academy started on that City side. Think back to that upper bracket quarter-final game against OG Academy. They had a 14-1 half. They absolutely stomped them. When Map 1 and Map 2 was incredibly competitive. We had a 16-13 and an overtime into the action. So just wait and see what their CT side's going to be like once we get the rifle rounds forward.
Clearing out Donut, Adam. Leaning in Wolfie and his AK. Press forwards. Finding where MilTz's at that Deagle, trying to clap onto them. Of course, no Kevlar for support and aim punch will be affected. Still fighting, dishing out some damage, but needs backup to get here to hold the site, and there's just not even a lot of firepower in the first place.
No, just knowing that they've got that single Deag just to be a distraction. Everybody else is gamble stacking out to be, and MOUZ might actually farm up quite a bit of cash.
1, 2, 3, 4, not quite found. Unfortunate there, but $1,800 gained. Plenty of money. Now with 2 left standing, you can see City side line. There's the kill found. MistGames fighting Poddy, last man standing for MilTz.
Hunting down this Deag, make sure that nothing else gets saved into the round. 3-0 start coming through from Fnatic Rising. And just knowing how much of a performance we've seen from Wolfie, how much we've seen from MistGames in this series, the stand-in has actually held his weight. He's been able to perform at a very high level in a grand final, which is exactly what you want from him to fill in the gaps, to try and help them out to push forward in the series.
It's 3-0. Fnatic Rising. Now up against the guns of ENCE Academy here. T-side. Just holding their marker, holding their line. CT should be able to find some sort of response here, or at least do some damage on the board. AWP is in for Poddy, and we know how deadly he can be.
He's had some very good Ancient games. I think back to some of the recent history, averaging a 1.15 rating across 5 maps played in the last 3 months. One of those individuals that in both games against OG Academy and Fnatic Rising had stellar performances on Ancient.
Utility sent, flashes over. Smokes in towards mid-control, Poddy trying up above it and catch MistGames. Kick things off on the right foot.
And now there could be a slight acceleration out towards A main, losing that lurk so early on. You've got Server as the single ankle player. Here comes the execution.
There's Server catching off Vault next. 5 on 3. Banjo drops to 2. Wolfie goes to 1. MOUZ alone versus 5. Dead to rights on Poddy. That is a shutdown round for ENCE Academy.
And I do think as well, knowing the idea that the last best of 3 was always ENCE Academy on the back foot, it's kind of been the same here in this best of 3. Because they get a CT start of Ancient, this actually might be the first time that it's a role reversal. The ENCE Academy actually have a lead and put pressure onto Fnatic Rising.
High possibility of that. That's the case, which Fnatic do we see in the late game, right? We've been talking so much about Fnatic's late games and ENCE's late game resurgences and all these factors that make the difference at the tail end of the matchup. So many things to think about here. Default setting for Henu trying to tag up the T side. HGs and wall bangs, attempted smokes them down. Poddy watching ramp. Finally seeing the first kill. There goes Vault.
And just not even being able to tighten up that angle wide enough. Even MilTz could put some further util down towards lane. Even Henu trying to spam for some damage and catches off MOUZ.
5 on 3 now gained for the ENCE side. Banjo past the smoke, hearing the footsteps, knowing that player peeked out, but must be aware that he's trying to go back in. Instead, Henu holds his nerve inside a cheetah, gets 1 more kill before he falls.
And rotates already coming through. Even the crossfire being set. Poddy with the AWP looking for more.
That stab, catching off Wolfie. last player, Banjo. Trying to fight on and stay and maintain his life, but nade sent. CT is crawling all around him. USC gets the kill. That is a second to the board of ENCE.
And if we take everything out into account, the last 3 months, we don't even look at it. We have a look at the last best of 3. We have a look at the last map. What do you think is enough on T-side? 4 rounds? 5 rounds? Something around that ballpark figure? Because I think it's shown that between Fnatic Rising and ENCE Academy, we haven't seen strong T-sides from either team.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Other than the first map, of course.
Yeah, I mean, disregarding that, like, any, like, respectable basis could be considered as enough, but a lot of it rests on how well these T-sides go, honestly, and it's so difficult to tell how well it will go right now. Fnatic caught the pistol conversions, but ENCE have looked confident since the rifle rounds came out. So much so they've reduced it down to eco by round 6. Only pistols brought in by Fnatic Rising. And it's a good question to ponder as we roll on, Dweg.
Well, you even consider the T-side of ENCE Academy on Vertigo. What did they get? Pistol, anti-eco, and an eco steal. That's it. You think back at what they did on Mirage. They got 3 rounds in regulation to push it to an overtime. So for ENCE Academy and Fnatic Rising, it's been limited over on that T-side. Pistols out. Very defensive from server towards A. So there's a pretty good likelihood that they can sneak in a bomb plant.
Prod forward. The Eagles in on Banjo will get boosted up top of tree. Look to backside, but see nothing of the CTs.
The server's giving a lot of respect. There could be a rotate that comes through from Potty to help out with that AWP. Even going to start aggressing further down the mid control.
Respokes on elbow in case there is a mid walk. I think a backstab as well towards T-spawn, but Fnatic mostly focused on getting these pistols on the box side. Swing out, server catches 2. Swing up to catch a player at tree. Bomb will go down. No, never mind. Quadra in for the AK, and the last player very far away from doing anything here for Fnatic Rising. Got to charge forward in mid to go down and get the bunny bonus here for the T side. As ENCE will equalise 3 apiece.
Something to even comment on the in-game leader of server is that he's actually an anchor player on CT side, which is very rare if you're an IGL. Normally IGLs like to be in the action, like to be in the middle of the pack, like to be rotate players between bomb sides. Server plays B anchor on Mirage, he plays B anchor on Vertigo, he plays the A side anchor on Ancient. So definitely uncommon when you think about team cohesion of having an IGL as an anchor player.
HG's set, Incendiary's down, M4 for Miltsy. Posted up, ready to receive there in lane control. Incendiary for Henry as well. Counter nades. Damage done to Poddy to start things off. The spray's back through the wallbangs. Nothing's gone.
Volt's hoping for some aggression to come down from ramp. Now, in previous Ancient officials, we know that Juicy doesn't mind an aggressive ramp lurk. Wolfie with that AWP misses that chance, but takes the second one indeed.
Advantage now for the T's as he gets server through the smoke. Henry with one responsive, and Poddy able to get Wolfie to return. Meanwhile, Volt engaging in towards the ramp. Default spray back, 1-for-1 trade there. Ultimately favours Fnatic Rising.
Now, that bomb could still get caught. Look at Henu.
Holding back. Swing forward, spray through, reducing them back to evens once again. As you mentioned, gaining bomb control here.
It's just a mistiming. They come out of the doors, they find success, they don't see Henu at all, and as soon as they start moving into B, that's when he strikes out. He's got utility, he's got the time. Even his teammate Poddy's now holding up on the cross.
MOUZ of the AK watching out the backside. Molotovs will get sent in. The CT should get driven away for this, and at least one of them will. AWP actually going a little bit too deep against that Incendiary. Holding Dominion over the bomb. Both Volt and MOUZ trying to challenge for it. Good smoke down should provide the cover they need. Not quite enough, actually. They can still cross back. Shots on. Volt connected. MOUZ alone.
And MOUZ just trying to go out towards that ramp take again. Poddy up on the cross angle. This time around, Henu's actually more aggressive behind the smoke.
Made his way up here for MOUZ. Footsteps will be hard. Player caught off by Poddy anyway. ENCE 4 in a row.
Nicely done there from Henu. You could just see how important the slight movement is. Wolfie does so much out in mid. Catches that donut player, and they're up towards candles, but it's Henu out towards the front side of lane, and then of course just the util not quite being there enough. That molly does not force the AWP off. That smoke's got a gap in the right-hand side, and for Fnatic Rising, that looked to be a round that with that one kill from Volt towards Juicy, it was going to open up B, it was going to bring in a bomb plant, it was probably going to bring in a round victory. Instead, it gets stolen away by the Finns.
Fnatic down to the pistol half invest here on the T sideline. ENCE Academy Certainly making magic out of the CT half. Looking for 5 on the trot if possible. HG sent doing damage to Vault. Henry's going to back away with that AK. Flashes forward and Wolfie with smokes on. They'll make their way up close and personal. Juicy and Henu able to trade back. Couple of decent picks on the Tech 9 actually. Against the bomb plant at least.
They try and get the plant in. MOUZ to cut rotates. Might be able to drop the first. Oh, this is looking promising now.
2 on 2. M4 in his hand. Unaware the second player in from Cave though. Server picks it up. Adam left alone. AK still with him. And he rotates away.
All about catching that timing. Catch off Server. Pick up that AK. That would have been heard.
Walking forwards. Oh, that CT turns his back and Adam gets the kill. All important now to a one-on-one. And now Orb's been baited to the rotate.
Oh, now they're double bluffing one another, trying to work with the kill cam. Poddy's actually moved back into B. This is a good chance for the clutch of Poddy.
His Orp can't miss a shot. He switches to the Deagle as a result. Not going for that M4 here in the footsteps. Knife, 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 knife. Yes! In the grand finals, we had to see one. And it had to be right there to get in the heads of Fnatic Rising.
That's well played there from Poddy. You can see both players trying to bait out one another. Adam Ass thinking about, okay, I can rotate away, get over towards A. Poddy trying to do the same thing, but ends up coming back in. Nice kill there from Server. Adam S trying to do his best, but it's not quite enough. And we look at Poddy, we look at Server. Both of those two guys could just be so deadly in 1vx's.
Fnatic Rising did decent damage at least for that half invest. Henu spraying down, doing damage to MOUZ against the guns here. The Orps in for both sides. HG sent against the incendiaries. Henu's going to hold his nerve. And that player will try and work against the man doing damage to return.
Yeah, it's all about this first kill, all about the intent. Allow themselves to try and take Cheetah, force the CTs back. There's actually going to be a regroup. Both Juicy and Henu are going to play off one another now.
Spray's returning. AK. Considerations held. There's 2 CTs up here. And we're going to turn away from a respa. Incendiary back against him. Swing forward. Bolt goes down. There's the start.
Just what they were looking for, but Adam S is able to strike in the mid control, and now there could be a little bit more of an accelerated push into A.
Poddy's looking out towards Donut now. Spray through from Juicy and the Orpa. Doesn't catch much there out towards that Donut entrance. Fnatic are allowed access to the site. Plant down. Advantage still for ENCE on the retake, and the wraparounds are coming in quick.
And Poddy's getting aggressive with the AWP behind the smoke. Server in from Donut catches quite a few players, and he multi-frags onto them. Even Poddy comes through to the action. Yes, there's a bomb plant in from Fnatic Rising, and with the loss bonus being where it is, they'll buy back again. They'll try and keep this pressure on.
6 on the board, 6 in a row. ENCE Academy now saving a double AWP setup, picking it off the dead body of Wolfie there. This is looking at the CT side that ENCE hoped it would be.
Adam S being able to do as much as possible, but Poddy, jeez, what a shot from him.
Nice.
No surprises at all. We know what this man is capable of. We know what the individuals can do. And for ENCE Academy, up 6-3 with this kind of a round streak, you're just flowing. You're real confident. You feel as if a lot's going right. The buy state, like you mentioned, double AKs, double AWPs. You couldn't ask for better weaponry.
Triple AKs.
Even better.
That would be nice, but MiltC going to take that on the chin. AKs across the entire board here for the T side for Fnatic Rising. All positions again, past the lane entrance, nothing really seen against the ENCE side. Henu sneaking forward to those smokes. They're all in from ramp and Poddy's ready to receive here. Or shot to connect to the first man. Second T-side player, no towards the site. The AK engaging with CT forces. Banjo does catch Juicy and MOUZ swings back to Poddy. Advantage here for Fnatic.
They're starting to put more influence down there towards that cave control, just in case the CT's lurking out. Now, the bomb hasn't still crossed. They haven't dropped Henu, but Banjo gets another pick deep in the side.
Looking in for more, but does go down. MiltC and Henu trade back, but Adam still holds his own 1 HP for the man. Henu, with a lot of work to do in this clutch, swings forward, looking for Wolfie, but Wolfie puts him out of commission, brings in number 4 for Fnatic Rising.
And that all-important 4th round, and this is where we've got to look at from the mindset of Fnatic Rising. We know it's going to be tough in this first half, so just get the odd T rounds here or there. Bring in quite a handful towards the tail end of the half. Allow yourself to build a decent structure. For ENCE Academy, I think they just got caught on pace. You had Poddy winning out that opening duel with that AWP, but I like the way that Fnatic Rising just aggressed in from the short control, try to take a lot of map territory away and down towards CT.
Nades in, sprays back. Adam again takes pace in against MilkSea. 5-on-4 for Fnatic Rising. Got Juicy trying to trade back and almost does decent work on Volt, but gets away with the casualty against his name. 10 HP for the T-side player. Fnatic Rising. Holding their nerve.
I like this calling from MOUZ. These last couple of rounds, he's realised we need to hit them hard. We need to hit them with acceleration. But now you can slow it down. You don't need to keep being quick. You've got 5v3, slow it down. Wait for an information play. Adam S has got good map control out towards Donut. You've got 2 players deep in the B doors. Plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, I don't reckon ENCE are going to force too far forward here. Fnatic. Taking 1 player ahead of the B doors, trying to put it in against the CT that is out there on the B site control. Smoke's coming in. Start to wrap over against MOUZ's backstab. He's not going to call in rotations though, only seeing the lack of presence. So this is going to be a lockdown. A spray comes through, the man goes falling, and now they send towards the A play.
And that bomb actually was going to retreat. 2 players here to defend. This could still be on for ENCE Academy.
Flashes forward, but Server captures Adam, second guessing themselves to Fnatic Rising. Now losing them at advantage, and a whole lot more. Server's lineup makes it a triple, and now Wolfie's alone. 1-on-3. Server makes it a quadra, and that delayed backstab in from the lane position, I think, threw the whole round off of Fnatic Rising there.
Well, you can understand why. The idea that you're working towards A, you're waiting for your IGL to make a call, and he starts thinking B-side's open. I've got a sight line in, let's bring that bomb back over, because we know ENCE Academy are a team that like gamble stacking, Jay. We know that they're a team that like coming together, and as soon as MOUZ is able to walk up ramp and into B, that's the call. That's when it's right. Send it back over. He ends up falling, and it's that slight hesitation. It's Fnatic Rising getting caught, and then look at what ends up happening. Henu's able to catch the info. It's just alert. They keep 2 towards A. You've got that crossfire set between Server and Poddy. That's Fnatic Rising just being misread. That's an incredible stack and a great info play there from Henu, because guaranteed, if Henu doesn't get aggressive towards lane, they don't win that round. It's a very different game.
ENCE back on track. Fnatic Rising sent back to the pistols and the SMGs. A UMP in for MOUZ. Mac 10s, Tech 9s. The works here for a rush tactic, and they will take it fast in towards mid, it seems. CT's there to meet him in kind. Face forward, nade damage. Oh, that is wreckage from the CT forces, and there's not much they can do about it.
Now that's the only issue on being very aggressive on the T side of Ancient, is you're going to get hit by the anti-rush nades. You have to try and be in a position where you're not always calling that aggression, you're not always hitting into that nade stack. And for ENCE Academy, that's just a very good call there from Server. Knowing they like to be pacing these last couple of rounds, we've wrecked their economy, they're not going to have much. Let's send it in towards mid. Let's put those double HEs down. Let's get that incendiary forward. Let's have players in and around. And for Fnatic Rising, before there's even a contact of a player, they're already just losing so much.
Wreckage. Half advantage game by ENCE Academy, 8-4 to the board. Fnatic Rising. Gun basis to play with. M4s again brought back by ENCE, still racking in the AK department. I don't think that's too much at this stage though.
Henu, aggressive up towards Cheetah, and he's just been such a pain for them. He's been so annoying when he gets aggressive towards his lane control. Adam S thinking about the spam. The kill does get presented.
Henu down. Start out for the T side once again. Adam S damaged up at this stage. See whether MilkSea can work in with the M4.
And they're trying to bait in some over-aggression, and if MilkSea goes out here towards elbow, he'll probably get caught.
Swing forward, spray through. Animes does get caught. Advantage sitting in to the even standing. Server going to get the advantage back for ENCE. Meanwhile, Banjo caught napping in main. ENCE take control.
And look at what Juicy's doing. Because they've got mad advantage, because they got to pick towards A, play it defensive. Don't be aggressive. You allow Poddy to rotate over. Good discipline here for ENCE Academy.
Fnatic Rising just jump facing. Volt trying to see anything into this ramp control. Rifles back. AWP in for MilkSea. Incendiary's throwing the HE. Not as amazingly placed as it looked, but does do some damage onto MOUZ and Volt. A lot of damage onto MOUZ in particular. Bomb not going to get denied by Poddy's going to wait for the smoke to clear up. See them both take one down. Try to focus the fire against the next man. HE on Volt's doing a lot more damage, and he should get picked up easily soon.
And Wolfie's the only casualty, the only player that can actually make this round expensive and make this round doable.
He's caught that first. Molotov sent back, flashes in against Poddy. He completely evades it, gets the killing against the AWPer. Last man standing. Poddy will finish the job he started with a 3K. And with a 9th round for ENCE Academy.
And notice how many times we've seen ENCE Academy boost up behind smokes. I think back to Mirage in a couple of those rounds we had, especially with the connector and jungle cross, you had Henu getting boosted up, looking out towards that palace control. It's something that ENCE Academy like to do quite a lot of. Anytime you put smoke down towards an EXE, you have to be aware that there could be a smoke behind it. So much impact being found. Volt was low HP. Wolfie tried to do as much as possible, but not to be. 9-4 now.
2 more rounds in the half, ENCE Academy. 11-11-4 to go with the same position that Fnatic Rising were at several times against ENCE Academy and others over the course of their tournament run. Scoreline that ENCE Academy have brought back as well. Fnatic try and bring in a 5th round if plausible here. Flashes in towards mid control, shouldn't enable much of a look in for Adam. He does see one, Henu drops.
Adam's been incredibly consistent with that angle, but look at Milty peeking back in. So is him. How many times have we seen a refrag from Milty in mid?
Keeps it at 4-on-4 with a HP advantage above Adam. MOUZ, however, strikes back. Milty is picked up. Now there is a ramp walk coming in from one CT. He's completely unsupported and goes a little bit too far. Volt punishes, and now ENCE down to 2.
And there's still a lurkout towards A. I think for Fnatic Rising, you just got to keep it simple. Just EXE together. Don't get too fakey in the mid round, because that's where they lose these rounds.
One more CT in the back of the site. Volt trying to face him. Molotov sent. Smokes down as well. Bomb should commit. Swing. He does get the kill. That's Poddy. Frag up. Backstab being watched for MOUZ. Molotov's in to drive that player away. Do a little bit of damage. You're going to walk straight forward though. MOUZ is aware of this. Flashes back in from server. Facing in as MOUZ is caught looking the wrong way. Volt drops the Poddy's AWP. They kept it simple, Dwayne, but it still wasn't enough. Backstab in from Banjo might be the saving grace here. Engaging one, finding the other, and now one-on-one with the AWP. The HE sent. Banjo will get tagged up, but the AWP is looking for the angle to get the kill key. The AWP needs his perfect shot. 16 seconds, hearing the sprays, going out for the swing. No scope shots, trying to get baited. Banjo sees him and gets his kill. Holds his patience and holds the 5th for Fnatic.
And that's got to be a good feeling, just winning that round, because in all honesty, they didn't do anything wrong. And you do get rounds like that in Counter-Strike, Jay. You can have the perfect call. You can have the perfect read, and it's still sometimes not enough. And my goodness, ENCE Academy fight back from an incredible deficit at a 2v4. They work off one another, but Banjo comes through right at the end with an all-important clutch. And that one extra T-side round could mean a lot more than what just the scoreline means getting into that second half.
We're asking the question, what is a respectable T-side? I'd say this would be all right. Fnatic Rising, even if they go down by 10-5, I reckon the second half will be on for them. Advantage sits with ENCE for now. Adam was picked up by a molly spam. No other responses, although they're looking for more on ENCE.
Yeah, Henu's not going to overextend all the way now that the smoke started to clear. Milty can have a crossfire. They want to try and focus more attention down towards Elbow, and MOUZ gets caught in the process.
Advantage now for ENCE. Henu follows suit on Volt. 2 left standing on the T-side line. Wolfie's AWP catches off Milty, walking through the smoke, appearing, then disappearing from the round itself. Juicy responds in kind though. Banjo left alone.
1v4, all by himself. At least he's got the bomb on his back. The best that he can hope for is a contact in towards A, deal with server and get the bomb down.
How heroic would it be for him to then fend off the retake from ENCE? He's nothing special, but ultimately, you can see how they siphon him off the map control, so he can't even get towards the B rotation here. Has to fight server. Server wins it 10-5 on the turn of the half. ENCE Academy up. And again, we return to that question, Blake. Was that enough for Fnatic on their T-side line?
I don't have an answer, but I'll tell you it might be. 5 rounds is not bad. 5 rounds is actually fairly decent. Again, I mean, 3 of them came from the start of the half, but it's the number which counts. But one of the numbers that are striking out to me, server, the lowest rated player in the server on the last 3 months of Ancient is up there at the top. Averages a 0.90 rating for ENCE Academy on Ancient. It's one of his worst maps in the pool, and he's up there nearly 20 bombing. I mean, that's unbelievable that your in-game leader on map 3 in a grand final on one of his weakest maps puts on that kind of performance.
Well, ENCE got to rely on him and their main stars to carry forward into the T side. They are up by 5 rounds. Fnatic have 5 to play from on a CT basis. Last half of the grand finals, and the Pistols will go live with it into mid-control. There is one sneak around from Fnatic's side. Flashes forward as ENCE will make their way quickly in towards that donut position. There is one flanker that could be a bit of a concern as Volt, with the USP shot. Server and MilC get to the return. Backstab's accounted for. The Julie's in for Wolfie, trying to see if he can hold on back here. They are going to make his way past him though. Site game, plant secured.
And Banjo might have to fight out quickly, try and swing for that temple control. We haven't seen a lot of map control being gained here from ENCE Academy.
Engagement from Server, doing damage and setting up the kill for Juicy, but Wolfie responds. Server back in control. MOUZ now, last man left, 1 on 3. He's got the first. 2 players are tagged. Server, especially with his 2K. His 21st frag. Poddy looking for his 18th. Here's him wrapping around, going to play a ring of roses, play games with the man. MOUZ trying to look for a fight, damaged up a little bit, flanking pound from mid, but the kill is found by MOUZ's part. Now under the defuse, he has the kit, but he doesn't know where the last man is. He looks back at the right moment, almost gets that tap, but Server stalled for enough time. He's done all that he has to do, bringing 11 for ENCE.
Alright, Server again, another 1vx, and this has got to be ENCE Academy knowing, boys, we're in a leading position here. We're 10-5 up with 1 pistol. We might be up against a force buy, but we win that and we are getting closer to the grand prize of going to LAN, winning the grand final without dropping a single best of 3 in the event. When coming into it, I think a lot of people would have doubted even a top 4 placement.
Fnatic on their basic pistols. Should give at least 12 back to ENCE. And you're right about their position here, Dweg. The rifle round from Fnatic would be the thorn in the side, the major roadblock that ENCE are going to have to charge straight through. Make their way up with the flashes over, Mat 10 in. Server, set for money, gets 1. Not quite the second. MilC can deal with Wolfie in the backside. Volt should be suppressed.
Just try and put as much of that util down as possible. And finally the spam comes through, a single kill on the harsh eco. ENCE Academy 4 more away from closing down this best of 3. Fnatic Rising, though, we know what they've got coming up next. M4s across the board, and they are hungry for a return.
Server still rocking the Mac 10, but there's a lack of helmets across the entire Fnatic board. The Rising side could still be melted down by the headshots. ENCE Academy. 4 more rounds to get to it, but Fnatic Rising have choked a similar scoreline in the past, and it is CT side of Ancient here. Nade sent sprays back, going to be evaded by these lane players, siphoned off by the Incendiary Stone early, and make their way in for the hit.
AdamS, that might actually cancel it, knowing that there's so much presence down there from the bottom of ramp. That re-smoke is well timed. Volt's trying to keep the pressure on towards the bottom of elbow. It's all about trying to gain this information now.
Renades it. Volt back in now towards the window. Server on the Mac 10, spray through, and there's that headshot I was talking about. Volt going down. Server tempted for a replay, splash support for it, and he gets the kill on MOUZ and all. 5 on 3, upgrade to the M4. Wolfie's core. Server swings for the triple. He is having a monstrous performance today. Banjo, last in play, gets a second, a hat-trick of frags in fact, and there's low HP on the last 2 for ENCE Academy here. He himself is low. The bomb plump needs to be prioritized.
This is doable. We know that Banjo's good in these clutch situations. Juicey's just trying to play the clock, try and toy with him, draw that fight out in the open, and goes towards a long control.
Spotted him, the AK of Henu engages Banjo on 2 HP. Bomb plant will be secure. Flash forward, Juicy, checking long, checking short, finds his man at ENCE Academy. Just hold on.
And this may be the best performance individually that I have ever seen from Server. The way that he is close to 30 bombing, the IGL of ENCE Academy is putting up one hell of a show. One of the best performances in quite some time on map 3 in a grand final.
3 more to go. Fnatic gonna gift one up to ENCE Academy. This was the dominating force that ENCE have wanted to see for the past 2 days in this matchup. The rematch would solidify their position here. Henu fights on. Adam, first to fall.
just more intent to go down up here towards the B contact. Juicy with the M4 spots out another. That's MOUZ to fall.
5-on-3 gains here. Making it 2. Wolfie fragged up. Volt will drop towards 1. Banjo left alone here. Forced back in at CT. AK is looking for the fights. Shouldn't last much longer. There it is. ENCE Academy, the countdown has almost ended. They've got to get just 2 more rounds and they'll be the champions of the Heroes of Tomorrow. Fnatic Rising, 1 final buyback.
And versus Fnatic Rising in that upper bracket final on map 3 of Ancient, ENCE Academy were down 3-10, then 6-13, but managed to win 9 rounds in a row, up 15-13. The game went to OT. The final score was 22-18. What a role reversal this is this time. 14-5 up on the T side. 2 more rounds to close.
The thing we were saying as well for Fnatic Rising, that T half was good enough. Apparently not. Smoke set in for Henu. Trying to set up the execution towards the site. On from the CT entrance. Donut also smoked off 1 player on site to deal with. Swing upon Server. Gets that kill, because of course he does.
Even focusing the attention back out towards Donut. You got to focus on getting the bomb down. Look at Juicy though. He's got a mid-lurk out from elbow.
Wolfie does catch MiltZ and gets Server through the smoke as well. That mid-lurk finally comes in for the man as Hidden also strikes onto AdamS. 3-on-2 for ENCE Academy. Wolfie is still prodding out. Caught the 2 kills on the trades. Wary of that backstab. Needs to work with Volt to go in for this retake. They're on the bomb. They've tapped it once. The AK is in the hands of the CT side. They spray back through and Poddy looks for contact. Volt leans forward. Can't go, only get that 1 frag. Wolfie alone. Well out of dodge. On the defuse he taps. Henu looks in. And he gets picked up. But Wolfie's out of time. Juicy holds and Wolfie retreats. It's map, match and tournament point for ENCE Academy.
Oh, what an AXE. Just the entry coming through from Server. The punishment down there from Donut. The mid wraparound to come through from Juicy to close it down. Wolfie gets 2 shots through that Donut smoke and it's still not enough. ENCE Academy are now up to 15.
5 in a row in this half. 6 in a row if you include the last half. 9 out of the last 10 rounds won by ENCE Academy. Not quite the 9-round streak, not like it matters at this stage. 10 map points. They need a single round to claim the trophy and Volt's down. The dejected look on his face says it all. It's a 5-on-3.
They've got every advantage. Mid control established, lane being taken, 2-man advantage already. And for Fnatic Rising, it's a rotate. MiltZ might be able to catch it off towards CT.
In at Candles, MiltZ engages, aggresses, inserts himself into an aggressive angle. AdamS checking out position, loses the fight. The AK steps up. 2 more frags to go. Banjo and MOUZ get trading, but traded right back. And it's rematch result for ENCE Academy as they become your MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow.
What a result, what an event, what a bracket run coming through from ENCE Academy. The 2-1 versus OG Academy, the 2-1 versus Eternal Fire Academy, the 2-1 versus Fnatic Rising in the upper bracket finals, and now in the grand finals, Jay, it's another win, it's another 2-1.
And it's not even a close affair towards the end of that last map up there. 16-5, Dwayne. How incredible must that be for ENCE Academy, knowing that they haven't even done as amazing as things as Fnatic Rising have, right? Still a very new team by comparison. Fnatic just coming off the back of the Academy League victory, our favourites in this bracket, upset by a fellow Academy team, and not even MOUZ NXT.
And knowing that for ENCE Academy, you did have to doubt them at so many turns. Again, I think about some of the early best of 3s. They nearly got O2'd by OG Academy. They nearly got O2'd from Eternal Fire Academy. Didn't think they were going to come out on map 3 versus Fnatic Rising in the upper bracket final. But I think it just shows how strong the depth is in high-pressure situations on final maps, late in games, in overtimes. I don't know what it is with this squad, but they come through more than any other team in this competition.
Indeed, they do. Champions of the tournament, Heroes of Tomorrow. It is ENCE Academy, and one of those heroes is on the line to speak to us. Poddy is here joining us right now to discuss that match victory. congratulations to you for a tournament run. Dwayne was just explaining it right there, right? We kind of counted you out at every single stage, but you've shown up to be quite the force to be reckoned with over the course of your run here. Talk to me a little bit about how this victory compares to expectations in MistGames.
I think we just came here to play our own game. We had didn't have too much expectations. Of course, I had a goal that we will go to the final at least, and yeah, we did.
Poddy, we've got to talk about some of these comebacks, right? The first one against OG Academy out Mirage, 4-11 down. The upper bracket final against Fnatic Rising, you're down 4-11 on map 1, 5-10 on map 2, 5-10 on map 3, and you've done it here again on Mirage in the grand final. What is it with this team that can deliver on the back foot, that can be able to push the results forward?
I think we just never give up, and our CT sides on pretty much every map are a lot better than T sides, and we just never give up, so yeah.
For you guys, obviously, you've been playing an Academy League against Fnatic Rising, not directly, but obviously in conjunction with them. And you guys have not always had the best performances in the last couple of seasons of the Academy League. Obviously, you guys went out close to last in the group stages. So knowing that you've just beaten the former champions, right, a team that made the gauntlet in that stage of the tournament here in MistGames, does that encourage you guys? Like, what does that do for your team formation, knowing that you've just taken them back to back?
I think it gives us a lot of confidence to go to the next Vplay season, and we're just getting more comfortable playing with each other and stuff like that.
I want to ask about Server as well. I mean, one thing that a lot of people look at is if you're an IGL, you're maybe not an anchor player. That's one thing that kind of caught my eye with him. He clutches like a madman. He put up an incredible performance on Ancient. What's it like with him being your IGL on the team?
I think it's been quite nice. He's a new IGL. He hasn't been an IGL too much before this team, so he still has a lot of things to learn. But yeah, it's been nice seeing progress.
Definitely progress seen just this week alone for you guys. You've been the victors of the champions, and tomorrow you'll also be invited to the Luferton event as well that we'll be hosting in March time. So just kind of want to ask about your plans now going forward with this victory. Like, what's the aim for ENCE Academy moving forward?
I think we are going to focus on Elisa Open final. We have in 2 weeks, I believe. So we're going to focus on that game and just prepare for next Vplay season, I guess.
Well, we'll definitely be seeing you there at the Elisa Open finals in person, hopefully at that particular stage. But for now, victors as of right now. Poddy, congratulations to you and your team, and especially to you as well, because you've also claimed our MVP award of the grand finals. It was an effort and a half from your part of things. So big congrats. Congratulations on the victory. Good luck going forward in the next few things that you'll be doing, and hopefully we'll see you soon, man.
Thank you. See ya.
There you go, Dwight. Humble as ever, confident as ever, looking fantastic for the ENCE Academy side. For Fnatic Rising, however, knowing that you have had that opportunity right there to claim the trophy, you got that close. Your arch nemesis is the only team that were able to beat you again. What can they take away from this final?
I think it's going to fuel them even more to want it, to work hard, to be able to get back to their full five again. Fnatic Rising have been in a difficult situation. They've had stand-ins for the last couple of weeks or so. Yes, they're a tournament favorite. Yes, coming into this event, we expect a very high caliber, and I think that they delivered that. They just didn't have that edge. So I think for Fnatic Rising, it's about, okay, using this event, looking back at some of the things that weren't ideal, let's work harder, let's be hungry, and let's improve into the next event, in the next month, because that's all what it's about. It's about looking at your mistakes, trying to fix them, and being better.
Do you think they need Pepsol back in the lineup to improve upon this position?
Yeah, man. I mean, no, not to like discredit Adam S. I actually was thoroughly impressed by him. He played incredibly well over the course of this series, and I'll tell you what, I'll even give a little bit of an insight to the viewers. I was thinking about putting him as MVP in the event if Fnatic Rising won, because I think the way that he performed on all 3 maps for a stand-in is excellent, and I think he's had an incredible tournament run. But on the basis of like team cohesion, I think May spoke about it in the interview. He's not going to know the strats. He's not going to be there in the scrims. He's not going to be there in the practice. So no matter if you've got the best stand-in in the world or someone that can fill in the gaps, it's always going to be better with your full 5. For Adam S, mate, if you're another team, if you're like looking over at him, I think right for the pricking on an international squad, if he wants to move away from being in the Romanian scene, mate, he's your option.
I recommend that. Certainly I would at this stage. Right, so we talked about match MVP, Dwayne. I want to go through tournament MVP. And this is, of course, across all of the spectrum of the players and the teams that we've had across all of the weeks so far. So I want to ask you, Dwayne, who is the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow MVP?
There's quite a few players that are in the conversation, right? You might be able to throw one to the ENCE Academy guys up there, a Poddy, maybe a Wakadia in a couple of games for Eternal Fire Academy, maybe a Volt over there from the Fnatic Rising side. But there is one only player that could be the tournament MVP, and it is Jimpat. What an event he has had. 266 kills to 187 deaths as a rifler, not an AWPer. He has been incredible, and it's such a shame that we didn't get to see him and the squad in that grand final position, going out in third place, because he was far and away the best player that we had in this event.
I mean, this tournament's definitely put his name on the map, right? If no one was watching him before, they certainly are now. I remember seeing a Reddit post on the front page at the top end saying, oh, look at Jimpat's ratings and look at his stats over the course of the Heroes of Tomorrow, and of course across the Academy League as well, right? He really is a guy to watch out for. Only 16 years old, very young, very new, but very, very good, Dwayne. And I'm kind of excited to see what he can do. You know, obviously we've got some mitigating circumstances that will stop him from making his way into a tier 1 team right now, but I see a tier 1 future for him personally.
Oh yeah, you can see it for a lot of these players, but I think for Jimpat, like, he just showed he's got it all. He's got X Factor potential, he's got clutching ability, his rifling, I mean, he still uses the A4 rather than the A1S, but look, he's great in spray transfers, and I think he is the kind of guy that you can rely on to get map wins, to get series victories. And the only reason why we didn't see MOUZ and XT in the grand final was that because they lost to Fnatic Rising twice in 2 very close best of 3s back to back. So very keen on him, very keen to see what his future is going to be like.
Very keen indeed. MOUZ and XT have a hell of a player in their own right, but again, it is ENCE Academy, the victory overall. Over the course of the week, we've also been scouting out some of the other players as well. We put together a little bit of a dream team as well. The Heroes of Tomorrow is what we're dubbing them, Dwayne. So walk me through who we've got today.
We've got some fantastic players. So, of course, Jimpat, we just spoke about him, how much he could find. Sound, the Romanian rifler out there on OG Academy, great in entry duels, a little bit more of an aggressive player. I think he has got a lot of a bright future ahead of him. He's one of the stars on that OG Academy side. Volt, I mean, I don't even know what more we can add with him. I think we've touted him as being a very consistent rifler, great in being able to read the game well, great consistency, map after map, game after game for this team. MilTzy, another rifler over for the ENCE Academy side. I think he's able to be that bridging gap to give them more experience. He had that experience out on Enterprise. He's brought it back into the local scene. And even Krisen, the IGL for MOUZ NXT, really impressed with his calling style. Yes, you've got a very strong player in from Jimpat that can be like a star rifler, but knowing the tactical depth in such a new roster that's only been together for a couple of months, Krisen's very much impressed me over the course of this event.
Yeah, I definitely had periods where I was looking at all these guys saying, wow, you know, what talents we have here in this tournament. You know, the Heroes of Tomorrow truly is the case right here, and they already look like heroes as of right now, but ultimately I think we look forward to those guys individually, seeing what they can do in their own careers and their own progression, and of course what they'll do with their teams after this week has concluded. So yeah, once again, ENCE Academy victors, Dwayne. I think now's about the right time to take a look at the bracket and show you exactly what everything has come up to ahead here. We started of course this week with 8 teams. Fnatic Rising took on Void, MOUZ NXT took on Flames Ascent, Eternal Fire took on Atlantic, and ENCE Academy took on OG to make their way into those upper semis. Fnatic and ENCE ended up meeting each other in the upper finals, with ENCE progressing to the grand finals. In the lower bracket, we saw disappointment from OG Academy. Flames Ascent fell to that Eternal Fire firepower before MOUZ and NXT trumped it with their own tactical basis. And of course today we saw the Consolidation match with Fnatic rising to the occasion in one but not the other. ENCE Academy, your champions in the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. And that's it, Dwayne. That's all we have time for. Certainly been a number of things we could take away over the course of this week. So I want to get some closing thoughts of what you thought about the tournament, what you thought about the players involved, and what we can take away going on from this.
I think that youth is the future. I know that is just how it is. Again, we're in a space in Counter-Strike where the new generation just keep coming through. They keep breeding these young players, these hungry demons that can go out and play at a tier 1 level. They might not be ready yet, but they will be. They've been able to show themselves. A lot of young squads here in this event, a lot of teams that have only been together for a couple of months. So to already see that jump, some of the new faces playing at this level of Counter-Strike on HLTV, on streamed games, this is a dream come true for a lot of them, and they're going to have some bright careers ahead.
And a lot of them have opportunities as well. Of course, the ENCE Academy side will be invited to the Heroes of Lofoten, so we'll end off today by showing you exactly what we've got coming for you in March. But for today, for this week on the Heroes of Tomorrow, that has been it. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator, Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at MistGames, we want to thank you so much for watching and for listening over the course of this entire week. We'll see you back here for the Heroes of Lofoten in a very near future, but until then, good night.